Hey,
Hey.
welcome everyone to Microsoft Build. We are in the terminal live. I am one of your hosts, James Montemagno, and with me, the one and only
Katie Savage, and we're here. If you're in the building, you can come find us in the center hall area and check us out as we're about to vibe code some awesome stuff. Or online, tune in. We're able to see all of your questions and comments, and throughout the day, we're going to have a bunch of folks vibing along with us. So stay tuned, come back, check in, see what we're building, and join us on this journey.
Yeah, it's really exciting. We have an entire sort of day lined up for day one and day two. We're streaming across the GitHub, YouTube, LinkedIn, X, somewhere else too, all the places on the internet. We're going to be showing off all of the amazing agentic developer tools and developer tools for Windows, for Terminal, for the GitHub app, for Visual Studio Code, for Visual Studio. We have like an amazing schedule. So if you're there on YouTube, you can see the sort of agenda there. Or if you're here in person, you can see it on one of these magical walls, and you can come watch and you can hear us. It's going to be vibing and doing all sorts of good things. But we just got done with the keynote, and Katie, amazing. I got to see the keynote about 15 times in the last 2 days. So I'm like, well, keynote.
But it was fresh to me. And I got to say, I was a little, at first, I was like, oh my gosh, am I going to be overwhelmed because there were so many things happening? But it felt really like everything flowed together super naturally. We got some model action going on, which was super cool. What were some of the highlights for you, James?
To me, it's the story because, here in developer relations and advocacy and talking to developers, it's not just about one tool. It's about how we use all these tools together, right? How they all work together for us as developers. And that's from the operating system to the tools to the model to the cloud infrastructure. And I think that's really what Satya, Mustafa, and every demo we're kind of showing. You saw it live. What I like about to me, it's not even sometimes about the announcements, it is the story, right? You see people using the terminal. You see people using the intelligent terminal. You see people using VS Code, the GitHub Copilot app, right? On github.com, because that's how we work every single day. So I think I'm most excited about the new models personally, alongside the Copilot app and things we're doing in terminal, just Windows. I'm a Windows fan myself, have always been. I just love it every single day. So the work that's being done there is just absolutely fantastic. But I do have to say, I'm real excited about the models. And you and I were talking about just like these models built from the ground up that it can just be streamlined.
Totally. It was super cool to see. And just to see the scale of how many there are, I feel like I kind of knew there was some buzzing about. I was like, something is rumbling. There's going to be something happening. But 7 was kind of a crazy bomb to me.
Yeah. And, for me, and Handsome and I talk about it, we both do podcasts. We can think about these models like streamlining our pipeline. And Handsome and I are talking about some of the production that he has, right? He can go from an audio recording, he can drop that into a folder, have an agent pick it up, do a transcription for it. He can then have another model create like a thumbnail for it and generate something for it. It can then have another model think about how do we take the transcript, turn it into show notes, and then have another model that's actually automating that pipeline. These models all together working seamlessly just across that one thing. I mean, we're not, obviously out there doing a bunch of gene research with these biomes and all
or
this,
butter research.
I will say the Land O'Lakes butter demo is also one of my favorite things. I now understand hill climbing a lot better from an understanding how these models are trained.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see these things in context. I know you were talking about, not just the announcements, but how you're applying them to, your workflow, for example. I really liked seeing how other folks are, like Land O'Lakes, like Carnegie Mellon, I believe it was. I do have to rewatch that one because we missed the last couple minutes of it. But it just goes to show, like, the practical application side of things.
Yeah.
I think we were sitting here a year ago when everything felt really fresh and new, and there was a lot of wow factor to what can these models, these things actually do, almost like one-shotting things. But it's nice to kind of ground ourselves now and see what does this actually look like in the real world.
100%. Oh, well, if you're on the stream live, let us know what your favorite thing from the keynote was. Drop in the chat. Katie will highlight it. We can see all of your comments coming in real time across all the different platforms. So let us know. It seems like LinkedIn is blowing up over there.
Yeah, we definitely have some comments happening. Some folks are talking about the keynote. Someone's asking, is the terminal live going to take place daily? So it is throughout the day today and tomorrow. So all throughout Microsoft Build in 60 and 90-minute chunks for the most part. That schedule will be in the description.
Yes. So who do we have today? We have us. We're going to vibe. I'm going to show off some few cool things from the keynote. And then we have Tim.
We have Tim coming up next, Tim Rogers. Him and I are going to be going through some cloud agent stuff. It's going to be pretty interesting. But I think we do have experts focusing on one thing at a time, but they're really going to be bringing it all together. I don't think anyone's just focusing on one tool. We also have Cassidy, who you probably just saw in the keynote coming in with Andrea Griffiths. They're going to be really awesome together. And then we have Toby.
Toby coming in. Wow, he's going to be talking about the GitHub Copilot app, the CLI, MCP, a whole bunch of good stuff. And Mads Kristensen joining Visual Studio 2026, a whole bunch of agentic work going on there, which is cool. And then also tomorrow, Beth is over here, and she is on the Aspire team. They're going to have David Fowler and Maddie Montequilla. They're going to be vibing out some Aspire goodness. Tomorrow, Kayla's going to be in the booth showing off all the Windows stuff. Kayla's going to be here.
You also saw her in the keynote. We have some star power happening.
All sorts of goodies. Well, do you want to show off a few things?
I think we should.
All right, let's head over to our desktop and see if this crazy setup works over there. It's all here. It's all for you. There's 3 button clicks.
I wish we had like an overhead cam so you guys could see all the things that we have on this desk right here. James hooked it up. It's pretty sweet.
Do you want to click it?
Oh, yes, I do.
All right.
And we're going to, sorry, I got to
click. Boom. There's my desktop. It worked. We're still there. And we're in the bottom. There are multiple cameras going on there, which is awesome. So, of course, you want to head to developer.microsoft.com. You're going to find all the stuff there, all the keynote, all the stuff. Of course, build.microsoft.com, all the sessions. You can also be streaming a bunch of things. So if you're just attending virtually, build.microsoft.com, boom, you're good to go there. And of course, there's a blog. You'll see events. You'll see all sorts of things happening, changelog, all sorts of good stuff. So check that out there too. Also, you can head over to the GitHub blog, where you're going to see all sorts of cool things too, a bunch of beginner series, but also the GitHub Copilot app right there. Mario put out the release there too. One thing I want to show off really quick is the Microsoft Build CLI. So this is really neat. It's on github.com/Microsoft/build-CLI. It allows you to experience build directly from your terminal with the GitHub Copilot CLI alongside the Microsoft Build CLI together inside of here. And this is really neat because you can go in, it's built in the open, but it allows you to do things like find sessions for me, tell me about certain sessions. And my favorite thing is it gives you some prompts. You just install this plugin. And then what it does is you can ask it for like, what build sessions should I attend? Or what's new at build for Cosmos DB? Or tell me about this specific session. You can log notes. You can find new sessions. So what I wanted to do is just bring up my terminal here. And I'm running MAI Code 1 Flash. Wow. New models, dropping hot. And up here, what I did is I'm in my feedback flow application, which is a Blazor front end, Azure Functions back end, use Microsoft Foundry. And I said, hey, find me build 2026 sessions for this project that I should go to. And it analyzed my project, read through everything here, understood, hey, I'm searching for this. It's looking for Azure Functions, looking for .NET, for OpenAI, for Aspire, for Blazor, for MCP, basically anything that I'm using in this project. And it came back and it's like, hey, here are some sessions based on your project that you should go to.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right?
And this is not just like for folks in person. If you're virtual, you can definitely still use this and benefit from it and see like relevant content for you to check out online.
I thought this was so cool. So I figured what I'd do is I was interested in this one, building your own MCP server. And it's like, why? Like, I like that this is like, well, why should I attend it? Right. Sometimes it's so hard to go through the websites. And
there's a lot going on there. Yeah.
So I was over here and I'm going to go and I'm just going to send my prompt here. I created a folder called LTG466, which is this one, the building your own MCP server. So I would say scaffold from LTG466 Microsoft build. And what this is going to do is going to analyze the folder. It's blank right now. And it's going to basically see what I should build based on that session.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's going to try to understand that and do research on like Microsoft Learn documentation on the Microsoft Build website and scaffold that out. So here it's going to say, it's going to set some location for PowerShell here.
That's awesome. So it's doing the hard work for you of getting all of that information together so you can just kind of focus. It'll give you some ideas, what to do.
Yeah, and it's querying right now Microsoft Build, the event CLI. So it's calling out to the CLI that it's like going to try to identify what to scaffold out. And, I'm really excited about the terminal because Kayla talked about a lot of the new intelligent terminal experimentation, but also a lot of the like Unix commands like grep coming and etop she showed. And I think that's really cool for agents because if I'm working in WSL and I'm working in this thing, I have those things available. But if I'm just working in PowerShell, I want all the commands. She showed a little thing in there, which was, she did like dir, and she like printed a directory, which is like very like Windowsy, and then she did ls, which is like the same thing. She was using all the commands because, again, how do you code? What do you want to do, right? And I think that's pretty cool.
Option value. It's all about options.
Totally. So here, this is like figuring out, it's looking at all my directories, it's figuring out what I should do. It's looking at, GitHub projects, it's looking at understanding what I should be doing. So I'm going to be, we'll see, it's looking at samples. So this is kind of cool. And it looks like it's figuring out stuff. This is the first time I did it, so we're going to see if it does it in general.
Is sweet, though. It's nice to have something like a little bit more interactive because, like you said, I feel like the Build website has a lot going on. It's great, it's comprehensive, but it's cool to have something like this.
Yeah, and it's building a new project here. So it's starting a new MCP project for me. It's adding the model context protocol. You can see the commands that it's running here. So it's scaffolding out this project for me automatically. Which is pretty cool. And we're getting this right here. Like it's going to basically print out a bunch of stuff. So now, just like that, I was interested in something, and now I'm going to have a whole working project.
Yeah.
Just because I'm interested in that topic.
Oh my gosh, that's so sick.
So pretty neat. So it's going to write all these files out, and we can see those all happening at one time. And I'm using that brand new model, the MAI Code 1 Flash, that's doing all that for us, which is really, really cool. So it's going to continue, and it's going to start to build out those projects. And I'm just going to go ahead and YOLO this. So let's let it rip.
And that new model anyone can use today.
I believe it's landed inside of the CLI and also in VS Code. So I'm over here in VS Code, and I have, let's go ahead and hide my computer for 1 second. Let's go to the webcam.
You can see our beautiful faces.
Okay, I feel good about this, so let's go ahead and bring us back.
All right, let's do
it. I'm going to bring up the model picker. There we go, and there it is, MAI.
Nice.
Code 1 Flash. I have a bunch of models, so I don't want to in there. So it's right there. I'm not sure what tier and it was available. Or what tier it's on, XYZ.
Yeah.
Personally, I'd have to double check that, but it just landed. I literally, as they were announcing it, updated and opened, and then boom, it was there.
It is fresh. And is
Super
that,
fresh.
do we know if that's an auto as well yet, or is it?
I think
they're working on that. I believe it.
So.
Yeah.
I think it's an auto. So I'm going to do something over here. Is I'm going to npm run dev this application, Tiny Tool Town, and this is an app that I collaborate on with Scott Hanselman all the time. So I'm running this app, and what you saw is I did an npm run dev, and I clicked the link, and it just opened inside of VS Code. So this is the new integrated browser.
Oh, okay. Is this from our friend Justin?
This is from Justin, yeah. So they've been iterating on this a whole bunch, yeah.
I think he's going to be showing this off in some sessions as well. So if you're interested in what's happening here,
nice.
Check out the session catalog.
I'm going to double check, and I'm going to see what my audio input is. So I have input here. Let me go to I'm going to make sure that I have the right audio input. Audio input. Yeah. Okay, good. Perfect, too. Okay. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say, I'm going to attach. So I can attach the browser to the agent so it can see it. So I'm going to say, I'm going to hit the little microphone button here. Okay. Hey. We'll see if it picks up. Oh, I have my audio muted there. Okay. Hey, can you hear me now? Let's see if it can hear me. I'm not sure what microphone is picked up on. I didn't test. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now, perfect. It's listening. Okay. Let's stop that. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and test the application. I want to have you browse the town and then search for the Tiny Clips application and then browse the details for that and then give me a breakdown of what that looks like. Perfect. So I'm going to send that off, and that's going to go do that. Now, while that's kind of cooking here, it's going to have access to a bunch of tools. So up here, we have all these tools, and the browser tool is here. So it can actually click around, navigate around. It can run Playwright scripts to do automations, and have your MCPs in here. So it's going to understand this, and I'm going to be kind of hands off the keyboard here, and it's going to click around. You see, I'm not clicking around.
Yeah.
It's clicking around. It's going to search. It's going to go ahead and enter text inside of here. If it needs to browse around, scroll around, it can go ahead and do that for us. But it's understanding what's on this page. This is really helpful when I'm building applications.
Yeah.
I want it to test itself in real time. So it's going to go ahead and try to do some typing here.
Yeah. That's super powerful. And for the folks asking in the chat, yes, this is being recorded. So if you missed the first couple minutes, no worries. You'll be able to catch up.
Exactly. You can go ahead and do that. So I just typed in clips here, and then let's see, it's going to go ahead and read some information, understand the page. I'm pretty zoomed in, so I might have to scroll around a little bit. But boom, I went to Tiny Clips, which is a little Mac application I built to record stuff. A little self-promo.
Nice.
It's free on the App Store. There you go. And I'm working with Clint and the team on a bunch of cool things that I was doing in Tiny Clips to bring that back into Windows, into Snipping Tool, and into Power Toys and things like that, which is cool because I also do a lot of iOS and Android dev. So on iOS, I'm always on my Mac, and I'm doing Windows and Android dev. I'm here on my PC.
Nice.
I'm doing web dev there as well. So this is cool. So now, for example, I could navigate back, and then I could say, okay, this is really awesome. Let's go ahead and create a new feature. What I want to have you do is have a nice little count up display somewhere in the header, maybe, or maybe in the header and in the footer that counts up and does a cool animation for how many tools are actually in the town. So when we land on the page, it shows that. So I'm going to send that off. This is how I work.
I love the flow of being able to just speak with the agent. It feels much more natural to me, and it's like quicker. You can really get things done, send them out.
Yeah, watch this. I'm going to come over into the terminal over here. I'm going to go back into here, and let's go into. I'm going to go into. I have an app called Meisner, which is a skiing app that I have where I live, and I'm just going to say Copilot. And Kayla showed this, which is voice inside the terminal now using a local model.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is really, really neat. So over here, I can just hold down space. You can do /voice, and you can look at models. You can download models inside of here. And then we have different ones here. So I'm using Nemotron Speech over here. So that one's active, and that one's going to stream in. So I can just hold this down. I could say, hey, this is looking pretty awesome. I would love to add on the weather page like a really fun snow theme kind of animation when they go to the page. It kind of comes down, but I only want to do that if the weather actually is showing snow for the day. So now this is going to go off, and I can just boom, send it off, just like we saw before, using that voice.
Yeah.
So no matter where I'm at, right?
I'm so impressed by its ability to take the voice input, parse it, and also understand the meaning. Because I think that's something I was always confused about in the early days of this technology, because the way we talk, obviously, versus the way we write is so different. So the fact that these models are able to even parse through that, I think, is pretty impressive.
It's super cool. And then you saw it said in the very beginning here that it's like connected to VS Code. So actually what's really neat about that is I have it open over here. And when it needs to make files or show me diffs, it'll show me everything. And in fact, if you see here, the session shows up right here. Like it's happening in real time, right? So it's thinking I can follow up, I can do all this work here. And what's really neat is that while that's going, I could open another tab, or I could just go into VS Code, and I can actually use the Copilot CLI down here. I have CLI and CLI local, and I can have it do a work tree and work on something else. So I could say, we'll do another voice task. Why not? While this spins up, hey, why don't we do like a really fun confetti on the announcements page when we have a new announcement, and we could track that in the settings based on what was there before. So I can send this off, and what's neat is that I'm going to now delegate this onto a work tree, which will be basically, think of a work tree as a copy in quotes of my code. But it's like a small shim in a way. It's like a small reference. So it doesn't have to copy everything in the Git database, but it's going to basically allow me to work on multiple branches of my code at the same time.
Oh my gosh. What's the max?
The infinite disk space.
Yeah.
Disk space, Katie, disk space. But you saw that, right? And I can select what different models I want. If I do a new chat here while that's cooking, I could also come down and I could delegate to the cloud. So I could say, wow, this looks amazing, but like I have a light theme and a dark theme, but I really want to have an Oregon theme. So let's get crazy with it. You know what I mean? Because, this is an app about skiing in Oregon. And boom, this is now going to delegate this work off to the GitHub coding agent in the cloud. So now these changes aren't happening on my machine.
Yeah.
Boom, happening in the cloud.
Oh my goodness. That's crazy. And it's cool to see that they're happening at the same time. And I know that there's other views where you can kind of see these in parallel happening?
You can see them all
All of
happening
your
here,
sessions. Yeah.
right here. So I see snow animations, confetti happening. I can manage them. But Katie, you said the most important thing, which is agents.
Agents.
That's right. If you click on agents, that's going to open up the brand new agents window. That's going to open up all of my different agents across all of my workspaces at the same time. So here we can see that I have my Meisner app. I have the My Cadence app. I have, where's Tiny Tooltown? I have a bunch in here, Tiny Tooltown happening here. So I can see all of them happening in real time that I've been working on. So all of those things are being picked up right here across the different areas. And I can pin them. So you can see I've been pinning a bunch of them. And we can see that things are kind of updating in real time. And I kind of get those similar views. So if I go into the Meisner app, there's a few in here. There's the Oregon theme that's kind of happening and it's spinning off, and I can manage that agent at the same time and see it happen. But I could look at one that was, here's the confetti effect for the announcements that I just kicked off. And I can see like changes that are happening in real time. I can mark them as done once they go. I can change the files. I can do a bunch of stuff, basically. Anything that I could do over there, I can do over here too, which is super neat.
Yeah, I feel like this is the key for me. Like, how does this visually appear? How can I work through all of these things at once and have one nice view of it instead of having to, context switch back and forth between different tools?
Yeah. And here, what's really nice is that you can merge, you can create pull requests. My favorite button is you can do a local code review. So if I kick this off, it's going to do a code review on the project and it's going to leave me feedback. What I love about this is I can actually go in and I can see like the diffs that it made. And I can leave little comments here. I can say, this is great, but, and I can leave comment. So here, for example, I could say, is snowing, right? It's just looking for, is 32 degrees. But I could say, oh, actually, look at the weather report for more detailed info. Else, maybe do a cold animation instead of snow. Now I can add this as feedback. And what's neat about this is like once I have feedback from myself and the code review agent or any of them, I can then send it off and the agent will then work on the exact feedback that I had.
Oh, so it brings together both your feedback, that feedback. And where is that all happening?
On my machine.
Okay.
Yeah. Obviously, like the agents, when I spin them out, I could be using a local model.
Mm-hmm.
So I could spin up like Foundry Local or Olam or something like that. I can connect to local models using my GPU and my NPU and my CPU processors here, just like Kayla did there. I don't have a fancy Ultra with me. I do have an Ultra, actually. It's at home, though. And it's fantastic. It's really great. I do not have an RTX Spark, although I would really like one, the dev box.
One day.
I'm a big desktop person. There's that. So this, I can just spin that off, or I can come back to it right here. Actually, this code review happened, and look at this. It's like, hey, we're doing this. It's like looking at this. I can edit the comment. I can do the feedback, right? It kind of gets the loop. It kind of shrinks the loop down, which is really cool. And I can say yes or no, what we want. And, Pierce Bogan is like a big fan of all these things.
Yeah.
He's like, we're literally coding live right now, Pierce. So we have that going on. So it's all happening in real time. Okay, wow. Things are happening. This is happening. This is scaffolding things out. We're exploring the weather page. We're scaffolding things out. We have this. Look at that. It built an entire MCP for us, which is rad. Weather page stuff for us have. The MAI code one Flash. I'm loving it so far. We have the Tiny Tooltown. Boom, that's going to open this page. Now it's going to test our features in real time that it's gone ahead and been implementing for us, right? We have the header, the footer, and now it says tools in town, 217 that put in the top up here. Maybe that's what I want. Maybe I don't. Yeah, it's close. It's pretty cool. And I could go ahead and follow those sessions up and I could do the thing, spin it off. Whew, this is a whirlwind tour. Am I talking too fast, Katie?
No, I mean, that's kind of what I was just thinking. Not even the fact that it's a whirlwind tour, but just the amount of things that you can kick off simultaneously and really refocus instead of just sitting and waiting for these things to happen. You can kind of pivot a little bit, get something else done, maybe, fire off a task and go focus on a different project. It's really cool that you can have more autonomy over your time to manage these things as they're happening.
Totally. And you literally just segued so good for the GitHub Copilot app.
Wow.
Because while all that's cooking, I can just chill with Mona here and let's cook. Let's cook over here. I'm ready. Boop, boop, boop.
I haven't seen this yet. This is pretty. This is pretty fun. So are those little power-ups?
Those are little power-ups. Mona's cooking over here, and yeah, I think this commit is a boost. There's bugs that I don't know if I have to avoid or if I need to squash, but I'm doing pretty good. I'm very excited about this.
This is kind of dangerous, though.
Wow!
I'm gonna spend some time on that.
Mona's back. This is the GitHub Copilot app. It's available on Windows, Mac, PC, Linux, all the things. I guess PC and Linux are there. But yeah, you can just kind of cook here and let this kind of happen.
But how should I think about this compared to everything else that we've seen so far?
So the reason I was kind of showing the CLI and the integrations back and forth with VS Code. Oh no! Okay, that is bad. So when you're coming from VS Code and this kind of code first approach, the team worked really hard to make this agents first approach with the agents window. You're already used to your extensions, your setup, your ecosystem, right? Being and hopping back and forth. You could see when I was here inside of the agents window, I could just open up your editor and it pop back in. I can do whatever I want, right? Back and forth in general with that. So that's really nice. Here, the GitHub Copilot app, you can think of it as you don't actually have to have your code living on GitHub at all. You could actually just go here and you can open a folder, for example. You can clone a GitHub repository, any repository. So just like in VS Code, you can do anything. But the cool part here is that you can have all of your work. So everything coming in across here, all a bunch of different things that are active going on here. You can have automation, so agentic workflows that are doing issue triage, change log drafts, so much more coming into this repo auditing. You can search, do quick apps. You can think of it as, I would say what if the team was building something completely from scratch, right? And they were going in and they were, thinking about how do we work with agents across these things. This is all leveraging the GitHub Copilot CLI, just like VS Code is able to it, the agents window is able to, obviously the CLI is there, the same harness. So how these things work together, but they streamline the process of really from start to finish of the entire software development lifecycle when working with agents on your GitHub repos, doing pull requests, triaging issues, pulling them all together, and then also being able to do unique things inside of it. So let's say I had Tiny Tooltown here and I wanted to do the same thing. I could say, we have Tiny Tooltown, a new work tree, the branch that I'm working on. I'm going to say, let's add a fun Microsoft Build 2026 theme to the app and fire that off. This now is going to go off. I could pick the model. I could do the same thing. It's just using auto, firing this off. This is going to go create the work tree for me. It's going to go spin everything off for me. And I can still open it in my editor, in the terminal, in Visual Studio. I can have flyouts here for code changes. You kind of get this similar experience that you're maybe used to, but if you're a developer that or non-developer that maybe doesn't even have VS Code installed, right? You are living and breathing with these cloud agents in there. You're able to go off and then just have this one environment for your entire setup. I think it's use the right tool that matches your vibe.
Yeah.
So I use all of the tools, but I use them a little bit different. This here is obviously now it's picking up 5.3 codecs as an auto mode. I still have plan mode, autopilot mode. But the thing that that they showed off were these canvases. And I don't actually have any canvases here. There's a markdown editor, a browser, a file explorer, but you can create a canvas. I don't know if we can do it. Let me see if I can create one.
Yeah, somebody here is saying it's kind of like an agile project management. It's kind of giving this cohesive view, like you're saying. But I think it's also an interesting opportunity because in VS Code, Visual Studio, a lot of these tools were building upon what was already there to create the best AI first experience. Whereas this GitHub Copilot app, we were able to create it from day one, which is interesting.
Yeah, now I'm not actually sure. I'm still new to canvases, but what you can see here is that we're kicking off different flows here. We're kicking off, I could come over to my cycling app and I could say, hey, let's go ahead and add in history page updates for showing estimated distance.
And after this, we actually are almost at wrap up time.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So you kind of get this entire experience. So we're going to go deep in the GitHub Copilot app. So you're going to see a lot more of it as well. But this is actually going to go off. It's going to create like a whole canvas. A canvas you can think of as it's not your app, but it's a way that you can create your own way of working with agents on your project. So maybe you like Kanban board styles. Maybe you want drag and drop. You can do all of this and they can scaffold these out automatically for you, which is really cool. So you can see these all sort of working in real time, but all of your work is integrated and the team's going to continue to iterate on it. But there's tons of stuff, right? So all sorts of stuff. You just go check it out. Head to developer.microsoft.com, build.microsoft.com, github.blog, all the places for all the things.
There's so much happening. We want to take you all with us and make sure you're seeing all the greatest and all the best. And this isn't the end. James and I are kind of at the end of our keynote wrap up, but we have a lot more sessions today at the Terminal Live booth. So stay tuned. In 15 minutes, Tim Rogers is going to join us and we're going to be getting deep. It's going to be really awesome.
This and so much more. All right.
All right.
Keep it here. We're going to mute ourselves and we're going to see you in 15.
See ya. All right, everybody. And we are back. We just did our keynote wrap up with James and myself. I'm one of your hosts, Katie Savage. But now we're going to kick it into a new gear. I have Tim Rogers here, and we're going to be getting into some fun San Francisco related projects. But first, Tim, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, thanks, Katie. Yeah, my name's Tim. I work on I'm a product manager working on Copilot at GitHub. So specifically, I work on Copilot Cloud Agent, which is the agent that you can assign issues to and mention in comments on GitHub and use from GitHub Mobile and all that kind of stuff. I've been working at GitHub for about 4 years, and before coming to GitHub, I spent a bunch of my career as a professional software developer building stuff, but then went into the product side of things to be more on the kind of strategy and working with customers and things like that. But still writing a lot of code and having agents write a lot of code for me as well.
Tim's a total pro. We're super excited to have you in the Terminal Live booth with us today. But before we get into anything else, Tim, what are you thinking of building today?
Yeah, so we're here in San Francisco for Build, right by the Golden Gate Bridge, which is super beautiful, although the weather's a bit grey and London vibes
classic
today. Yeah,
June gloom.
Yeah, it's not the nicest, most wonderful day, but it's still really nice to be here. I'm actually planning to move to San Francisco from London in a couple of months, and being a European, I love public transit, and that's how I expect to get around the city. So what I'm going to kind of play around with building today is a departure board in my terminal for one of the train systems here called BART, or Bay Area Rapid Transit. So once I've moved here, before I leave my house, I want to be able to see when the train's going to leave so I can get right on that train and get to work or wherever I'm going.
Okay, I'll bring up your machine. And no Bart slander. We love Bart here, but I think it could use some help a little here and there. So I'm super excited to have Tim on board to get it going.
Let's jump in. So I did a bunch of digging on this over the weekend, and it turns out that BART have an API for getting data on departures and what's coming up, which is great because we're going to need that live data to be able to build something like this. That API uses a standard called GTFS real-time. Honestly, I have basically no idea about what that is or how it works, but I'm pretty sure that I'm going to find that Copilot does know a lot about that. So
I was hoping you would know because I have no idea.
I think we're going to be okay. Maybe this is going to end really abruptly because I'm going to ask Copilot what's GTFS RT, and it's be I don't know, you tell me, and then we're going to be in a bad
then we're in a pickle.
I'm sure it's going to be fine. I'm sure Copilot's going to know what to do. So yeah, we've got this API that uses this standard called GTFS RT, which is just an open standard for transit APIs. And BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transit System, also publish a zip file which contains data about the stations, things like that we're going to need as well to build this. So I'm going to try to use a bunch of different Copilot products for this today to kind of bring together different things, but going to get started in the GitHub Copilot app, which we've been talking about a bunch over the past few weeks, including at Build today. What the Copilot app is, ultimately, if you've been using the Copilot CLI for the past couple of months, it's that same agent and all the power that has, all the models, support for MCP, support for skills, support for plugins, all those kind of things. Takes all of that stuff, but brings it into a different, more kind of visual interface for working. And it also has some really nice stuff to connect in with GitHub as well. So it's got a UI where you can see all your pull requests, you can see all your issues, all those kind of things, which is really nice. And you can kind of bridge from those into agents really easily. Is
this your typical starting point these days, or do you kind of switch it around based on what you're doing?
Yeah, kind of switching around based on what I'm doing. I more often than not just kind of start with a prompt, but it's really nice to be able to jump into pull requests and then go through that app to kind of fix builds, those kind of things. And we'll look at that a bit later. But as you can see on the left-hand side of the app, it's got a list of my projects. It's kind of the foundation. And then I can start chats in those projects, which are ultimately just threads or sessions with Copilot. One thing the app does really well, and we'll see that a bit later on, is that it makes it easy to parallelize work on the same project. So instead of relying on one folder, one branch, and having maybe 10 agents trying to work on it at the same time, we have this work trees thing, which is part of Git, but it allows us to have one repository but have multiple branches being worked on in parallel. And that's really good if you want to try a bunch of different experiments, build a bunch of different features, do different things at the same time, experiment, all those kind of things.
It feels lower stakes. You can kind of split up a task into multiple smaller chunks, test them out, and then see, how did it actually do, and see where you're going to actually bring it in.
Yeah, and I really love that. And another thing that's really cool in the app as well is that we've got this quick chats feature. So as well as kind of working in the context of a project, which is what I'm doing most of the time, like sometimes I'll just have a random question or a random idea I want to explore. It's not really related to one of my repos, but I still find this interface, this agent, a great place to do that. And I can quickly spin up that thread, have a conversation, do stuff, move on. But let's jump in and start building this app. So
Let's do it.
I've already created the repository on my machine and I've added it to the Copilot app. So I just do that using this like add button. I can import a repository from GitHub, take a folder on my computer, and I've already done that. So I've got this board section, click the add button, and then I just get a nice prompt input to get started on my project. I get all the stuff that I'm kind of used to from the Copilot CLI or from VS Code, so I can choose what mode do I want to work in. Do I want to be in interactive mode, plan mode, autopilot? I'm going to stick with interactive for now. I can pick my model and choose what I want to use. I'm probably going to flip around models a bit today, but I'm going to get started, I think, playing with GPT 5.5. One of the things I love about Copilot is that I can try so many different models, and I can, one day be playing with one thing, the next day be playing with something different. That's super fun. I really like that. So I try to experiment. Whenever a new model comes out, I want to try it. And, I guess I'm developing my own like intuition of how and when I want to use different models.
Totally. We get so many questions about that. Like, which model should I be using for what task? So as you're going and switching, any insights you have about why you like a certain one is going to be super helpful, I think.
Yeah, definitely. So let's get started with GPT 5.5. I want to build this. Over the past few years, I've been writing a lot of Rust. That's what I'm going to use today. And I say kind of writing in the loosest sense in a way, because today I'm very little of the code that I write at work or for fun is code where I'm like literally typing out the lines of code. Like for me now, I love the fact that it's just so much more about the ideas. Like I can focus much more on like, what do I want to build rather than being, so deep in every detail. Sometimes I want to be in the details and I can choose to be, but I have the freedom to choose. Like, do I want to be at the like 50,000 foot view, or do I want to be really zoomed in? And I can kind of flip between those things.
And especially a for fun kind of project from the beginning like this, it's nice to get a little bit more conceptual and not get bogged down in the details of it.
Yeah, definitely. Totally agree. Like when I'm working on stuff for GitHub, like I'm going to be much more involved in the code usually. Like I want to build something that's going to have really great longevity that other people are going to be able to understand. Whereas if I'm just building a personal project, like I'm totally fine for it to be very vibes based.
It's a little more experimental.
Based on like, do I like it? Does it look good at the end? Does it do the thing that I want it to do rather than is every detail great? So let's get started. I'm going to go and get this URL and I'm just going to put in a simple prompt. So I'm going to say, I want to build a BART departure board CLI in Rust. BART have a GTFS RT, pretending I know what that is when I don't know what it is, but I'm going to use the right language. API.
Confidence is key.
Departure information at. Here we go. Can you get that built for me? Or at least get started. Let's send that off and get Copilot to work. One thing I really love these days, and this is just one of my personal tips and it's changed my workflow in the past few weeks, is getting voice set up on my computer. I'm actually doing very little typing now, and I'm very often just like using an app to prompt using my voice.
Totally. James was just showing that off before. I feel like it's such a game changer because the speed at which I can talk is obviously much faster than I can type, but it's cool to just get something out of my brain without worrying about it being super clear the first time.
Yeah, I think that's the powerful thing about it, is that it just changes the mindset. Like when you're typing, you feel so much pressure to like, you saw me write that prompt there. There's so much pressure to like, even if you're talking to an agent, you still feel like you need to like type properly.
Yeah,
and, like,
clarity of ideas, all these things.
It's kind of nice just to be able to like word vomit your thing into a box somewhere. And like these agents can deal with that.
Yeah.
And I'm doing that for like working with agents, also using it for typing, Slack and Teams messages and stuff like that. I guess I can type pretty fast. And I used to think of myself as someone that wasn't like limited by typing speed. But as soon as I started doing this dictation thing, I kind of realized like, actually, I could go so much faster if I could just use my voice, and now I can.
It's a game changer. I mean, once you can drive, going back to biking to work is a harder switch for sure.
This is getting started now. It's starting to figure things out, initializing the project, working out what dependencies to use, that kind of stuff. Be interesting to see what happens. And it's always fun with these things. Like, I'm not going to lie, but before doing this, I've done a bit of testing of this idea just to like make sure that I can get to something like half reasonable. I haven't gone super deep and I haven't spent hours and hours on it, but I've done it a little bit before. It's fun though to see like actually this time and with this model, the agent's taking quite a different approach to last time I did this. So
Really?
this time it's choosing to use a available package called GTFS Realtime, which is like a package designed for these kind of APIs. Last time I did this, it decided to just like roll all that stuff itself. Like, it didn't use a package off the shelf. Maybe it was something to do with like.
It was like, I got this.
Yeah, it's like it's probably going to be fine. Like, this is easy. Like, I can do it in my sleep. Like, I don't need a package.
Yeah.
But this time, it's going down the package route, and honestly, that feels a bit better. But because of the vibe coding vibe, like last time, I was like, yeah, go ahead, like whatever you want. Like, you can do it your way. I don't know.
But this feels legit. And are you using a different model this time around? Or?
Yeah, I think last time I used maybe Sonnet 4.6, if I remember correctly. So could be something to do with maybe like the trading windows for those models as well. Like GPT 5.5 is a bit newer. We might find that it's got more recent data, and maybe this package is a bit more new. Or maybe it's just a random difference. It's quite likely that I could prompt the same model 5 times and get different results, and it might just like take a different direction. So
completely, yeah.
Working through it. It's taking a little while to get things off the ground, but I'm sure we're gonna get there before too long. Yeah, still installing the package, get everything installed. There's some extra fun stuff it has to do here because it has to like go and grab I mentioned there's like a zip file with the data on the stations. It has to go and grab that, it has to like bundle that into the app, all those kind of things.
Yeah, it's setting us up for success here.
Yeah.
And in your initial prompt, you kind of just had it, have at it. It seemed like.
I didn't give it much guidance. I didn't go down the plan mode route either, which I do sometimes. Like, again, it's in some ways it's like more of a kind of work versus side project mindset for me, maybe. Like
totally.
When I'm doing something for work, I'll generally be a bit more structured and start with a clearer plan and unsurprising, like a clearer set of requirements. Whereas doing something like this, it's much more just about like having fun and like I've got the time to iterate and I'm just happy for it to like come up with something and see where we get to and then iterate from there. That's easier to do in a brand new project that you're starting from scratch.
Totally.
When it's like you're not going to mess something up or confuse something.
Have you noticed is this is probably a very case by case question, but with the advent of these new tools, is the amount of time that you're spending planning a project versus actually executing upon what you're trying to do, has that grown or is it less or is it kind of the same?
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like that hasn't changed that much. Like, I think if anything, like, I think that there's different theories on this, right? Like some people go down this argument of like, we want to focus on planning everything up front because we can now execute on that plan really easily once we've got a clear plan. Honestly, though, I kind of tend more towards just like not thinking too much up front, honestly, and just like relying on iteration and the speed of being able to change things. Like planning is more valuable. Like I would argue, I guess, that like planning is more valuable when building stuff is expensive because it's like, I guess, the measure twice, cut once mentality. Like
completely.
Whereas actually with the agents that we have today, it's become so cheap and so easy to build things that in a way you need to plan less and you can afford to just like try to get something and then iterate from there rather than try to like figure out all the details up front.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that changes over time as well with these new models.
Yeah, this is following the path that I was expecting. So it's realized that like you've got these weird stop IDs for the stations and it needs to get this file that's got the mappings of like the station names to those IDs. So it's going down the right approach. It went onto the BART website. It's like downloaded the zip file with the data. So it's working through it. I think we're going to get to something that works initially pretty soon. Again, it's been fun to see the different variations in the output that you get here. Like I tried a prompt like this a couple of times. One time I got like a really beautiful, really cool CLI the first time.
You're like, awesome.
And then the other time I got something that was just like very basic and very bare bones. So obviously like I can prompt my way to the thing that I want. That's not a problem, but it's just, again, really interesting to see like what it comes up with. And it's honestly, the one where it did really well did like much better than I would have thought of myself.
Really?
So it's kind of fun when like the creativity of these models just like comes up with something really, really good.
And I guess that's kind of where the planning phase would come in, of defining that a bit. So you have a clearer sense of where you're headed, but I think it's fun to just let it go. We do have a question from YouTube. Someone's asking, is there an option to configure custom agents in the app?
Yeah, it's a good question. I from my understanding, we don't actually have custom agents in here at the moment. That's my belief, but I could be wrong about that. this is showing up as a prompt. Let's go and find out while Copilot is working on this. So
Yeah, we can have a little search about.
yeah, so if I go to my .copilot directory, which is where we store like the local agents and stuff, then I've got an agents directory in here. I've got 2 agents in here at the moment. So let's see if they're showing up at the app. I've got my data analysis agent and my reflection feedback agent. Let me have a look if they're in the skills directory as well. No. So let's see if the reflection feedback shows up. Yeah, it's not there. That's a good question. Like, I definitely want to look into that. Obviously, we've got custom agents in the CLI, and under the hood, the app is kind of powered by the same foundations, the same agents as CLI, but we don't have the custom agents here at the moment. So
Yeah,
I'll go back to the
probably
team with that one soon, I'm sure. Yeah,
I would
we've been
assume
working, we've been
yeah.
working really hard and really fast on this app and just like iterating super quickly. And I think we just haven't quite got that part in yet, but I'm sure it's not going to be far away.
Certainly. I mean, I think there is a degree of parity that we're trying to achieve between the two, but obviously quite different experiences and probably targeted at different, folks in different scenarios as well.
I wonder though, my guess is what you might find is that maybe the sub agents actually are available. Let's try this. So do you have access to a reflection feedback
using the quick chat?
Yeah, using the quick chat. And I'm going to use GPT 5.3 codex this time. I actually really like that model. It's not a super trendy one because it's kind of old now. The funny thing in this world is like when we're talking about AI, kind of old is like it's 2 months old.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, in the old days, that would have been like 2 years ago was old. Now it's like 2 months is old. I actually really like it as a model though. Like it's super smart and it's definitely on the cheaper side compared to some of the recent models. So you're going to get more value for your tokens, I think, a lot of the time. You're going to spend less of your credit and you can still get really good results. Which
I think is super important these days. I mean, I heard a similar thing yesterday in an AMA where they were saying, someone will say, oh, I'm all in on this model right now. And then the second the new one comes out, they're like, I haven't used that one ever since.
Friendship over.
Yeah, we broke up.
I don't need you anymore. Yeah. It moves so quickly. But yeah, that's one of my recommendations and tips actually is like, if you're always using the kind of latest, fanciest models, like that's great. But if you're trying to kind of get more bang for your buck and like use your credits more effectively, then it's going to be a bit better to think a bit about what models you want to use. In the model picker, we've got different categories. We've got the versatile category, the powerful category, the lightweight category.
And we have auto as well.
And auto as well, yeah. Auto is really great because it kind of picks a model for you based on the prompt that you put in and also based on like kind of system availability, error rates, like latency, those kind of things. So it helps to make sure that you're going to have a good experience and you're going to use like the right model rather than always using the fanciest one.
From what I've heard, for the majority of tasks, that makes sense, especially if you're, trying to be cost efficient. But there's probably a few where it's like, hey, I know this model is the one for me for this particular task.
So yeah, on that custom agents question, it looks like the answer is like, actually, it does have access to custom agents. So this is the custom agent that I had and it's able to use it. What we don't have is a UI for switching between them though. So it can choose to use that custom agent, or you could put in the prompt, like use the reflection feedback agent to do X, Y, Z, but you don't have that like easy switcher. Like you don't have the / agent that you have in the CLI right now, but I'm sure we're going to add that really soon.
Yeah.
So let's go across to this project here. And we've got like, it says that we've got a basic version here now. One of the things I really like in the Copilot app as well is that it has an integrated terminal and an integrated browser. So I don't have to like switch between windows and do all that kind of faffing about. Like I can do everything from here. And it's even giving me the commands to run. So this command's going to get me the departures from a station here called Embarcadero. So let's put that in and see what happens.
That's near where we are actually right now.
Right here, yeah, just around the coast from here. So this is actually looking pretty good as a starting point. Like it's got the data. This looks kind of same. We can see there's a train going now. There's a train in a couple of minutes. So this is basically working now. But obviously what we've got here is like the simplest, least fancy, least nice option. Like it works.
It gets the job done, but it's boring.
But we're here. We've got a bit of time, so we can try to make this a bit more fun and exciting. So one of the things that I really wanted to do here is that actually the BART departure boards are actually quite kind of cool and stylized. Like this orange and black vibe.
Ooh.
And I want to get that into my TUI because I think that's going to, bring me a bit of joy every day when I use this. So let's try moving towards that. And I'm just going to prompt Copilot to do that for me. So can you style this as a full screen terminal application? and use the iconic orange and black colors like the real life.
You could even add a picture of it
Yeah,
if you wanted to.
Let's do it. Let's see what happens.
To our discussion earlier about sometimes it's hard to get the words out right. You can just plop in a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. So exactly like this.
This is the one. Send it over.
It's going to be so legit.
And I'm not the first person to do something like this. It looks like someone's built like a cool hardware project here in one of these boards.
Oh, that's
quite
cool.
Nice. Mine's not going to be quite that cool, but I still do love a terminal application.
It's going to be as cool as it can be in an hour.
So let's see where it gets to. I'm really loving building these kind of things with agents. Like, I feel like I've always been someone who had a lot of side projects, like building lots of random fun things. But in the past, it felt like you had to invest so much time to build these things. Like a relatively simple thing, you could easily spend like a whole weekend just getting something to work.
Yeah.
It's just like crazy today that you could like make that thing that would have taken you probably a whole weekend in genuinely like 10 minutes or something.
Totally. I mean, it's like the time from getting an idea in your head to just an MVP that I think is so powerful. I mean, you know, whether or not you're on board with the vibing mentality, I just think that's a cool ability to have, to say like, I have this idea, I don't have time to work on it. Let me send it off to the agent and just have it take a crack at it at least.
Yeah. And I think as developers, that's a big thing in a way, is like having those different modes. Like maybe that kind of vibe coding mindset isn't right for everything you're doing, but if you're building a prototype, even if that's a prototype for work,
yeah,
like, that's really valuable to be able to get to something really, really quickly and see it. Like, is that the thing you're going to push to production and use with like millions of customers? Maybe not, but
yeah,
it helps you to figure out whether this is a good idea, like to figure out the design, to figure out what you need. And it's a really cheap way of doing that rather than spending a week or 2 weeks or whatever on the prototype.
And as a product person as well, like it's nice, you know, I'm no engineer. I'm not, you know, in it every single day, but for even someone like me to be able to create that MVP and say, hey, here's what I'm thinking and show that off. And that's something I could then hand off to a real engineer to have them implement.
That's the thing we're seeing a lot at like on the GitHub team and on the like VS Code teams and things like that, is like unlocking more people to be able to build prototypes and share ideas, like,
and in design as well.
Yeah,
I've seen quite a few designers really take up the technology, which is cool to see.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. Like, you know, there's that like a picture is worth 1,000 words thing, and like agents mean that anyone can build these prototypes, and it's not just a picture, like it's actually a thing that you can use and play with and kind of get a sense of the user experience as well. And that's really, really cool.
Totally. And to your point, there's obviously a level of expertise and knowledge of security needed to make sure that these things make it into product successfully. We're not just going to vibe something and send it off, but it's cool to just get that first step.
Yeah, I think it's just that mentality thing. Like, we're at the kind of prototyping stage. It's really, really great. Like, we can lean into the like vibe coding mindset for stuff we're deploying to production every day on GitHub. Like, we're not doing that. Like, we still have, you know, rigorous code review supported by Copilot code review, but human code review as well. And we're still like taking those details really, really seriously, but we still find that agents help us to do things
get off the ground. Yeah.
So I think we're going to have a new version here. Let's see how it's going. There we go. That's looking a bit better. We've got a full screen app now, which is quite cool.
It got creative with the colors.
Yeah, it got creative with the colors. I think I'd rather have like a more like real black. So I think I'll just get to move back towards that. But we've got the orange now. We've got some bold fonts, which is pretty cool. I like these timings as well. That's quite nice. Like, that's like the actual departure boards in the stations. Like, it says like a couple of times together. It's pretty cool. So I'm going to interrupt now because it's doing some boring stuff, you know.
Yeah, we're over it.
I'm over it. Like, I don't need that detail. I think changing the color here is going to be pretty easy. So I'm going to switch to a kind of lower end model for that. So I'm going to go and use one of our lightweight models. I'm going to use GPT-5.4 Mini. I'm going to switch into that. I'm going to say, can you change the background to be fully black? And I'm pretty sure that's going to be an easy one. It's going to come back with an answer quickly. I'm actually finding, you know, we've got this big range of different models of different tiers. Like, these mini models are obviously smaller, much, much cheaper, much faster as well, which is great when you're doing these kind of demos. Like, actually, when I'm working with customers and doing demos and stuff, I very often switch to these models because you just see things happen much more quickly. And, you know, in a demo, it's kind of boring sometimes to have to wait a long time. So I think it's already got it. So let's run it again. It thought it had got it, but it doesn't look like
thought
it
it did.
Yeah. Maybe it's something to do with the theme of this terminal. Let me switch over to my other window and see if it might be that. So let's go to the directory. I think this is the right one. Yeah. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
It's just saying to do with the terminal styling and the GitHub app. I don't know exactly how that works, but you know.
But we figured it out.
So this is a kind of basic version we've got here now. One thing that kind of jumps out to me is that it only refreshes every 30 seconds, which seems kind of lame. Like I'd like to be able to press a button to refresh. So let's go ahead and try to add that. I'm going to try to trust in GPT-5 for me. Let it have a go. Maybe it's not going to be able to do it. We can give it a go. Let's try. So can you make it?
I feel like we're treating it like a child. We're like, we'll just give it a chance.
Yeah, I know. Like these are like it's kind of funny, right? Because GPT 5.4, I don't know the exact data, but it's as good probably as the best models that we had a year ago or 2 years ago. So it's just funny how the like base level is going up over time. And now
our expectations as well.
Now we look at a model from like 6 months ago and we're like, oh, that's so old and rubbish. And it's our expectations are changing very
Think
quickly.
about where we started. We do have a good question that's a bit general, but I'd like to contextualize it to you and your experience. So someone is asking, how do I choose the right tool to use? The GitHub Copilot CLI or the app? And I just wanted to ask you how you are using them and how you think about when to use which one.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is probably like the number one most common question that I get asked, honestly, is like, how should I decide which of these agents to use? And honestly, the answer I would give is like, try them and just see what feels right for you. The kind of magic thing here is that all these tools are like using the same agent underneath. Like we have one kind of shared agent implementation now that we're using across a bunch of these different things, what we call like the runtime or the harness. And effectively like the CLI or the app are just like wrappers around that, like different interfaces for using it. So really it's like whatever you choose, you still get the same models, you get the same like MCP support, the same skills, the same intelligence. It's just really like a matter of what you enjoy using. Yeah. And I've been on a real journey personally on each of these tools that I use. So 9 months ago, I was all about VS Code. Then when the CLI came out, I really switched to that and went heavily on that because I found that for the kind of work that I do, I find like I'd still review the code a lot of the time, but I find the mindset helpful of like reviewing the code at the end rather than like reviewing it at every step. Like it helps me to kind of disconnect and like focus on getting the functionality that I want first and then making the code good. Whereas when you're in an editor, you always feel like there's the kind of pressure to do both at the same time. And you kind of always like, it helps me to get to the thing I want to get to faster. And then once it works, then I can decide like, how much do I want to polish this? Like how deep do I want to go on review and making changes? So that's what kind of drew me to the CLI, was like taking me away from the code in a way and encouraging me to think more about like, does it work? Think more about the concept.
Yeah.
And then over the past month or so, I've really then like switched on from there to the app. And the driver for that for me is like, I just find it much easier to parallelize work in the app. My way of working has totally changed with AI. Like I used to, like everyone, be doing like one thing at a time. And now very often I've got 5 or 6 agents running at the same time doing different things. I could do that in the terminal just by like having different terminal tabs, but I find the interface in the app just makes it easier to do that. Just stuff like, having these trees with different repos so I can easily find stuff that I was working on. You get a little badge in the UI as well, like when it's waiting for your input, so you can kind of easily know where you need to be.
Yeah.
Get like little sound notifications as well to pull you in at the right time. So I find that stuff really, really helpful. So my advice honestly would be, whatever you choose, you're getting the same great agent, you're getting the models, you're getting the skills, you're getting the MCP servers. So it's really about like, what's your style of working and what do you like? Try them, see what you think, and don't let anyone tell you like you're not cool if you don't use the CLI. Like use the thing that you enjoy using that works for you and helps you to be productive and have fun is what I would say.
Totally. I mean, our teams are putting so much effort and energy into all these tools to make the experience as good as possible. To Tim's point, I think there's a preference side to it. There's a context side, dare I say, like, are you thinking big ideas first, or do you really want to get in to your editor as quickly as possible? And also task, and like, do you want to see all of your workflows in one place? How are you actually working?
Yeah. So we added our refresh button now, which I think is working, although it's not very easy to tell if it is, to be honest, which is unfortunate. Let's close this again and open it up.
Let's
It says
see.
it's going to refresh every 30 seconds, which is nice, but I'd like that to count down so at least I know when it's going to refresh. So let's do that as well. So can you add a countdown at the bottom to the next refresh? Replace.
Because otherwise it's like, well, when is that actually happening? That's like when you go to a shop and it says be back in 10 minutes. I'm like, well.
And especially now, like when I'm just building this, like I don't 100% trust it. Like maybe it's working, but I want to make sure. So let's see how it does. I'm sticking with 5.4 mini, giving this a good bit of exercise. This is actually quite a good experience. Like I don't tend to spend this long using mini models, and it's nice to see like actually it seems to be doing a pretty good job. Like and this is obviously not a complex application. Like it's brand new, it's very small. But I'm often surprised. Like I've sometimes been guilty of getting into that like intelligence maxing mindset where it's like I'm always going to use Opus 4.8 or whatever, and I just get like indexed on one model. I'm just going to use that all the time. But it's a good reminder doing these kind of things that actually there are a bunch of other things that I can use, and I can like pick the model based on what I'm doing, and like I want to use my credits effectively and not just like burn. Like if I'm asking a simple question or building something really simple, I don't need the fanciest, most complex model. I can choose to use something that's going to be cheaper, but also much faster usually. Like we saw that here, like when we were building this at the beginning, like that first turn that I did with GPT 5.5 was actually quite long. Like it took a bunch of time, we were sitting here chatting for a couple of minutes, whereas these turns are taking like 5 or 10 seconds each time. They're much quicker because we're using a much smaller, simpler model that can work faster. Okay, we've got our ticker now. It's refreshing.
It's happening.
It's really nice. And I'm going to press R, wait for it. We're going to see what happens. Does it work?
All right, fingers crossed.
So I pressed R and it reset and it refreshed. That's looking good. So we've got something pretty good here. This is quite nice. I'm liking it. One thing that I don't like about it though is like, oh, that's interesting. What's it using? So this is currently filtered to all stations, interestingly, which is maybe not super helpful. So I think we had a feature in here to set it to a specific station. So we enter a.
Oh, so that you could just see, if I'm going to Fruitvale, then I can see all the.
So I'm going to do cargo run. I'm going to put Embarcadero. And there we go. Now we're getting just the Embarcadero departure, so we can see what's coming up, which is
that's
nice. Yeah.
And I feel like that's the most practical.
Yeah, that's actually the way that you would use it. Like it's not that useful to see like all the departures anywhere. Like that's probably not going to be super helpful for you. And this actually did a better job than some of my previous ones. So in one of my previous iterations, it kind of built a kind of slightly lame version originally where I had to like know these like crazy station codes. It's like, how the hell am I going to know that?
Off the dome.
And I had to like prompt it to like add that in. But this time it's done a better job, and I could just like type it in and it can do it for me. So I can put in another one. I can put in Powell, and it's able to find the Powell Street departures as well. So it can do that stuff for me, which is pretty nice. I'm actually going to tell it to hide these trip numbers because that isn't that useful. So
not for us.
Get rid of that. We don't need that. They're not going to be useful.
I mean, I'm impressed.
Yeah, it's like I feel like it's so easy for this stuff just to become totally normal, but it is like kind of insane that I could just like paste the URL of this like random, not even API docs. Like there's not actually many docs for this API. They're just like,
oh my goodness, you just figured it out.
They're just like, it's a GTFS RT endpoint. This is the URL, and it's like, okay, I know how to do that, and it comes up with this whole thing that just like pretty much works.
So where are we going from here? I mean, once we get these things hidden.
Yeah, they're gone.
Oh,
that's
perfect.
Great. Yeah, I wonder where we should go from here. What would be fun?
Well, I'm thinking. Well, when I use, some kind of mapping application, sometimes I like to see, I'd like to get to a certain place on Tuesday at 5.
Yeah.
When should I leave? What train should I take?
Yeah.
Is that something we can do? Is that?
Yeah, let's have a go. Let's see how it does. Yeah. Cool, we've done that. So that's going to get a bit more complex now. So I'm going to switch back to a more complex model. I'm going to go to Opus 4.8.
Something a little sturdier.
That came out last week, I think. I find it hard to keep track because things move so quickly, but I think it was last week. And that's a new favorite model for me. So
that's a year in AI time.
Yeah, it's a year in AI time. So let's have a go at doing that. Is there a way with GTFS RT that we can build some kind of planning?
And while it's cranking, we can get through a couple questions here as well.
let's say Wednesday. Let's see how it gets on. While it does that, let's jump into the questions.
All right. We have a good one here from YouTube. So how can you work on non-GitHub repositories? For example, Azure DevOps. Can you use cloud sessions on these, or is that kind of a totally different process?
Yep. So you can easily work on projects that are not on GitHub in the Copilot app or in the CLI. All you have to do is just click this little plus button, pick local repository, and if you've got it cloned, you can work on it. You still get the ability as well to like parallelize multiple sessions at the same time, because we've got that Git work trees thing that lets you kind of check out multiple branches at the same time. What you don't get at the moment is kind of like this My Work screen where you can see your issues and your PRs, or if it's ADO, like your work items and that kind of stuff. But I guess the beauty of MCP is that you can still get a lot of that stuff into your agent. You can still, have the Azure DevOps MCP server installed and ask questions about your work items, ask it to plan stuff for you, all those kind of things. So you've got a bunch of power there.
Yeah, still definitely powerful.
All right, ask me a question. This is one of the things I really love in the CLI and in the Copilot app as well, is that we have this flow where it can actually like ask me questions to figure out what I want. Let's see what it said.
Yeah, it's really reasoning through that.
Yeah, it's like it's noting the fact that like if you're going to like connect between different trains, like that's going to be really complicated.
Yeah,
but we can stick with direct to direct for now, just to like make things simpler and not go too ambitious. So let's press number 1 and then let it go and do the thing.
I love that it knows its own limitations. It's like, for now,
let's not do that. Like, let's start with something simple, and then we can get to the
building blocks
later. Yeah.
All right. I've always found it interesting, even when you're not actively in plan mode, sometimes it still kind of takes you through that flow, because, it's a pretty open-ended problem that we're working through right now, right? There's so many ways to attack it. And so I like that it guides me through its own thinking of which way do we want to go here.
Yeah, it's definitely something we think about a lot as we like build these agents, is like getting that stuff right. And it's a hard thing to calibrate with that like slider, because if every time you did anything, it asked you like questions and asked you if you agreed, then like that would just not be useful. Like it would waste so much of your time.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're asking it to do something relatively ambitious, in that case, actually you want it to confirm with you up front, because otherwise you might waste a bunch of time and also just like waste a bunch of tokens on something that's not actually going to work. So there's a kind of calibration piece there where we want it to confirm with you, not for trivial things, but like if it's going to do something big and ambitious, it's great if the agent can check in with you first and make sure that it's going in the right direction. We try to push it towards the right behavior and have like tests that cover that, so that we stick with it over time. But then of course you can like make choices, right? Like if you're in plan mode, then you're kind of saying explicitly that I want to plan everything before I go ahead and do it. And then autopilot mode also gives you a nice way of kind of skipping these things. Like you don't have, when you're in autopilot mode, it will just skip past those questions and make an assumption and move forward. So we don't force you to have like one flow. You can, depending on what you want to do, you can choose what you want.
Yeah, exactly. And to our discussion earlier, depending on what you're building, like if this is just a personal project, I just want to get something cool.
Get it autopilot. Just
that's
like,
different. Yeah, that's totally different than I'm at work.
Oh, this is nice. So it's actually chosen to use Rubber Duck, which is one of the really nice features in the CLI and in the Copilot app. So what Rubber Duck does is it kind of, when you're using the agent, it's like using the model that you picked. What Rubber Duck allows it to do is like go and get a second opinion from a different model to get feedback on its plan and get feedback on its approach. So here again, it's like recognizing the thing that we've asked it to do is quite ambitious, and honestly, who knows how it's going to do it. And it's like, well, maybe it'd be a good idea to get a second opinion, and you can use Rubber Duck to do that. So what that does is kind of like works across different module families. So if I've got Opus 4.8 selected, then it's going to go and get a second opinion from an OpenAI model to get like a kind of a different vibe, a different way of thinking to challenge what it's doing. And again, this is a way that we can like improve the quality of what we're doing. Ultimately, that's the goal.
And that's something you could specify as well. I could say I want it to use Rubber Duck, but it's cool that it did that automatically. And are you mainly seeing that for tasks like this, where it is a little more open-ended? If you have something specific, it's probably not needing that second opinion.
Yeah, again, there's a kind of calibration thing that we've done where we try to get that to happen at the right times and not when it's just gonna like waste a bunch of tokens or be annoying. So
yeah,
generally what I'll find, like for a complex something complex like this, it's going to like choose to do that proactively to like use the rubber duck. Otherwise, I can obviously jump in and decide that I want to do that and ask it to try to build that way.
Yeah. And for rubber duck, is it choosing those kind of randomly, or can you specify which ones you want it to use?
For the models, do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, at the moment, it's kind of, we're doing this like cross-model family thing where like, if you're using OpenAI, it will use Anthropic, and if you're using Anthropic, it will use OpenAI. But I think there's a interesting future thing there to be able to like configure that yourself and ask for specific models.
Yeah.
That'd be a really, really interesting idea.
Mm.
So how is this doing? It's working on it. It's building some stuff. I want to get into the parallelization though. So let's commit what we've done so far. And then we can spin up another work tree to do something else, which might be a bit of fun.
I love it.
That's committed.
Like, let's press pause on this. And
So now this one's going to run in the
switch it
background
up.
and I can start another one at the same time. So we've got this. And what I feel like doing now maybe is like trying to build a kind of maybe a mobile app version of this as well, which might be fun. You know, we've got a bit more time. Time's running out, but these things can move really, really quickly. So let's see how we get on. So I'm going to choose Gemini 3.5 Flash. We actually added this to the CLI and to Cloud Agent, a few other things last week, which is pretty cool.
It's fresh.
Excited to have the Gemini models in these products as well. You know, one of the best things about Copilot overall is that we've got the big models from all the big providers, and that means that, you know, these providers are working so hard all the time building new models. And, you know, this week, maybe Gemini 3.5 Flash is the best model in the world. Who knows what it's going to be next week? Mm-hmm. With Copilot, you can kind of trust that whatever's great right now, you're going to have it. You don't have to, you know, be scared that an amazing model is going to come out and you're not going to get it. Like, you can generally trust with Copilot that whoever's winning, it's going to be available in the tools that you're used to using. And I really love that. So
yeah, we're on it.
Gemini 3.5 Flash for this. I'm going to say, can we convert this into a simple mobile app using Tori? I want to run it in the iOS simulator in my machine. I've been using Tori a lot recently. It's a, like, I'm not sure I'd say framework exactly, but it's like I think framework is fair. It's a framework that allows you to build like cross-platform applications in Rust. So it kind of combines kind of Rust for the back end with web technologies, JavaScript, CSS, and stuff for the front end. The GitHub Copilot app is actually built in Tori.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and I've been building a lot of stuff with it recently, and it's really fun. And the best thing, agents are really good at using it, so they can spin up amazing projects for you really, really quickly, which I love. And I've been building a lot of these fun things at the moment.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so I'm going to let it do that. In the meantime, we've got this other session running as well.
Yeah, how's it doing?
To install Apple software. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm sure I already have the simulator. Maybe I don't. I do. I don't know why it's doing that. We'll see how it gets on.
We'll just let it do it.
Yeah, we'll just let it do its thing. And we can see here, this is running in one of these work trees. So on my sessions in the app, I can click this little thing at the top. It shows me the kind of status of my session. And we can see here, this is running in a different directory. So this allows me to parallelize. So I don't have all these agents like stepping on each other, like trying to touch the same code at the same time. I can really parallelize and have them working independently in their own branches, and then I can deal with that at the end.
Yeah, that's a game changer.
One other thing I want to show, which I really love with this, is a feature we have called remote control. And to do that, I'm going to open up iPhone mirroring. So let's see if it's going to connect. It was working for me earlier.
Oh, wow. We're getting into all the different pies.
Come on, you can connect. Conference Wi-Fi is always hard, so yeah. I won't be super surprised if this doesn't work.
It's ambitious.
It was working for me earlier when I was here, so I don't know why it's not working now. Let me see if I can wake it up. One more try. Maybe I'll have to give up. I can always go on GitHub.com instead if it doesn't work, but it's more fun with the mobile version. There we go. We can see my phone.
Oh, wow.
So let's go to GitHub.
That's great.
And go to the Copilot tab. And in here, I can see my sessions that are running on my local machine as well. So I can be like anywhere in the world. I can be like going out to grab a coffee,
going to BART.
Going on the way to the BART station. I can still be working with my agent. So this works with Copilot Cloud Agent, which actually like runs in the cloud in its own cloud environment, but it also allows me to see and control my sessions in the Copilot CLI and in the Copilot app as well. So if I click onto this,
so this is just really freeing you up and giving you the ability to do things on the go. Is that mainly how you use it?
Yeah, that's how I'm typically using it. Like I'll And on the go in the loosest sense as well, like, I work from home all the time. So I'm, heading out to, like grab a coffee, take the dog for a walk or whatever. And I can still be working with my agents while I'm doing that. I'm not like tied to where I am. Let's see what's going on here. Why isn't it opening? This is still working through it, doing our iOS migration. Also got the planning stuff going on. So we're really exercising Copilot here, getting to do a bunch of things at the same time, like working on quite hard problems. I don't know why this isn't working for me today. Signed into the right account. Let's try closing the app and see if that helps.
Kifa says what we're doing is quite similar to their project, so you can get some inspiration.
I have to remember how you open the app switcher. There we go. Let's try again. It's always hard doing demos and like live recordings. I use this app literally all the time, like every single day, and I've never seen this happen before today.
It's so classic.
Not sure why I'm having bad luck, but it really doesn't want to load these logs for some reason. Let's go back to another one to see if I can get on to something else. Is this one going to load, or am I just having really, really bad luck? I wonder if it might be the internet connection otherwise.
It definitely could be the internet.
All right. Well, I'll give up on that. But the basic idea is like, if I configure the remote control mode on this, which I can see here. Oh, where is it? Should be at the top. It's not showing up. Maybe that's why. It's just right.
It's hidden somewhere.
It's actually off. So that might be.
That is probably.
So if you turn this remote control mode, then you're going to be able to control your agent running locally from anywhere. And you can do that from github.com, or you can do it from the mobile app, which I really, really like. Of course, as well, we've got the like cloud agent as well, which allows me, even if I haven't like started something on my computer, I can still get Copilot to work on something wherever I am and whatever I'm doing. So if I go into the Copilot app here, I click this new session button, and then I can just spin up a task to work wherever I am and whatever I'm doing. So just, yeah, seems to be some problems with the internet connection, I think. Well, there we go. It finally came up.
There we go. Yeah.
Pick a repo, put in my prompt, so I can just say like, add extensive unit tests, pick a model, and I can literally start off an agent doing something wherever I am. Like my computer can be shut, it could be completely offline, and this stuff just like runs in the cloud in the background. So I'm often using this. Don't tell my wife, like watching TV, and I'm like, on my phone, I'm probably coding at the same time. Like it's very unhealthy, but I'm always working on these side projects, trying to like do new things. And it's great to be able to do that from my phone and not to be, I don't have to have my laptop on the sofa watching TV. I can be a bit more discreet, and I can be like just using my phone and getting stuff done.
I like that. Or I was going to say, you're not tied to your office. At least you can be on the couch and hang out a little bit, even though you're actively doing some stuff.
Still making progress on these things.
So that new one you just started off in the mobile version, you'll be able to see here as well.
Yeah,
and manage.
Right. Yeah.
Nice. So it's still cooking. We still have about 12 minutes. So
let's see how we get on. We've given it some ambitious tasks. I think we're going to have the mobile app pretty soon now.
Yeah.
Right now. It's getting towards the kind of end point, and we'll see how it looks at the end.
And we're like, oh, we've been waiting. It's been 6 minutes to build a whole
it's
mobile.
kind of crazy, right? Like we have such high expectations now that everything's going to happen immediately, but we're actually like churning on a relatively complex thing here. Like, making this app would have been like, at least for me, maybe I'm just not a very good developer, but this is the kind of thing that I would have spent like probably multiple weekends doing to get something that I liked. And now I can like get something working and then build on it really, really quickly, which I like.
Yeah, there's an interesting thing to that as well. And I think part of it is choice fatigue that you would have probably if you were building it, maybe, over indexing on certain smaller aspects of the application. Whereas it is nice in some cases, you could tell Copilot exactly what to do in each scenario, but sometimes it's nice to give it the reins to make a decision and say, all right, let's see how we can go from here.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get this to work. So I'm going to open up a terminal here. I think there's a chance this might actually be ready to run. What's it doing? It's initializing, so it's making progress there.
All right.
We're going to get there. How is the Journey Planner 1 going? Seems like it's making some good progress here. It's running the linter, that kind of stuff. So maybe I'm going to be a bit ambitious and see if it's actually going to work. So let's run cargo run with help.
We're impatient.
I'm impatient. Like I'm not just like this because I'm live streaming. I'm like it all the time. Like when the agent's wrapping up, I'm just like, come on.
Yeah, like,
I wanna
hurry
see it.
up.
Like, let me see what you've done. Okay, it looks like it's installed a bunch of dependencies now, so it's got to compile those.
Quick question here. Is there an option to choose tool selection from a particular MCP? So if it has 100 tools, you don't necessarily want those all active. How do you select them?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't actually know about that in the app. Let's have a look. So we've got this settings button here. Then we've got MCP servers. So if I press edit, yeah, it looks like there isn't tool selection in here, which is, again, something that would be great to add. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a way of doing that here. What I do know that you can do, though, is I think from the CLI, you probably do have this control. So if I...
And certainly from VS Code
yeah,
as well.
in VS Code, you definitely have it. So in the CLI, I'm pretty sure that when you configure the MCP server, you can specify what tools you want to allow. So yeah, like here we've got asterisk, but we can put in a comma separated list as well. And this is just more proof of the fact that like under the hood, the CLI and the app are kind of the same thing. Like this reuses the same MCP configuration, sharing almost everything. It's just a UI layer on top.
Totally.
Okay, so looks like we've got something here. So it has our plan.
Right.
So let's do cargo run -- plan. Then what are the command line arguments going to be? It's got what you want. Arrive by.
To from. All right.
So from, let's say, Embarcadero.
I wonder why you would ever want no live.
Yeah, that doesn't seem very helpful. I think it's probably because they've got the whole schedule and it's like mixing the schedule in with live data. So let's say we want to arrive. Let's say we want to go today. So we're going to put 2026, 06, 2. And let's say arrive by, let's say 1500. Is that the right format? Let's see. This may not work at all. We literally have no idea.
We'll find out.
So yeah, it seems that it's come up with an idea. This is its kind of options of how we can get from Embarcadero to PAL for 3 o'clock.
Oh, all right.
So like get the 2:55. It's going to arrive at 2:58. So really easy. Oh, and we've got a simulator popping up.
Oh my gosh, it's all happening at once.
I know, it's all just coming together.
We were waiting for some.
Our last minutes. It's all coming together.
It's perfect. All right. It's loading.
Guess it's like it's maybe has to download the iOS image. I hope not, because that's not going to work well on this internet connection.
I'm very happy with our planner though.
And Xcode is opening as well. Yeah, the planner's turned out really good. Like when you said like let's do the planner, I was like, oh, that sounds scary. Like, I'm like, oh, I don't know if that's gonna work. But seems like it's actually managed to figure it out, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Or it's given us something.
Surprised that we managed to do it. I don't love the design of this, but equally like the other one's kind of like a terminal you would like keep running like in the background, but actually it kind of makes sense for it just to like spit out an answer.
We're on function right now.
Yeah, this one's function focused, and I think we've got something that works here. How is the simulator doing? Oh,
let's see.
We've got a simulator. Let's have a look at what it says here. What is it trying to do? I think it's running. I can't see the shell output, unfortunately. Maybe it's still compiling. I'm going to kill it because I am being very impatient. So let's go into this. We're going to need to. We've got terminal here actually, so let's use this one.
All right, what's going on?
Let's remove this. Aha.
Okay.
Let's try the number 7. Oh, yeah, it says the simulator isn't installed. That's very unfortunate. I don't really understand how that's true because, I mean, the simulator factually is installed.
It is.
I can literally see it here.
Where's it looking? What's
I
happening?
don't know why it's so lost. Maybe we can do it. Is it this?
It's shy. It doesn't want to show.
Let's see how the internet connection goes. This is. I can't imagine this is going to end well. But we'll try. Oh, it seems pretty fast actually. It seems like we might be able to install it. Let's give it a go.
All right. We've got 5 minutes.
What else should we do? Have we got any questions we want to answer as well? Or maybe another idea of something we can do in the last second?
In 5 minutes? Probably with our Bart board, huh?
Yeah.
I don't see any new questions, so I think we have 5 minutes to just get something going.
What can we go? So this is going. Let's see if we can get the iOS app up and running. But otherwise, we can jump back into this one. What does it say? It's got some nice options. It's explained like how it did the planner, which is cool. This is nice. What should we build next? Let's get this all up into a pull request, actually. So I'm going to say, can you commit all these changes and open a pull request? That's one of the things that I really love, having the GitHub MCP server and just being able to like tell an agent to do these things for me. Like I remember in the past, obviously committing isn't hard, but I spent a lot of time, getting the pull request together, writing the title, putting the body together, and now I can have an agent honestly write something better than I would have written realistically. And
totally. And that's one of those things I'm happy to delegate because it's not like I'm taking a lot of pride in the process of creating it. So
no, exactly.
Just get it off my plate.
No, it's nice to be able to do those things a bit more quickly. There we go. It's figuring things out. Xcode's doing its thing. It's nearly downloaded. I don't know how quick it's going to be once it downloads. We can just cross our fingers that once the download finishes, it's really, really quickly. Because I would love to see this.
Me too.
I'm excited to see how it looks. Like, are we going to have the nice black and orange vibes? Like, what is it going to come up with?
I know. I want to know what assumptions it's made about this. Like, what's it thinking? But we'll see.
I haven't added the Git remote. That's the problem.
Okay.
So
okay.
I think I put it in here. Let's have a look.
Somebody wants this as a sample for training. I know in the past we've done this for build last year in GitHub Universe, and we did release some samples from those. So I would expect we'll do something similar. So stay tuned for that.
Let's add our Git remote. We'll put in a README as well.
Evil Tim Rogers.
Yeah, this is my secondary account. I had to be careful. We've got all the GitHub secrets on my main account.
Makes sense.
I don't want to accidentally share any important information. Oh, it's already creating a repo for me. That's unfortunate. It was trying to do the same thing as me at the same time. Xcode says we've got the simulator now.
All right.
Back into here.
We're down to the wire. It's getting real now.
I really, really want this to work. I'm going to be so disappointed if we don't get to see it.
We have 3 minutes to catch our BART train. Can we do it? All right.
Please. No.
No.
I can't be bothered to read the error message, so I'm going to ask it.
Yeah. We'll have it debug.
It's figuring it out over here.
All right, it's working through it.
It's going back to the previous logs, which is unfortunate.
I feel like I'm on the TV show Chopped, the cooking show, where they have to make their meal.
It's so annoying. Like, we're so close.
I know. We had an early win, and then I think we were riding that high.
We had an early win, and then I think we maybe got a little bit too ambitious and tried to do too many things.
I think so.
Okay, we've got the simulator.
All right. Thought for 3 seconds.
Okay, we might be pushing.
Come on.
So unfortunate. I still love what we got the first time, though. Like, I still think.
I still feel successful. Someone says, "Build failed." The story of my life too. Now it's camaraderie at this point.
It's great. We actually did this deliberately. Just
it's community building.
With the audience and when things go wrong. The great thing now, though, is like when this happens, like before it was like you could then be stuck for hours trying to figure it out, whereas that happens so rarely for me now.
Yeah.
You can always do what I'm doing here, which is just like tell the agents try and iterate, and usually it can figure it out. And I'd say especially in the last 6 months, the agents have got much, much better at that. Like 6 months ago, like when you hit an error and you gave it to an agent, it would tend to just like spin on and on and on and on and on and never
Oh,
actually
yeah.
figure anything out. Whereas now, more often than not, it does actually manage to figure out how to fix the problem. And
Yeah.
get it going.
Which is huge. All right. We'll give it another minute or so, and then we might have to just cut it off.
We've got a tight timeline here. Come on.
Come on. Come on.
We can still be proud of this, though.
Yes. Reminder of what we've
It's got
done.
the timer ticker. I can press my R button to refresh. It's looking great. This is currently showing the all departures version. But I can
Yeah. This mobile thing, cherry on top.
Yeah, it's still not working. Hopefully Copilot's going to figure it out. But I think we might have to call it and say
We might
we're
have
not
to
gonna
call
get
it.
working, which is sad.
Well, I still feel successful. I think this was a great, great project. We have some appreciation in the chat. Thank you all so much. This is not the end. So we will be taking a 15-minute break. Then I believe up next we have James and Toby who are going to be doing some more vibe coding here. And then we'll have even more sessions throughout the day. So we appreciate you sticking with us. Tim, thank you so much.
No worries, thank you.
And we will see you soon. All right. Bye.
Thanks very much. See ya.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Terminal Live here at Microsoft Build 2026. I'm back in the booth, and I'm with the one and only Toby. How's it going, Toby?
Hey, how's it going, James? Great to be here.
That's going fantastic.
Yeah.
What'd you think of that keynote?
Really cool. Great stuff. Good to see our own models out there.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I was here with Katie in the very beginning, showing off Code One Flash, which is fantastic to see. And so many new models just out there, ready to roll. And so many awesome updates to our developer tools.
Yeah, the entire stack is kind of unifying on being more on that frontier edge of coding. So VS Code, Copilot CLI, lots of different options for whatever type of developer you are.
I think, and they all work together.
Yeah,
I think that's an important part. Yeah.
Yep.
And as you know, because you're working on MCP here, and we're lots of MCP stuff, so like very active in that community as well.
Yeah.
We've just seen the tools continue to evolve. I know MCP specs evolving. So many things are evolving. And it's really just how we use all of these tools together every single day and how they do work together. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting because I'm a command line person, right? And one of the beauties of the command line is you can compose different commands, right?
Yes.
Like it's like grep to less to more. Like people can do incredibly exotic and powerful things. Well, when you think about MCP skills, the agent can kind of do that as well, right? It can compose these things. It can hit the GitHub MCP server and the Figma MCP server, and it can start to like chain all of this stuff together. And because it's so good at understanding data from different formats, you don't have to do that plumbing, right? It's like, oh, I got this JSON from this one service, and it doesn't matter that we don't have the schema. It's like I see what I need to shove into the other service, right? And so I think you get these really powerful workflows across multiple different services when you let the agent drive with like MCP and skills.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it is all those tools coming together, and even at work, I'm just using so many. I'm using tons of Work IQ and Agent 365 and all these tools together help me. Not less like I'm not automating my job, but I'm getting rid of some of the tedious stuff that I need to do. Like I no longer manually open GitHub issues for work items. You do like work items, like I'm giving this talk at Build. I no longer have to do that. I'm saying, go fetch my email, look at my calendar, go do a thing, and then go artisanally craft a great issue for me. And but at the end, after I do a video or a live stream, like go grab all the stats, like all the information is in the issue, and then go update the issue. Go close it out, go do a report, go look at comments, and just do it automatically. Why am I doing that? And then email me, say, hey, here's what happened this week.
Oh, that's cool. I like getting the email. Yeah. I mean, for us, I don't know how many people know this, but like GitHub has historically been on Slack. But we're part of a bigger Microsoft, right? And there's like Teams and there's Slack, and living between those two things can be difficult. But we actually got the Slack MCP server. So you use Work IQ plus Slack MCP plus the GitHub MCP server. And I've got everything that I've done. I was like, what did I do this week? And it's like, oh yeah, I remember doing that.
There it is. Yeah, it's amazing. All right, Toby, what are we building today?
What are we building? So I was thinking, and this is going to be experimental, so we'll see if it works or not. I've always been fascinated by using time as a dimension.
Okay.
So I think that, and also I struggle sometimes with design in my agentic coding, right? I want a point of view, something that doesn't look super generic. So I was thinking we could make some sort of agenty thing that references a time period and brings back design styles from that time period.
Okay,
so
cool.
I was going to call it flashback.
Okay.
And so we could say like, we could give it like a web page and say, make it look like it's 1983.
Oh, cool. That'd be awesome.
Right. So let's see if we can make some progress with
that. I like it. All right. Have you gone to, can you go open a browser and go to tinytooltown.com?
Whoops.
And then I'll bring it up for you. tinytooltown.com. Okay. I'm going to bring up your screen now. Okay. Ready? And boom.
Yep.
There it is. Okay. So in the top right, see the theme where it's dark mode right now, right next to the GitHub icon?
Yep.
You click it. You click it one more time. Little GeoCities.
I love it.
That's got Hanson.
I love it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tiny Tool Town. It's the tiniest of tools
on that one.
for your towns.
Yeah.
It's the best.
Yeah.
I actually, because when you submit your tool to the Tiny Tool Town, there was like manual work. Scott, you create an issue and do this stuff. And I just use the Copilot SDK and I hand artisanally craft. And I'm like, oh, just use the GitHub MCP to go create the issue. Do the thing. It's beautiful.
It's
amazing. Point it at a repo. It'll do it. Anyways, something like this.
Yeah.
But this was artisanal. So what's going to happen is Toby's going to be here for the next 55 minutes. And then he's got to go give a session. But I'm going to pick up where he left off and then do pull requests to you. And Katie's going to jump back in the booth.
I'm going to come back and it's going to be like the most amazing thing ever.
Well, I'm hoping it's amazing. Like, before
we'll try to make it as amazing as possible.
All right.
Okay, so we're starting from scratch, right? Like
beautiful,
totally empty repo. Let's fire up Copilot.
That's great. It's already live on Toby's GitHub as well. So it's there. It's ready to roll.
It's ready to roll. I will say that I alias Copilot to Copilot YOLO because I live like
Ooh.
that. So we're YOLO mode.
And
in
you can
this
do
thing.
that in the terminal.
Yeah, you can do that. You can just touch it.
But you alias just Copilot to Copilot.
There's no option to
Wow.
run it outside of YOLO. Yeah.
YOLO only.
YOLO only
Wow.
mode. I'm going to ignore the update.
You don't want to get a sweet update that there was an update this morning and an update this afternoon. I can
maybe-
tell you what's
maybe-
in it.
Maybe I will do the update. Like
There you go.
let's get
GitHub.com
fresh.
/GitHub/Copilot-CLI. You'll have to Okta verify, so you can't even go to it. Let's see what happened 5 minutes ago.
I got the latest. Yeah.
Well, there is legitimately like a bajillion updates in this. Oh man, it has some like ASDO. It's got add rubber duck command for adversarial feedback. That's
I love
in
it. Yeah, rubber
Plug-
duck's the best.
Plugin install, uninstall, now show immediate feedback, canceling running shell, canvas providers. I don't know what that is. LSP show, LSP test, MCP server timeout configuration. There's a bunch of improvements to update, Copilot update.
There we go.
So no longer you get rate limited. So that's good. Copilot Home is honored for server discovery.
Nice.
A whole bunch of. Now you work very close with like the CLI team and the other team. You let it cook first, and then we'll talk.
Okay. Let's start with a README. That's sort of the objective. So let's say we're gonna
Look at this. He's typing.
let's see. We're going to make an
Artisanal typing.
agentic tool that acts as a designer with deep knowledge. Let's see if we can spell that. Of design theory and trends throughout the ages. Make an incredible README.
Yeah, don't make it lame. Make it incredible.
Started. You always got to jazz it up
No.
a little bit.
So you work with the CLI team. You work with all the teams basically.
Yeah.
And how are those teams working together?
Very well. So it's one of the challenges of being in this space is there's so much happening where we really are on the bleeding edge. Someone may just come up with a concept over the weekend that changes the entire industry, right? So
Yeah.
we've got VS Code, we've got Copilot SDK, we've got Copilot CLI, we've got Copilot Coding Agent, we've got all these surface areas, and they're kind of different teams, and they need to rocket forward.
Yeah, VS Code integration, IntelliJ, Xcode integration,
lot
Visual Studio
Of
integration.
surface areas,
Yeah.
and all of them will sort of like push things forward for what's appropriate with their product surface area. One of the things we're doing now is sort of like bringing that back, right? Like
Yeah.
let's synchronize. We started to discover some best practices. Let's make sure that everything's in the SDK layer, and let's start building from that. So we're kind of going from these custom agentic harnesses in all of our software to a more unified experience, and that gets us a lot. But we still want to retain that sort of acceleration and experimentation. So it's a bouncing act, but it's been great because every team's doing like really cool stuff.
That's awesome. Very cool. Yeah, it's been really great to work across, all the different projects. Like, I got to make some PRs.
Yeah.
I've been cooking up a PR with Andy and the team for a while. But when you run Copilot update, it tells you what it's doing.
Yep.
That was me.
Nice. Good
Yeah.
job. I love that part.
You know why? Like, this is what's cool is like, it annoyed me that it wasn't doing anything. So then I just went and did it.
It was pretty rough. Pretty
rough.
rough experience.
Yeah.
I'm glad you filled that one. But that's a great example because we're getting PRs from like all over Microsoft, all over GitHub.
Yeah.
We're kind of running it as an internal open source project.
Yeah.
And that's been really great.
Now, you have a README, and you're a terminal person. I'm not, and Kayla's not here, and she is.
Yep.
So how do you look at this README?
I just opened this up and refreshed it.
Oh,
I don't think we pushed it though. Let's see. Yeah. So let's say commit this and push. Be sure to commit and push at natural intervals as we develop.
Oh, so you're going to tell it to just kind of
Keep going.
keep going.
I often will use a single session. So the one thing that we do really, really well in Copilot CLI is this sort of like infinite context. We're really good at just managing that. I'll do a week of development in a single session. Now we'll branch
Wow.
out and do more sessions, but it will retain sort of the important bits. I should also say that a lot of the session information gets stored locally and in the cloud. And so we have like a SQL database that can pull back and it acts as agentic memory. And the agent learns like your preferences and the mistakes that it's made. So
interesting.
it's really good additional context. Okay, so let's see what we got.
If you only had a code editor on your machine.
So
you know what I do think we could do an improvement there when we make a plan. There's like an open and VS Code.
That's a huge thing that we need to do because the plans are so interesting, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of why I'm hacking around this by saying like, let's do a README because I can look at it on the web, right? But I think that is something that we're pushing towards is being able to see all of this planning and all of this thinking in a format that's actually like a little bit more accessible than, hey, I made a plan and I buried it in this folder somewhere deep that you're not gonna be able to get to.
Yeah.
So what did this do? Let's look at the Swiss grid systems, arts and craft community, very cool.
Like
Memphis irreverence, whatever that is. Why now? We know why. It's amazing time to be doing this. Travel through reference. Okay, great. So this looks like a very good starting point. Wow, look at this. One thing that I think people don't necessarily realize you can do with Copilot CLI is, yes, it's good at making code, but it's also good at research.
Yeah.
Right. And I think in the keynote we saw Scott like work with his like health and data and all of this kind of stuff, right? So you don't necessarily need to write a program with it. It can get data. So I was thinking let's start building this corpus of data through the years. So let's start with, let's see, where we want to, if I could type.
You don't even, what's crazy about this as you continue to type it out is that while in your mind you think you have to correct it, you don't.
I know. You don't have to. Yeah.
I mean, if you see my voice to text, it's pretty good, but it's not, and how I speak is also not the greatest. So it'll figure it out. It's smart. Unless you are, sometimes I literally just give it the wrong thing, and then that's my fault.
And
like how many I guess like eras we're thinking.
I'm thinking like year, but we'll start with like a decade. We'll start with decades and see where we go. So we want typography, music, film, graphic design.
Interesting.
Let's see, what's the best way to do this? So we'll start with 1980 as an example.
Yep. That's my era.
That's for reference.
86, if anyone's asking. Good year.
You're so young. I'm 79, so I'm just like the oldest guy around. Yeah. Do deep research.
It's only 6-7 years difference, Toby. It's not that.
It's a crazy 7 years.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
From a computing standpoint.
Yeah.
Look at this really cool document made. Okay, let's see what this is.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know what we're building here. So I'm just going to try to build up some of the data and then shape the program. Are we going to end up with a skill? Are we going to end up with an MCP server? Is there like a CLI around this? I don't know. But when you get this at markdowns in folders is a great place to go. Something else I've been experimenting with is sort of an inversion of some of this stuff. So I'll make something like this, which is a sort of almost meta project, right? Like it's like a design agent. It's got all this information, but it can apply to different projects. So sometimes what I'll do is create a submodule. I'll add another project is get submodule in this project, and then Copilot can traverse down into that folder, right? And so you could say like, okay, I'm up in my design thing that I don't necessarily want committed to any particular project, and I can add the project I'm working on as a submodule or a symlink, and then let it go down and use its top level knowledge down there. So
that's pretty cool. I've been using, everyone's favorite besides work trees, the submodules. So easy to work with.
Yeah.
I've been doing it though because I have a bunch of like websites or mobile apps and things, but I also need websites for them. And often I don't want to put the website inside of it.
Yep.
I have different deployments. Maybe the website's public and versus private. But I add it as a sub module, and then it's like it can see the code. It can iterate,
Exactly.
and then it can be like, oh, we added a new feature. We should update the website, but it's there. But it knows that I'm talking about the main thing.
That's exactly why I do that. I think it's kind of a underutilized workflow of doing this, is that you can just, they're folders, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the beauty of the command line, and sort of like the Linux philosophy, right? Is that everything's a file, everything's a folder. So
it's out there.
Copilot is super good at doing things on the command line, so it knows what to do.
So this is interesting too, because part of the keynote, if we had this configured and we actually tried to, we did any prep for this, which is this is what it's not about. Right?
We don't do that.
But on the VS Code channel, we do Let It Cook Fridays, where we just let it cook. And they just announced WebIQ.
Yep.
And what's fascinating about this is there's a lot of some guessing going on here, right?
And
some searching. But WorkIQ is grounded in real-time updates. So that would be pretty cool. What is this project? Somebody asked. Yes, if you go to github.com/Toby, github.com/Toby, we're building out an agent that will help us. What's it going to do?
Bring the history of design to your project.
Which actually is a fantastic idea. So a great example, I'm just going to post this here, /Toby/flashback. I don't know if it's going to go to LinkedIn, but it may go at least to it looks like it's going to Twitch and YouTube.
Okay.
There. But it's there. Good question. LinkedIn user. Generic LinkedIn user asked that.
Good job.
Good job. But what I think is fascinating about that is, if you look at the Microsoft AI, they have a whole typography system, and I really like it. I don't think it fits everything, but kind of what you're saying is, I've noticed that if you just ask the agents to do something, they're just going to kind of do what they want to do. But if you give it that guidance, but you may not know the guidance for the entire system of the era that you're looking for. Do you have a favorite era?
I mean, the 80s.
You like the 80s?
I like that. 80s are peak humanity, like that, in my opinion.
early teen Toby, so you would have been just 10, 11 at the end there. When did you get your first computer?
VIC 20, 1984.
When you were 5?
Yeah.
Wow, how cool! That's amazing.
Yeah.
I didn't get a computer until 99.
I had a dry spell there till I was so I went from VIC 20 and then like begging my parents for something, and then they're like, no, we're not buying that for you. And then finally 92, 93, I got another one. Yeah.
First computer as a compact computer, Windows 95.
Oh wow, Windows 95.
I was right in the GUI, man.
Yeah.
And I'm a GUI guy.
Yeah.
I'm a GUI guy. I'm all things GUI all the time, and hence my Xamarin days, mobile app development, and I love it. Which is why, in general, I'm not necessarily. Oh, thank you, Carnegie Johnson. Appreciate that. Posting the link in the chat. I'm just gonna throw it up there. Boom. Thank you. Perfect. Look at that. Everyone's helping each other on the LinkedIn. We got a very active LinkedIn GitHub. They're on there, very on it.
LinkedIn's a great place for people to watch this stuff. One of the things that actually kind of is relevant to this project is back in the day, right? Like in the 80s, you had Commodore, you had Amiga, you had DOS, you had all the Apple stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone was like doing their own thing, right? There was no standardization. It was just like you had Lisp machines, you had all kinds of crazy stuff going on. And so that's what I want to I feel like we picked some ways to go and we left some branches sort of like unattended. And with AI, things that I was like, I think that's great. I don't have time to do this, right? But with AI, it's like, maybe you can go explore some of this stuff. Yeah. And so I think that we can go back and pick up some of these like design ideologies, user interface ideologies, and push them forward a bit.
Even here at Build, if you're here at Build, you'll see it, but you may not like click with you. But if you're not here, everywhere. All the big headers all throughout the entirety of both things are all Cascadia code.
Oh,
so you see the GitHub, the GitHub Advanced Security, the Microsoft Expert Meetup. It's all Cascadia code, which is a lovely font. It's my default font.
Yeah.
From Microsoft. Kayla actually helped ship worked on Cascadia code. It's a beautiful artisanal. We're talking about artisanal thing though. Talk about your
hyper readable.
Yeah. We have a corpus. We have a corpus 1980, baby.
Okay. It's probably about to push it.
Yeah, the question is, they're going to just go next to 1981 over there. That's not too bad for.
I mean, I feel like it probably did a pretty thorough job. It's been out there
searching,
researching,
prepping, and doing stuff.
The Shining, American Gigolo.
Carnegie says first computer was a 1982 Apple II, maybe two plus
Apple IIe,
2E, maybe. Yeah,
that was a good computer.
Yeah, we had a bunch of Apples in. I don't know which one it was in our like grade school, and we mostly just played Ski Free and Oregon Trail.
Yeah.
But no, I hopped on. I did a lot of like early like PHP development. That was my jam. Like very early days. Gray Matter was my CMS that I worked on.
I did PHP for a while. I used to work at Apple, and I was a web objects developer, which was like Objective C. It's like what turned into like Mac OS. It came from Next. And the problem with it was $50,000 per server license. So obviously I wasn't going to be doing this at home. And like PHP came out. I'm like, hey, free stuff, man! Like awesome. And I built my my first startup, Music Mobs, which is like a music tracking software on PHP.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
What's interesting is Toby worked at Last.fm, and also you worked at what other music places?
Well, Music Mobs was music. I sold it to Last.fm, and then I went to TweetDeck after that. So not music.
Now Last.fm, you would scribe your music?
Scrabble. You scrabble your music, yeah.
Me and my buddy Luke Carries, we used to scrabble our music. And we had a whole corpus of music that
scrabbling is what it's all. It actually came from Audio Scrabbler. So RJ was it was this university project, and it merged with Last.fm online radio station. And it was blew my mind when I saw it, which is why I made Music Mobs, because I think they're moving their servers or something, and it went down for a month. I'm like, I need this thing. I'm gonna make my own version of it.
Yeah. I was big Scrabbler back in my day.
Yeah, I mean, was it really listening if you weren't scrabbling?
No. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's very, very true. Yeah. Anyone else, if you're in the chat, feel free to drop your first computer, or even first, maybe the first was like they had a laptop. Maybe they had a first phone. You know what I mean? There we go. So we have a 1980s.
What we got here.
I'm so interested in what it
this is going to do. So if we go into the corpus,
I feel like it should have at least 2.
1980. Oh well, we'll kick off some parallel sessions, and we'll have it do research and make this, and then we'll do some stuff.
That is way smart. TV has not launched yet.
No, 1983 is when MTV launched, I think.
No. How it differs from 1979.
Yeah, I wanted to add that in there just so it gets this distinctive flavor, right? And maybe these things will get chained a little bit as we do them. Punk is Refusal, very nice. New Wave,
Disco Backlash.
Yeah, I remember the disco. I'm back on disco. Like,
really?
Yeah,
I like disco.
whatever the opposite of a backlash is. I'm having that with disco.
Front lash.
Yeah. Portable audio. Yeah, that's okay. Design climate.
Okay.
Let's see.
Breakage. Man, design. I wish I was a designer. Design is so fast.
Well, one of the reasons I'm doing this is because I'm a developer. I've been a VP of engineering. I have a lot of knowledge about computer software, and when I do this stuff, that knowledge comes into play, right? Like I'm like, I need some kind of distributed queue here, or whatever. Like I need SQLite. Have you done this? Adhere to dry principles. I don't know how to talk like that about design, right? And so I'll often get, I won't say generic design, but I won't be able to control it to the degree I can with the engineering. So I want to explore these ideas from a designer agent that can help me like talk. I don't know the typography terms and everything that I need to learn to tune this stuff up.
What's cool about this too is you progress, is what I'm thinking here. We got Windows 95 from Bree dropping it in. We had an Acer Aspire from some LinkedIn user. I like that. I think if they're private, then it says LinkedIn user. Very cool. I also think about like when I'm using image generation, I'm often in Copilot, or like I've been exploring the new image models, and I'm terrible at prompting. Like I just get generic designs back, but I'm just thinking like how cool it would be to be like, here's this idea, then have whatever hopefully this thing creates to be like, here's a beautiful prompt in this era, in this design language, and ask me questions about it to get like a great, because when you go to like the image generation websites, like when how did they make it look so good? You look at the prompt and it's like beautiful prompt that some design.
The 35 millimeter.
Yeah, exactly.
Focus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got this. So what I was thinking we would do is say, okay, now do the next year. Let's not give it a specific year. So let's do that. And then I'm going to just like queue up a bunch of these.
You're
right?
gonna like fleet this thing.
I'm gonna just queue them so it does them one at a time because it seemed kind of heavyweight. Let's do a
Oh,
decade.
I see.
Let's go into the 90s. This is probably gonna take a while. So while it's doing that, let's start a new session. And let's make an example.
Wait, you can do a new session while the other session is still running?
Yeah.
Oh. I did do the thing that said background, but I didn't know what that meant. So I
Yeah.
just ignored it.
Yeah.
So is it going to background this other one?
Yeah.
But it's still going to run.
Yeah, it's still gonna run.
Oh, crazy.
And I think it should keep the queue intact while I do
Okay.
it. So we'll find out. So let's make an examples folder.
Like you could just create a new tab, but you want the context. Is it new? Is it going to blow away the context?
New is a new context.
It's a new context.
New context. So
Okay.
we'll keep this research going. It'll have the context, which I presume will be helpful as it goes throughout the years. And I've got 12 of them queued up to do
Wow.
this. So let's make an examples folder that contains let's do it in folders. It contains a folder for each year that we have a corpus for.
That makes smart. Very generic. I like that.
And put an index. Don't. Also, how do we want to do this? I'm trying to think, is this a skill? Is it a CLI?
Well, let's make an example folder. It contains a folder for each year that we have a corpus for.
I'm thinking, how do we want to generate this? So, okay. Just make the folder. Let's take a look. Let's get it started and take a look at it. And at least this will show us background stuff. So,
Yeah.
while this is happening, presumably, there we go. Okay, it's loading my MCP server. Now we've got this. And if we look at session, we can go back and forth.
Oh, you can change sessions inside.
And so I can go back to the other one. I wonder if I may have lost my queue. So, but we'll see.
Well, seems like you can
We'll go back.
fix that by tomorrow.
Yep.
But this is why we do this, by the way, because when you're developing the product versus using the product and vibing the product, it's you get into these weird scenarios where should it keep my queue? Should it not keep the queue? Maybe it did keep the queue. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it is hard to say, and it's good to see where we have work to do on the user interface.
Yes,
we actually are going to make a So we're not showing it today, but we do have a new TUI that we're working on. And if you're using Copilot CLI, go turn on experimental.
Yep.
And if you're in a GitHub repo, you'll see tabs. So we have a tab interface. This lets you see more GitHub primitives. We're trying to bring GitHub primitives more into Copilot CLI. So you'll see pull requests, issues, gists. We love gists, so we're kind of trying to bring back gists a little bit.
It's called gists.
Gists. We call them the gists.
Gists.
And the good thing about this is then you can chat with them, right? Like review this PR, assign this issue to somebody else, implement this issue.
Yeah.
One of the tabs we want to add is sessions. So that instead of me having type sessions, so you can go in there, spawn new ones, all this kind of stuff. So
you can see it if you go back and watch the keynote. Kayla showed it off in the very beginning, the very first demo of the day. So
let's see if this pushed it.
So Bree says she's a UX engineer with an art history degree. So this is fun. I like that. If you have ideas and suggestions, Bree, drop it in the chat.
Yes, please. Yeah, we can use the help.
Someone's asking about token usage between different tools that we have, whether it be VS Code or the GitHub app or the CLI. I mean, models are non-deterministic. So
right.
This
is sort of what I said earlier, how we're converging on a harness. So you'll probably see less discrepancy between the different tools. A lot of it has to do with like MCPs and skills you have. That as well, we're looking at trimming down. So instead of just cramming all the MCP tools into the context window, we're putting search tools and stuff so that you can have as many as you need. Okay, so we got our example folder. Let's see how our research is doing. Let's look at our other session.
That's pretty good so far. I mean, I've been working with our usage-based billing for a while.
Yep.
And I use many models. I like to optimize my model usage for the tasks that I'm working on. Although, 5.5 is very nice. I use a lot of 5.3 codecs, and now I'm in YOLOing a bunch of Code 1 Flash. And I've been pretty impressed. I'm not running like crazy Ralph loops or doing stuff, but I've been working on the CLI and it makes me think a little bit different, obviously, but I have been thinking about how do I optimize that stuff myself, right? And it's kind of like how do I clean up my room?
Yeah.
You know, you get into your office, you know, and you're like, wow, this desk when I bought it, it was a beautiful desk. It was completely empty.
No, it's
And then I put a computer on it that looked nice, put a little monitor, and then all of a sudden it's like, I can't even find a place for my coffee. What's going on? You know, it's just how do I declutter that?
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what happens. Like we build up this, you know, shared knowledge of agents and skills and MCP servers, and all of a sudden you're like, and same with VS Code. I have all these extensions. I need that, and then you're like, why is it running slow?
Yep.
Like why when I open a VS Code, why is it slow? Is it because I have 85 extensions installed that all need to be booted up, right? You know, and then when you realize something that could be cool, I'm just gonna throw this out there, chat. I got the CLI guy here. Now Evan will be here tomorrow as well. The other CLI guy, the whole team, Shivani, anyway. Profiles.
Yeah.
So in VS Code, you can create profiles. So I have a TypeScript profile, a .NET profile, a Maui profile. What if your CLI could have profiles, right?
Yeah.
That would load up the LSPs or like my work profile.
Yeah.
That would be neato.
I think we should do that, honestly.
That'd be cool.
Like you could do when you're writing your week review for your manager or whatever, you toss in the one that's got the work IQ. But when you're like doing hardcore hacking, you don't necessarily want that. Do I really want it searching my emails when I'm trying to write code? No, I don't.
Yeah.
Right. So I agree. This is the profile. So we should have that.
I like profiles. And then you could pin profiles to folders. So in workspaces in VS Code, when you open a workspace, you can assign it a profile.
Yeah.
And then it'll remember it.
Yeah.
So if you go into my work folder, it would just load
it knows who you are. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And
Nice.
then
that's very nice.
Just saying.
On your point about the all the stuff you've got, right? You got all these MCP servers. There's a lot of things you can do. You can do custom Copilot instructions.
Yeah.
You can have agents. You can have skills, right? And something I've found that I'm doing regularly, like at least once a week, is telling Copilot to go audit all of that stuff. Look at the code base now. Make sure all of this stuff is up to date. Make any improvements that you can see. So as the project grows, you can go back and get those custom instructions updated, or you can get your agents done. Like often what I'll do is I'll sort of like vibe code something to a certain state where it exists and it works. And then I'll say, all right, Copilot, go and deeply examine this project and make custom agents that you think are relevant for all of the systems in this project. And I'm actually vibe coding a Linux Windows manager. And so this is a good experiment for me to do. I mean, like a GPU agent, a compositor agent, a security agent, all these things. And then what I did is I said, okay, add to these custom instructions that they must go and research on the web to get topical data before they do their job. Okay. So it's not just static. They're actually there's some dynamicism to this where they're going and fetching like the current whatever is happening. And so you'll see them like someone might say like go search Hacker News or whatever, right? And get the latest stuff so that you know you're up to date.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
I like that.
That works good.
Yep. All right, what are we doing? What's happening?
It looks like we're working on 1981. This must be like a monster document that it's creating.
It must be, yeah.
We'll get this one done, and then we'll let them go, and then we'll make a couple examples and see what it starts looking like.
Yeah. What's the other session doing? Did we get this?
The other session is done, I think. Let's see. Yes, that's the committed. So from this one, I'm going to go back to the session and create. Maybe we can actually have it starting now. So, okay. This create the 1980 example index. I'm gonna put this in autopilot too, just to do it.
Like that. Do you think I'm wondering if we should have it like create some visualization, right? That can like load all these things on demand and like visualize like a very simple like HTML page or something like that.
Yeah.
So we just have something visual.
We can have like a parent. We'll have a parent. Well, we'll see what this index looks like.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
I should have run. I usually run this in tmux just because the terminal pro tip. If you're running in tmux, then you can have this session going and I can have other command lines. But I'll open a new window.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're in Ghost. Can't you just have new tabs? Can you just have like tabs?
I can, but I'm a tmux guy.
Okay. What's the difference? What's going on?
tmux all command or keyboard driven.
Oh, I see.
Maybe we'll fire it up in tmux just so you guys can see what that looks like.
I'm not a terminal person.
tmux is amazing. You can multiplex things and you can have different sessions and different folders and you can jump around between them all.
Cool.
Yeah. doing of our Git foo for us.
There we go. We're validating, we're committing, we're pushing some index. I'm so interested in what it thinks an index even is.
Yeah. No, I'm sure it'll know.
It'll know.
Index.html. I hope it does. Although no, it isn't. It's making it a markdown. So okay, we're gonna steer this thing. I'm sorry. I'm gonna pause to it. Sorry. I meant index.html. Make a web page with CSS styling to achieve your goal.
Yeah, this is a good thing where, even though you're in autopilot mode, you can steer it in the correct direction when it finishes a turn.
Yep.
And it is sort of sometimes the importance of
watching what's going on. I mean, if we were deploying something right now, we would have just been like thumbs up, and then it would just have been a raw text file.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. I mean, that's what it's all about. So, but I think that's sort of the fascinating part when you start to get into this world where you have so many agents running and trying to monitor all of them.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that I know that the team is thinking pretty heavily about.
Well, here you see. So we've got another session. It made the 1981 MD. And this is like, hey, I saw that. I didn't do it.
Wasn't me.
I'm just going to walk away from it.
How do you feel about work trees?
I was an old school Git user. I was completely unfamiliar with them until people started asking them as a feature for Copilot CLI. I think that they're pretty good for this. Like you need the agent to not step all over itself. You need to not mess up your Git tree. I think that it understands how to use work trees far better than I do. So they're just the magic plumbing behind the curtain that's getting the job done and working on these things. So let's check on the other session.
I feel like as though the UI around work trees is what's really important, and I feel like it's gotten a lot better for people to be able to manage their work trees and understand. But I do think there's some education there that still needs to happen. Like even the UI when I'm like merging versus committing versus PR, like where is it going? And that's a little bit tricky. It's even tricky for me. We've got an HTML page.
Oh. Good, it deleted the other one.
Like, get out of here.
Let's see. So
I wonder what it's
I wonder what it's doing to it. It's validating it. Seems like a good idea. See, this is an example of where it's a lot more disciplined than I am as a developer.
Yeah.
I'm like, HTML looks good to me. Does it render? It's actually validating it. It's
validating.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, Lillian, we are creating a corpus of a bunch of different years. Basically, this project is going to allow us, called Flashback, to apply, by year, sort of the design style to whatever we want, or we're trying to figure out what we're building.
It's going to help us figure this out, I think, because we don't know.
You think this is going to look like 1980?
Let's find out.
I wasn't alive then, so you're going to tell me. Just saying.
Okay, so open this.
Look at it. Look at this. Open.
Ah.
Whoa!
Nice.
Well, that's really nice.
Yeah.
Even reminds me of
that's actually quite good. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. It's still, you can tell it's got like a little bit of 70s going on. It's got the orange, the typography.
The hinge year.
The hinge year.
The hinge year.
Modernism loses its. I love that it's got the content.
Holy crap.
That's relevant. This is really nice looking. I love that little orange glow back here.
That's very nice. Now, do you think in 1980 they were using subtle glow gradients? They were using these squares. That is like my childhood.
The squares are there.
80s,
you could have found a record that had gradients like this on it. It would not have been this fun. You were airbrushing a van or something, right? Like this is when people were doing the gradients.
Yeah, this is good.
I mean, I gotta say this looks pretty nice.
Wow, that's cool. Wow, look at that 1980. That is.
I mean, it looks nicer than I thought it was going to. Honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back. Oops.
I want to know. I'm excited to see like what the 81 looks like, even just that subtle year difference. So like, what I wonder what it's going to be.
I agree. So let's have it. We'll have it.
It's in there, I guess, huh?
Now do 19. Okay.
Yeah, Bree says nice, and that's from a design expert.
We're gonna do.
I'll put that up. Yeah, Bree said you crushed it.
Let's make a new session. Okay, so here instead of doing /new, I just did which requires a prompt, I think. I did /session and then and to create new, and now I'm in here because the reason I wanted to do that is because I want to do plan mode.
Pan mode.
Pan mode. Plan. We want to give agents this.
Do you want to plan in autopilot, or is this going to switch to plan
Maybe
mode?
I don't want to plan. It's a good call because sometimes I do that and I don't. I want to review what happens. Okay, so we
Yeah.
want to give agents the ability to use this tool effectively. Should it be a skill? MCP? CLI tool?
It's a great question.
Something else? Do a ton of research to find and think about this project and what our goals are, and come up with a plan to build out the agentic interface / tooling.
Are you a voice person at all? Are you still?
I'm not, even though I'm literally talking while I'm typing that.
Yeah.
I'm not a voice person. I'm just not used to it. Like it's weird to me.
Okay.
I don't necessarily like. I work at home in my office by myself, and I don't know. I talk to my cat, and I'm talking to you when I'm in Zoom calls or Teams calls, but I don't know about talking to my computer. I'm not quite there yet.
Yeah, I am more and more now.
Okay.
When it is deeply integrated into the process. So I've been dog fooding voice for a while in the CLI, and I use it almost exclusively.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, almost exclusively. And in VS Code, I almost exclusively use it's built in the VS Code voice as well.
Nice.
I don't know what model it's using, but how that's working.
It gets the job done though.
It does get the job done.
Yeah.
Because so I also have taken this and applied it even further when I write my Connect. So we do like yearly reviews or every 6 months reviews.
Yep.
I open a Word doc and I dictate. I do Windows H, which is the built-in Windows dictation. You can just open a field, dictate anywhere. And I dictate from the DOM to the page, and then I have Copilot like clean it up and different voices, and I review it and I go over, make sure it's nice. But I'm like, I feel like I have all this thing in my head, and my fingers. Like I took a typing class in high school. We had a typewriter. We had a hard.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's the hard stuff.
That's so hard.
We were the last year that had them.
Okay.
And then the year after it had computers.
No
like no more. And it's a pain that you put little pieces of tape over all the letters and stuff.
Oh, really?
Home row.
They hit you with a ruler if you hit the wrong letter.
No, not that extreme. No, but it was like pretty intense. And but even still, like my typing, it's not fast, which I think is why I'm not a terminal type of person. It's not my thing. I see when people type fast, it's very impressive, or know how to move around the keyboard really fast. I'm just like a mouse clicker.
Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot with the mouse too.
Yeah. My second job out of college, after working at Canon, I worked at a small software development shop in Kirkland.
Okay.
And I was the only person developing on Windows inside of Visual Studio, and everyone else was all in Linux and Vim all day. And I would walk into their offices, and it's this big black screen. I'm like, what are you doing? And they'd be really fast, but then I'd walk into my office and they see me zipping around with the mouse because I memorized the GUI, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, dude, that is crazy. And so you kind of get that equal appreciation for people that are doing great work inside the terminal and stuff, and things like that, and then outside as well in these beautiful GUIs.
Yeah, it's how you think, what you're used to, the user interfaces that are provided to you. Like, it's nice that you can go back and forth, because I'm like very terminal, but I do use the mouse too, more than like pure terminal people. Although like this is like, oh, where's my Tmux? I need my Tmux. I also have like the world's loudest mechanical keyboard, so I need to be hammering away.
Well, that's why voice is nice, because you can just talk and then doesn't have to actually do it the entire time. Yeah, which is awesome. Oh, look at that! I got a call from Scott Hanselman.
Oh, cool.
I'm in the booth, bro. I'll say message back in the booth. In the booth. What's it doing now?
It's we got planning going on. Let's see what else we got. We've got our 1982. Okay, so my queue does look like it was intact. We're on 1982. Great. And then in our other session,
I hope it did.
Oh, let's look at 1981.
Scott said he has an award for me.
Oh.
I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna take it when the VP calls you.
Bring it in here.
Bring it in.
Yeah.
All right, do whatever, man.
Okay, so let's open up 1981.
What? Oh, wow.
Let's see. Already, let's compare them. So more neon, which
More neon.
is correct. We got this. Oh, this is cool.
Beige systems, broadcast mutation.
Oh, look at that. We got Xerox stuff in here. Okay. MTV. Oh, 1980.
I would expect it to be not dramatically different, but ooh, interesting.
Yeah, a little more 80s. We'll jump ahead. Like, let's just go in maybe, and then we'll do some 70s and some 90s too, and then we can compare these things. Maybe something in the last like 10 years too.
Look at this. This is so cool though. Look at this palette channels, Japanese avant-garde.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I like that it gives you prompt seeds too, because it's like it's already thinking about this. I mean, this would just be a great website.
Yeah, I would just put it out there. Yeah. It's very interesting. Copy into Flash.
You know, Bruno,
look at that. It tells you to even copy it into Flashback. It doesn't quite know what that.
It doesn't
means
know what it is yet. So Bruno on the team, he's coming out with this blog. I think it's going to be from idea to deployment, where he basically shows you how to like create a website. Like you have a website, it's created in the CLI. Then he shows you the MCP tools and all the things to do to even like automatically not just create the GitHub page deployment, but also use Namecheap. I think they have an MCP server to register. Yeah. It'll register the domain name for you, and then it'll go back to GitHub pages and then like set all the DNS stuff.
We need do that. Yeah.
Like, it's so dope. I was like, dude, that is dangerous. I don't know how many domain names you own, but I own far too many.
I don't need that. I don't need that too.
That's dangerous in the actual like my
some rubber ducking.
Me and my wife sit down once a year and we review my domain names.
She's like, we're going through these one by one.
Katie's got like, what do you have, Katie? You got wow, that
was really good. That was super good. It was good. Yeah.
And some hummus squares. Yeah, that looks good. Looking good. We still got like maybe like 10 to 15. You can hear us. We're live, Katie, in the terminal. You know where we're at. Katie's the best. Everybody's the best. Everyone's so awesome.
Yeah, this is a good conference.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
I loved it. I mean, I went. Age myself here, but I went to the last professional developers conference, PDC, which was before Build.
Oh,
I built it to PDC, and it was on campus in big tents in Redmond, Washington.
Cool.
And I was working at Canon in Phoenix, and I went up there. It was the conference we got to go to, and it was rainy. It was gray. We flew in. We went out to Redmond, and it was so green, so lush. You know, I grew up in Ohio, and I was like, "Well, this is so cool!" Like. The weather's so different from Arizona, and then we got to stay in the city, and like the conference was great. We got a Windows phone, and at the time it was Windows Azure was launching, and I was like, oh my god, I was so impressed by the Microsoft. I'd never seen anything like it before in my life. And I went to a tiny college, just one building in Phoenix, and I walked around ASU, but it was so grandiose. I was like, I want to be here, and that's when mobile phones was happening, Android was coming, iOS was coming, Windows Phone was coming. I'm like, this is all I want to do. And after being in Seattle, I was like, I need to be here, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, boom, and it was so cool. And I've always appreciated Build ever since, and the evolution. And coming at Universe last year in Fort Mason, it's my first time here, seeing it evolve. It's in the same space, but it's a different vibe.
It's a different vibe. That was a great conference too. But this is like super chill.
Super chill.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
We don't have Monas going on.
Octocats
everywhere. Yeah. I mean, which I appreciate. So I appreciate.
I was living in Seattle around the time that you were having your experience.
Yeah.
And that's when I was doing Music Mobs and Zune. I am a Zune 1.0 fan. That thing was so great.
I worked at GameStop at the time when Zunes came out.
Oh yeah.
And the N-Gage, by the way. Okay. I was a hawker of N-Gages. And Zunes. And I bought my first brown Zune.
It's the good one.
It's the good one. It's the only one.
I feel like whoever designed that was inspired by kind of what we're doing here, right? Like,
I think so.
Let's go back to the 70s and bring these organic earth tones.
There's Scott. Scott has a brown Zune.
Oh, of course he does.
I think he made the Zunes.
Oh, look!
We got the official. Oh my gosh!
So
best
cool.
vibe. Look at this. It's a 3D printed Octo cat. That's what do you call it? But it's an
Emmy.
No, Grammy. No, not a Grammy. It's a
the
Oscar.
The other one. Yeah.
It's a Mona Oscar.
That's pretty cool.
That is cool. I believe Ashley.
That seems
printed
like
these.
something
I don't know how I'm going to get this home necessarily, but it's very beautiful.
It is really
Oh,
nice
that's
looking.
yeah.
Let's see.
Just
Oh,
hanging
look,
out.
it's asking us a question.
Best vibes. So I appreciate that. I don't know if I am best vibes, but I'm going to
You're
take it.
you're best vibes.
We're all best vibes. Oh, here we go.
So
I love
we can
planning.
give it some guidance now. It says we don't want an LLM inside of an LLM.
I was going to ask if you were going to like shove the SDK. Into
Yeah,
stuff
I
you're
wondered
not.
about that too. I kind of let's do what it recommends. The host agent
Host
first.
agent
Yeah, like so
first.
this will be like presumably like a skill or something, right?
Okay,
Like,
yeah,
yeah. See, look, it is. So it's cool. It's cool. It gives us the follow up.
Nice.
It's like agent skill. Or do we want a CLI first? Okay, let's do it. Let's just stick with its recommendations. No. We'll do this in.
Don't rust it because I don't even
No.
have this dev stuff on my machine.
Oh, okay. What do you have if you want to pick this up
I
later?
can do either Python or TypeScript or .NET. I know it's not recommended, but I'm a C# developer. But I could do any of those.
I don't have. I have. So let's pick the what we have together. So against my better judgment, we're gonna.
yeah,
do this.
yeah, it's fine.
Ooh, yeah. Look at that. Right on.
Okay. Yeah.
No. we'll keep the Claude one in there. Sure, why not?
Pick these clients we must verify. Well, yeah, it depends. I mean,
Okay. Let's see.
is it building a skill or a CLI or an MCP?
I think it's building a skill first.
Okay,
Man, it's asking us a lot of questions.
as it should.
Yeah, they'll get the host.
You gave it the
we did
most,
that. Okay,
you know.
Well, there we go. Let's doing this
Yeah.
thing.
It's
Let's
delegating to the host. I
let's
like that.
see what our other session is up to.
Oh wow, I do it like this new slash. I didn't realize.
Isn't that great?
I'm going to use that all the time.
Yeah,
And once there's a GUI for it,
yeah. Once
A
you
GUI
get
and the TUI.
tap over to it.
give me a GUI and the TUI.
Let's see. Do we have any other things we can look at here? Oh, we need to make more. Okay, let's see. We're gonna do another session. New.
New. I was always scared to use new because I just thought that it was going to blow away the current session.
I'm gonna do. I wonder if we do new, is it just gonna take me into the new session? Yes. Okay. So for this one, we want to say, how do we keep our examples up to date with our corpus as New Year's arrives?
Oh wow, cron job, a yearly.
Yearly, once a year. Maybe I should have phrased that because I didn't mean New Year's arrives, and it's like now 2027, and I meant like as the research happens. I mean, as the research happens, not
If you
when
create a
it
hook.
becomes a new year.
Oh my gosh.
We'll steer it. We'll steer it in the right thing. I don't know. Is this a make file? Something insane. I
Could
feel
be.
like make is one of these things that's probably underutilized by agents.
Probably.
And if you know how make works, you put dependencies and it'll create a new file. So it's almost like, okay, whenever one of these, the 1980 file got changed, run it through Copilot
thing,
and generate the new thing. So
That'd be nice.
I don't know. It's probably not going to do make, but we'll see. The plan mode has gotten so good. I really do like that it's asking, right? Like, and recommending. So it's not just asking because I don't always want to think about this stuff, but it's like give me its first choice, which is
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the recommendations I feel are as it learns you. I think it learns you.
It does learn. It's learning you. So I mean, it will learn you, but you have to prompt it a bit. So one of the things we're doing is storing all the session information locally, but also in the cloud, if you allow it to.
If you allow it.
And you can go cross repo like that, which I found kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
It's like, that thing I did in my other project, I want to reference it, and it'll go and it'll do SQL queries up in the cloud, and it'll pull it back.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, I do feel like that's sort of, I see this with Copilot on my phone, I call it consumer Copilot.
Yeah.
And it starts to know me. So it's like we're working on this house project.
Yeah.
And I'll ask it a question about like a toilet.
And it's like, you like this other guy.
And it's
I
like,
know you like this toilet.
Yeah. No, it'll be like, because you're doing this project.
Yeah.
We think this, but you should also then consider this. And I saw that you were asking about electrical. Have you considered XYZ? Right? Because let's say you just asked it about a toilet.
It would just no context.
just no context. But it's like, you're working on this. You also asked me a question about electrical. Oh, maybe you're doing rough-ins. Like, have you considered blah, blah. And in fact, because of this toilet, you maybe you need a dedicated 20 or maybe you need a shared XYZ, right? And just a GFCI.
By the
right?
way, your pipes only allow for this.
XYZ, right? Yeah, exactly.
It's okay.
So, yeah. Well, I mean, I do, and like, you know, and I'm not sure if I like that or I don't, but sometimes I do. Okay, what are you gonna? That's you 0 questions. Treat corpus as a source of truth, not on calendar rollover.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, yeah.
I guess, all right.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Building up its to-dos. So
To-dos.
Internally, we store these things in it.
Is there
sure to go
a
through
good
it.
way to see the to-dos?
No, I think all of this we're gonna work on surfacing up. Like we've been moving fast, so we're just like, hey, you know, this improves the performance, and we build this like underlying API or data. But it turns out as you're using this stuff, you're like, wow, I bet you just did something amazing there, but I can't see it, right? And so I think that we'll work on surfacing this to the user and maybe letting them edit some of this stuff too, right?
I like that. I
don't think there's a 2. I mean, is there a 2? No, there's not.
No. I do find it I like the idea. I haven't seen this in VS Code or anywhere else. Maybe they do, let us know. But it'd be cool to be like, here is my to-do list, and before execution, review the to-do list. Because not that it's going to be in different orders, because it doesn't always follow the same order, but it would give you a little bit more granular breakdown plan that you could edit it in place.
Tweak it a little bit. Don't do this one or whatever.
Yeah. Because sometimes at the end it might be like, oh, then do this and then do like, no, stop halfway.
Stop before you push it or do a release or whatever,
exactly.
right?
What is it doing?
I wonder what this is doing. Yeah. Is it a
NP
script or something? We're gonna have to ask it some questions when it's done with this.
Creating an npm script entry point next.
Huh?
I wonder if it's gonna be like how interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know what
let's say we're gonna say be sure to update the README with help script for what's building.
Do we have other years? Do we have a 82?
Let's see if we got another year. Oh, we'll have to generate the thing. So
this new thing that
we got 82 and 83. Let's do 2 at a time and see how that does.
Yeah.
The new thing I don't think is done yet. Let's find out. We've got a lot going on.
I like that. Also, we did find out that Toby was like, "Oh, I have someone else filming for my session," because he's like, "I just want to code. I'd rather just code." Give us that. Oh, we got it. And a wild Evan has appeared.
Ooh, where's Evan?
Right there. You can tell because he's got all fish shirts on.
I've never seen Evan in real life.
What?
Fun fact, even though we work together like literally every single day.
Evan has my hair from 2 years ago. He's got my James COVID era long hair. I wonder if Evan had short hair ever.
He did. I think he did. I've seen like his like Twitter profile or something, and he's got like shorter hair. I used to have long hair.
Did you really?
All the way down? Yeah, all the way
down. I feel like it fits him well. Burke did a joke where he was wearing his hat and it had like fake
nice
mullet on.
Yeah.
And then like Pierce tweeted something that like, oh, Burke got a haircut. So I went over to Burke. I was like, oh, I needed to get a haircut. Where'd you get your haircut? He's like, what are you talking about? He's like, I was like, I'm not growing my hair. I was like, I saw your photo. He's like, no, it's fake. I was like, oh, well, I was good. It fits you.
Yeah. Go back to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, when Evan's going to be here tomorrow.
Awesome.
Vibing. He's going to be vibing with GPS, and I can't even imagine the whatever's
outrageous outcome that's going to happen.
I have no clue. It's going to be bananas. So it's going to be great.
I feel like let's also do. Well, we're going to do another session.
Okay.
So many sessions. For contrast. Let's also build a corpus and example for 1960.
Wow.
1970.
1990. And the year 2000.
And we'll do 2010. And why not 2020? What year is it? 2026?
Wow. Okay. Do it. What's fascinating here too, I mean, I know you're not coding, but you're still having files and things that are in here.
19 we'll see what 190.
Oh, 190. Oh no. It should know. It should know. It should know.
And 1990. Okay.
Yeah. We'll see. I was, when I'm in VS Code a lot, or even in the CLI, I'm always cautious, about too many sessions on the same workspace.
Yeah.
It feels like maybe you've adapted to like multiple sessions all running, and apparently you feel okay about it.
I do. I mean, we're not coding. I'm a little more conservative about it when it's like code I'm familiar with. This is why it's good to do sort of all this documentation and stuff up front, right? We're not having race conditions or contentions on this file where we're like the core logic or whatever. I don't think. We'll see if we've botched everything up at the end of this, but I think we're pretty safe here. And I think when it almost forces you to design things as well in sort of atomic isolated units, right? Like, oh, we wanted our corpus. We didn't want to tie the index in with this process. And so you have these two separate things, and now we have to figure out how to tie them together. But I think that it makes it a little more parallelizable, and it's sort of like if you think about how like MapReduce works and like when you can parallelize processing, it's a similar methodology.
I like that. That was awesome. You can keep vibing if you want, or we can swap out, but you have a lot of things going on. It's up to you.
I should probably go do my lab.
Okay.
Although we do, like maybe we can finish up just like a little bit. Let's get a couple. Let's look at this. Let's look at the broader years. I mean, this is gonna. I don't want to kill this because you're gonna need all this stuff if you want to keep going.
That's the only problem. Is I need all the things. That
well, let's let these finish. Let's let these finish so that you'll have a good starting point.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't start any more sessions. I'm like,
I've
got so many more I want to do.
If you have a bunch of sessions in the background running, one needs like your attention. Does it ping you?
It doesn't. I don't think right now. Yet. So that's another area for improvement.
Do these little icons mean something different based on?
There's done, working, and I think that's it right now.
Okay.
And it's also not clear why was that one? Yeah, it's green, blue. Okay.
Oh, it does say thinking at least. So
active thinking. Oh yeah, it'll say done.
Done.
Just now. So yeah, we're really cranking on this. It's doing all kinds of interesting things. I wonder if it'll just update while I keep this. Let's watch what it does.
One would hope that it does.
Yeah, one would hope that. Certainly, the little bubbling thing makes me think that it's doing stuff.
That's a good question for Evan. Well, it does say just so the
just now.
Just now.
What if we go into this thing?
What if you had?
I mean, it is just now is happening.
Just now is happening. Then if you do session again, just now.
I mean, we're.
What does I do? What does the info do?
Let's see.
I. Whoa!
Look at that.
Okay, you get. Oh, I mean, things are happening.
You can see the. I mean, it's all very handy information. Look at that. We got 1,900 changes.
With the tokens in, so much caching going on.
Yeah, look at that. That's pretty good cache, huh?
That's a pretty good cache.
Yeah,
that's not a bad cache.
Yeah,
caching is important. That's why you don't. If you change. Well, actually, I'm when you change modes, right, you're gonna break your cache because the system prompt changes. But I have been thinking about how we even initiate plan mode or autopilot mode instead of just changing the system prompt. What if we? I don't know what we have to do, but we want to not change the system prompt. But we'd have to detect, this person's saying /plan. So don't change the system prompt, but just inject something into the prompt that they're sending ahead of time that would force it into, inject, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, all of that stuff is so it's an art.
It's an art.
It's an art, not a science.
So it's beyond my pay scale. Beyond my knowledge.
Well, you don't inject it, you massage it into the context. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting our 1982 and 1983. Okay.
Yeah. Nice. Co-authored by Copilot. Committing. We got the years.
Okay, so that's
not bad. Wow. Okay, we got other ones.
What are we at? 1982. Yeah, I wonder what that is. Yeah. Okay. 1982. That's similar. There we're like, you can see it
Similar.
slowly.
We're into circles now.
Yeah.
We moved out of
Okay, prompt C.
squares.
Oh, look at it. It's got some mouse over stuff going on.
I like that.
Yeah. What happens if I click on it? Ah,
Yeah.
it did something. Oh, look at that. It takes you to the, now it's
Nice.
got this like extra functionality where you can actually
Go
click
deeper.
through and see the thesis. Okay, so that was an 82,
84.
84.
We're just skipping ahead. I was almost born.
More circles.
Oh, the backdrops. Like 3. It's like the 3D era or something.
Yeah, we're starting. It's
Yeah.
evolving slow. Look at that. Look at that gradient.
Oh, wow.
Super solid. Look at generic vaporwave. Is that really 1984? I don't think that word was around until nice. Oh, anti. What is an
Anti-cliche. Guardrails from the corpus to keep the year specific. Oh, so these are things to like it for it not to look at.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. No wonder. So it doesn't want these like throwback. It doesn't want to taint its vision with these like
forward-looking things.
Yeah. Okay.
Like stay on track.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. How are we doing with our? What's this doing? We're still researching. Okay, that one we can. Let's stop this one.
Because that one's going year by year.
Yeah, this one's going. I queued up like, no, what happened? Okay.
Uh-oh.
I hit Control C twice and I exited the thing.
Now what?
Oh
no.
That's interesting. Let's finish one of these. Which one? Let's do this one. I shouldn't have done that. Probably.
You should not have done that. Now they've all stopped.
Let's see. Let's see what happens.
Stop.
I mean, wouldn't it be awesome if I hit session and they were still all there? But of course,
That would be awesome. Coming soon.
Okay, continue. Do I have to say that?
I think already though, even though we haven't really done anything.
Yeah.
No, which one's this one? Which one?
This one was the
agent
skill.
Oh,
Yeah.
That one's a little important.
Yeah, this is the one we want. So we'll have it focus on this.
Okay.
Finalize.
Toby's never.
You know what?
leaving.
You know what? I'm going to show you a trick. I'm going to give you.
I'm ready.
Okay, so publish the plan as a gist.
And then put it in the README.
I'll text message it to you, or I'll put it in the README or something, and we'll say and put.
That'd be
link
easy because
to the gist in the read.
queuing it up.
Yeah.
You can create a GIS just from this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it uses GH.
Use GH.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is I actually don't use /plan that much because I like to keep my stuff in GIS and I move them around from what I read them on the couch. And
I like that. And then make sure it pushes everything.
Mm-hmm.
Push everything.
And then you'll be able to take
Yeah.
the GIS URL and say like, hey, implement this plan. Or
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm going to do.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it in VS Code. That's how I
Oh, you're moving it.
I'm moving.
You're moving it out of the command line.
I'm moving it to the GUI. Yeah. That's my jam. I'm going to put it to the computer.
Commit and push.
Everything. We're going to see what's there. Well, because that's great because then, you were navigating like a madman around trying to open HTML.
Who
They're all
knows
just
what was
there.
going on? Yeah.
They're all just there in VS
Yeah.
Code. Just look at the folder.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Katie, I think we're ready for you. Maybe. Katie.
She may be at the lab I'm supposed to be at.
No, Katie's
Oh,
right
she's
there.
okay?
Katie's right there.
Okay.
Katie's
We're
right there.
Not at the lab that we're supposed to be at.
Yeah, Katie's not listening. She's like, whatever. She's talking to Brady. That's what we're doing it live.
How is my Git patch malformed?
Uh-oh. I don't like that. I don't like.
Okay. Let's
Okay.
take a look at it.
Boom.
No.
Did it do everything? Did it update the GIS? Did
Where
it plan?
is that? Where is it?
Oh, it's at the very, very bottom. Project status. It's in the seed stage. Seed investment round.
This is definitely a pre-seed project.
I like it.
Okay, great.
All right, cool.
Okay. I feel like
All right.
this is enough to move forward with.
All right,
Can't
Toby.
wait to see how it turns out.
We're gonna see. We're gonna swap around. We're
Yeah.
gonna go over to the start soon, and then we're gonna
Hello. I'm
Hello.
James. And that's Toby.
Wow. And we're here vibing live. I'm Toby. I worked at Last FM. Okay. Do you know anything of what we did?
I know it had to do with themes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm ready to pick it up.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Okay. Let's head over to my computer. I'm going to pick up exactly where Toby left off. So I'm going to go over to his repo. I'm going to fork this pup. Boop. Okay, there we go. And to me, yep, go. All right. And because I'm good, I'm going to go boop, 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 boop. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to clone a repo. And so this is like real fresh. I'm just like really.
Yeah, we're in it here.
We're doing it. It's happening. All right, come on. Where'd you go? It's activating extensions. Don't stop.
Don't stop.
Phone and repos.
Wait, give me like a 2-sentence. What did you build?
So far, Toby has gone off and done deep research on a bunch of eras, like years.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. And his whole
deep research.
Deep research.
Okay.
The deepest of research. And what he has done is created a corpus of the years. So right now he's in the 80s. I think maybe he has some 90s. I'm not positive yet. And the whole idea is imagine you have a website or an app and you want to theme it towards an era, font, typography, colors, style. Or maybe even apply it towards a prompt of an image. I want to create an image in this thing. I want to flash back to an era. We want to apply that style.
Sweet.
So far, he has created, for example, here I can right click. I can open an integrated browser.
Wow.
Boom. That's 1980.
Ooh.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah.
In here. I like that. And
he went year by year. There's 81, 82, 83.
Yep. When he decided to go year by year.
Are they that distinct?
Surprisingly, yeah. Like if I go to 81.
Oh, okay. Yeah. More colorful.
Pretty different.
Different colors.
Squares, they kind of went with the here. And then did we get 82? We did get 82. Let's go into integrated browser. So, I think some of the years, right, are relatively going to be similar, but, we have like this thing with Style War and cyberpunk atmosphere. Like as you kind of scroll down, you get a little bit different styles. Some of them even have swatches. This one have swatches. Oh, nice swatch. Yeah. IBM Office.
IBM Office is epic.
Yeah. Japanese avant-garde,
Okay.
Did we get an 83? We did get an 83. Okay. Integrated browser. So I feel like 83, 82 vibes, pretty similar.
Yeah.
In here. We're not a little bit still there's different colors for different years.
Different scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. And what he did is when we left off, if I go to the README, here we have at the very bottom, this gist here. And this is like, we're thinking about how do we work with agents to apply these design styles.
Okay.
So what this is going to do is it came up with a bunch of research. Do we want MCP? Do we want agent skills, a CLI, HTML? So it came up with a bunch of things that has a recommendation basically to create a skill first. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to say, hey, go over here and come here. I'm going to say, hey, okay.
Hey.
Let's go. And that should be good over here.
Yeah, what's the vibe here?
I'll code exit. And I would go and I would use the code one fast, but it's not pinned right now, so I'm scared to open up anything. I'll say, hey, go off over to, I'm gonna first create a new Go off. New branch. I'm gonna say agent thing. Okay. I'm gonna go over to boom. And take a look at the plan Toby made. And I think we want to start with the agent skill first. Okay, cool. So I'm going to do that. And then the other thing that I want to do, Katie, is I'm going to do a new chat window. And I'm going to now say, let me do a GPT 5.4. And I'm going to say, hey, okay, so far in our corpus, we are up to 1983. Let's jump to 1990 and do 1990, do the corpus for that, and then also do 2000 and 2010 and 2020, and then also fill in the examples there too for us. And just do those main years. Those
I'm
millionaires
hyped for 2000.
main years. There we go. In the year 2000, what I learned, Toby, 70s baby, 80s baby, 90s baby. So, when was your first computer? What was your first computer? Did you have a family computer?
Yeah, we had a family computer. I don't even remember what it was because my brother actually would never let me use it because he was always gaming on it. So
Nice.
I was never able to use the family computer really.
As
but
one bro does.
yeah, I got my first computer was in high school. I got a Mac.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but so I wasn't like a baby with a computer.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know? I was like a respectable youth with a computer.
You were like obviously pre iPad, pre cell phone.
Yeah, I got my first phone in middle school when I was
Wow.
like 12.
When you got your car, before you got your car.
Before
Wow, I didn't get a Nokia.
a car. A car?
Like a car, like a vehicle.
Yeah, okay.
Like a car, like a drive. You drive
I just drove
in a
my
vehicle.
family's car. I didn't get a car.
Oh no, I mean I did all of my training in Ohio. We had to do a bunch of training ahead of time and
driver's ed. Oh yeah.
And I had to do it in my dad's like work vehicle. It was like a big truck or whatever, which was very complicated.
Oh,
And then we bought from a family friend my Dodge Intrepid. It was a 96 Dodge Intrepid. It got like 5 miles per gallon.
oh sweet.
And it had a big nose on it. And I almost failed my driver's exam. What did it do?
I failed the first time.
Oh no, it hit too many curves.
No, I just did a purportedly risky left turn, but
Ooh.
I don't think it was that bad. But
Wow.
she discreetly was like taking a left. We were right back in the parking lot. I was like, no.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this created an agents.md file. I don't think that's what I wanted to do. Oh, okay. No, it did create a .agent/skill. It created a skill.
Yeah.
You were a flashback worker design thesis. When to use this, core rules, flashback loop. Okay, cool. That's kind of cool. Oh, interesting. It's doing it just create a skill. Okay, that's fine. But let's Toby will be disappointed.
I mean, that's what you wanted it to do though.
Yeah, for me. TypeScript. Okay, I'm gonna go into plan. And we'll say let's plan it out further. And I'm gonna jump back into because Toby would be disappointed if he didn't come back to a PR with stuff.
Not to rush us, but we have 10 minutes. We gotta make it count.
Dude, we gotta make them count. Where's my other oh, there it is. Oh, we're getting years, Katie. We're getting years.
We're getting years.
We're getting 1990. I hope it did a bunch of web searches and stuff. I assume it did. Search for this, did it do stuff? I assume it has tools to do. Yeah, web. Yeah, there we go. Cool. And Microsoft Learn. So I hope it's doing Microsoft Learn research.
Oh.
Yeah.
I wonder what it's going to find out there.
I have no clue, but it is generating a huge patch. That's good.
Sweet.
Okay, we got that. We got agent skills. Well, that was the goal. It's like, he got really far, but can we do anything else?
Yeah.
So far we do have an agent skill that does something. I don't have like ooh.
Oh.
No, I was thinking, like how Katie got excited because I got excited.
I know. I was like, what's happening?
I was thinking, like, what if I opened like Tiny Tool Town and then like applied this theme to it?
Oh, yeah, because we need that like curtains open moment. We need to see it in action.
You do. But this is cool. So this is giving it an agent skill. This is very lightweight. So because this corpus has like all this information about design systems, thesis, like deep research, this skill is now applying what to do and what not to do and like where to find it, which is pretty cool. So grounding it, giving historical references. This is pretty neat. Okay, I'm wondering if I can go into a new window. And how do I add that?
We're applying it now?
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open a repo. I could. Let me open Tiny Tool Town.
I think send it.
And I'm gonna say new window. What if I did, hey, go look at, now where does this thing live? I need to go here, open copy path.
Mhm.
It's not going to want to do it because it's, we look at boom and the agent skill and apply but I want the 1990s theme to finish. You know what I mean? Because it's
Yeah.
not going to be fun unless we.
Well,
come on,
once you do one,
yeah,
like you can do more.
You can do more. Well, what Toby wants to do is go every single year, and then every single year get a new one. Then you go all the way back to like the 50s and 60s.
Oh wow!
So it's adding a new corpus to match the year. So I'm really fascinated here, like if it's going to cook. So
Yeah.
this one's okay. This one's doing some skills. Okay. No model calls requires provider retries hybrid. Should we ship determinate? So this one's going to try to do the CLI. No model calls yet. Whoa. Okay. Corpus list, critique. Ooh, critique handoff. Okay, cool. And then NPM. I'm an NPM person. Okay. So it's going to just create a CLI because Toby's going to want a CLI. That's for sure. I've made my decisions. I'm wrapping up the details. Oh,
it's happening.
It's generating. It did all this research for like 2000 and 1999, but it's like I'm gonna finish doing it. Come on. Okay, I'll apply the 1980s style.
Yeah,
because
we gotta get something.
Okay, apply, use it. Yeah, and apply a 1980s style, leveraging that. Don't do your own research. Use the skill. Okay, I'm telling it really be
very
explicit about it.
Let's see what it does.
Okay, I'm checking that. It's probably gonna. Yep, there it is. So it's like, hey, this is outside because it's in a different repo, right? So I'm like, hey, agent skills. It's gonna load the skills. Blah blah. It's gonna load the skill. Perfect.
It's still like it's outside.
It's outside. Are you sure?
Outside.
It's going to read the whole repo. Ideally, I would install this skill in my project, and then it would know. Which would make sense.
We're doing what we can.
We're doing
with the time we have.
Oh, look! It's it's reading the corpus. It's doing the thing.
It's doing it.
It's doing the thing. How fast can it be?
Well, given all of those different style kits, I wonder which it's going to choose. The different palettes. Was that in the 1980 one?
That's a good question. Let's look. 1980s was here. That one did.
Oh, it didn't. Okay.
It did.
Easy peasy then.
But this one is design seed. So this is also cool too because it gives you like design this as if it were made in Swiss typography, post-punk, cassettes, blah blah blah, right?
Yep.
But it's going to use everything that we have here. So it has like the typography, the design climate, the year thesis. So it can like dive into it, like fashion, and you can click in and it'll like bring up the detailed report.
Oh my goodness.
Of the markdown. Yeah.
So thorough.
He really gave it like a really super deep dive. It's bananas. That is for sure. Okay. So it's doing stuff. What else we got going on?
It's doing it.
We're cooking.
So we have this, and we're also waiting for the 90s and 2000s and 2010 style guide.
Yes.
Okay.
It's somewhere. I don't know where it's at. This one? Forked? No, this one? Oh, that one? Sometimes my sessions are just somewhere. I don't know where.
They're floating around.
They're floating around the ether. Updated?
They're in the back rooms.
Sorry. They're doing their own thing. Okay, I was generating a patch. Something's happening.
It's happening.
I do want the other. Oh, you know what? The 1980s one is here. I was looking in the wrong area. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There we go. I'm gonna say, it's creating all of them at once.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, dude. So don't forget get ignored. There you go. I'll put that in there. I'll add that to the queue. But this is pretty cool. I mean, it seems like it is seeding now. You close all this.
I love you complaining that it's doing it all at once and then being like, and one more thing.
And one more thing. Hey now. It's creating all the node modules. It's building out the CLI. Toby's going to be really impressed by the work that we're doing here.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Okay. I wonder if I can. Oh, it's built. It's clean. That's
All right.
clean.
Seven and Clippy. Is that what it said?
Yeah.
What?
That's a Justin Easter egg.
I like that.
Ooh. I wonder if it's
Oh, no way.
Oh,
Wait.
that's cool.
It did a great job.
Wow.
Hold on.
That's neato.
That worked out
That's
super
totally
well.
wow. Toby, man, that's cool.
Wait, what's the little shorts button? Is that just for your tiny?
Oh,
tiny tool tab?
Scott Hansman put TikTok inside of Shorts, so you can doom scroll the tiny tools.
Twice as hard.
Yeah, I guess.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, that was great.
Yeah, I don't have Toby's text message, but it looks pretty good.
Wow. Wait,
Yeah.
flip back to the 80s one. I want to compare
Oh,
Just, like, our guide.
our
to-
guide.
Yeah, to this.
Yep. Me open in a gray router. Not too bad.
I'm seeing it.
I'm seeing it. It definitely did a different
It did-
color palette.
Yeah, but it was adjusting to what we had.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
think so. Yeah, and it's probably looking at the color palette that existed today in it.
Yeah, I think
which is
so.
pretty good. Man, we only have 2 minutes left, and I just want
You just want
want
those
it.
years.
it's patching 2,000 lines right now. Patch it up. That's pretty good. I will say, I think that Toby is going to be impressed with this. That's
I think
pretty
he'll be
good.
stoked. And then I was in an earlier session, someone was saying or asking if these repos are going to be available. I
This
feel
one-
like we should.
It's live. This one's live.
Oh,
yeah,
there
it's
you go.
live. This one's. We'll put links. What we did last
We
year.
should bring them all together.
Yeah, in the show notes on YouTube, you'll see we'll put timestamps
Mhm.
for each live code session, and then we'll put the repo link next to it.
Love it.
So look for that tomorrow. That'll be my project tonight.
I
So
love that.
that's pretty good. I mean, I'm assuming it adheres to the style, but it looks pretty decent.
I mean,
like
we could do
the
a deeper
deeper dive.
check, but we only have so much time. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Whoa,
Oh my gosh.
whoa.
Oh my gosh.
There we
Oh my
go. There we
gosh.
go.
Where's it at?
Right down there.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
green.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
1990s.
yeah. Let's see it.
Whoa,
Oh, yeah, that's like a
interesting.
surfboard or something.
All right. I don't know how deep of a research it did. Let's just jump to 2020.
I know. I wish it had like an explanation for me.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
Because some of those in the middle looked really similar. So I was like, is this
Mhm.
legit? But here I'm seeing the
the vibes.
differentiation of the
Yep,
vibes.
The vibes. Wow, we jumped. What about 2010?
That's got to be like neon, right? 2010 feels pretty. Oh,
Oh.
they're saying clean cut.
Clean cut still. Well, I don't know. Is then in 20 is 2000
Anti-cliches.
going to be exactly the same?
Wait, let's see.
No.
Okay.
Interesting.
2000 does feel a little more like matrixy,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah. I do. And then you got a little bit of backdrop here, corpus.
The screen becomes a household utility with
know.
style.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I do feel like they somehow went. I'm not convinced because I feel like the fonts are the same here. But I mean, I feel as though. I mean, I felt like each year was a little bit different, but
Yeah.
I feel like at least it did jump. And I like Toby's research that he was doing was like really deep
Yeah.
too. So I'm fascinated to see how long that goes. But I am pleased that at least we have an agent skill that seemed to run on a repo. I could point it to a year. We can obviously
Yeah.
always clean the corpus up.
Yeah. Of
The
course.
Encyclopedia Britannica, if you know what that is.
Yes. I'm aware of that.
My family had one. We still
Oh.
have,
Wait, but isn't it like a bunch of them?
every letter. Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
like-
we had them at school. I didn't have it at home.
Or every. I think it was every letter. I don't know.
Or a range.
range.
Yeah.
Or range of years
Range
or
of
something.
years, yeah.
I don't know. That's what it was. It was years, right? It was
Yeah.
like encyclopedia. Yeah, and then you have to.
Well, but then there were also
Right?
letters because there was so much content
So
to be
much
had.
content.
Anyway, enough encyclopedia talk.
quality content. Quality content. All right. What's up next?
Next up, we have Cassidy and Andrea. I don't know exactly what they're going to be building. It's a little Rubber Duck Tuesdays action, which might be more familiar to some of you, but we're super stoked to have them.
Yeah. If you're here on the GitHub YouTube, then you're probably used to, I think, Rubber Duck
Thursdays. Yep.
But
or jueves for
Hmm.
the Spanish
There you
speakers
go.
among us.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see you all in 15 minutes. It's going to be a good one, so stick around.
See you soon.
Hello, everybody. It worked. What's up?
Hi, Cassidy.
Hello. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Microsoft Build on the stream. It is Rubber Duck Thursdays, but not on Thursday.
Robert Duck Tuesday?
Rubber Duck Tuesday.
Robert Duck Tuesday. Welcome to the stream. For those of you who don't know us, who are you?
Who am I?
Besides the Rockstar Keynote speaker for Microsoft Build.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Cassidy. I'm on the developer advocacy team at GitHub.
And I am Andrea, and I'm also in the developer advocacy team at GitHub.
Yeah. And we typically on Thursdays run a stream called Rubber Duck Thursdays, where we're going to do basically what we're doing here. But we also have Open Source Fridays, which you run.
Yes. And please apply to that. And if Cassidy could type the link to that on the chat, I will forever be grateful.
I am going to. It's
gh.io/OSF-win.
Win?
Like WIN, because the way we win in open source is by bringing your project to Open Source Fridays.
I love that. That's so cute. Wow, that's amazing. Okay. Well, we just set that to YouTube and Twitch. But hey, everybody. It's good to see all of y'all. Hey, Samuel. Hey, everybody in the
Where
chat.
is everybody from? I'm sorry. I gotta do my
Yeah,
we need to get to know each other, okay?
Yeah, we're all here together. If you want to know where Andrea and I are, we are at Microsoft Build. We are in a booth. There's people waving at us.
We're in a fishbowl.
Right now, we're in an actual fishbowl.
Yes.
For people who are, just watching us talk
Yeah,
in the middle of the conference floor. And it's very fun.
They're walking by and they're wondering.
Yeah.
First of all, I think, and I have been to a grand total of 2 builds. This is this is my second one. I think this has been so far my favorites.
This has been my first build.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, no, because I joined after builds and this is my first one.
Yeah.
It's great.
But I love it. I love the fact that we're here. GitHub is here with a massive presence. Yeah, we have the cutest activations. Like there's like a whole kind of like speakeasy library situation
When we say
happening across.
activation, that's like a thing that activates conversation.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that's silly billy markety talk.
Yeah, that's
Ignore
very
me.
corporate talk.
Yeah, but my favorite part is the open source zone, which is a zone that's dedicated to open source projects, and we have some amazing projects, including OpenClaw, that is hanging out there.
Yeah, no,
So.
there's so many cool projects and companies and just like things to learn about and stuff too.
Yes.
It's been great networking. It's been a lovely time.
I love it. I love it. The thing we're gonna work in today, actually, well, we're gonna hack this out, and like y'all be patient with
Let's
us.
see how this goes.
Everybody's tired.
Lillian is from New Zealand.
No
Hey,
way.
Carnegie. Wow, we have people from all over.
Wait, what
Cambridge.
time is it in New Zealand? It's like tomorrow.
Yes, it
Is
is. Just
Uh,
someone in our booth.
Thanks for joining. I mean, we are obviously coming to you live from San Francisco, but I live in Florida.
Yeah, I live in Chicago. We got Cambridge, Massachusetts Innovation Lab. So cool.
Amazing.
Yeah. Well, okay. So we wanted to work on some projects with you today. And so Andrea is going to be driving the computer and we will switch
Yes.
over. But what are we going to be working on?
I'm gonna be breaking things. And I think
Perfect.
you could share. I think we'll both stay on the screen and you can start sharing my screen.
Sure. Yes.
And I want to say there is
Happy
a.
to. Ready?
Let's try it.
Wow.
Are we both there
We
still?
have done it. We're looking at your screen.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, and we're in the upper corner over here.
All right, fun. So I was mentioning we have the open source zone here, which is an opportunity sponsored by GitHub, powered by Microsoft. I don't know how to say it, but folks can bring their open source projects to build. And this is at no cost to maintainers. So they get a booth and it's like a fun setup for them to come and share their projects. And so at this particular event, we have the folks from Open Web UI, OpenClaw, AutoGPT, and Prompt.chat.
Cool.
All amazing open source projects, all
Yeah.
really, really fun. The OpenClaw maintainer, one of the OpenClaw maintainers, his name is Brad, and that's actually what you're seeing on my screen. He created this app so that he could let people know where he was. He's here
Oh, okay, cool.
doing all things build, and he very bravely wanted people to be able to share where he was
I
at.
was going to say, yeah, that sounds risky, but
Right,
more
right,
power
right.
to him.
So I love the idea because I'm like, there is so many times at these conferences that I'm like, I want to say hi to my friends, first of all. But then I don't have time, or we're like lost, or there is like too much
Right,
to
there's
do.
so many things to see and do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I love the idea, but I'm like, well, I don't really want people to know where I'm at, but I want to know where people are.
So I thought we will get something done where we actually create a web app where
Okay.
you who are watching this stream can check in and tell us where you are.
Oh, okay.
And then if it works, we'll be able to see on our screen
Just
where you're
generally
joining
where-
from.
That's cool.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
think I want to say, like, I scaffolded the thing because let's be real, like there are some choices and conversations you gotta have when you're creating an app. And I was like, a lot of those were gonna take time. So I'm like, let me get it to like literally on the way here on the plane when I
Basic
saw his
state.
app. Yeah.
Sure.
And I didn't know that that's what we were gonna use for this, but I was like, you know what? Let's do it. Because I think a lot of times when you do this app development of any kind and using agentic tools and using Copilot, we're seeing a lot of like from zero to this, right? But there's a lot of brownfield projects that still need support.
Realistically, things are starting in the middle rather than from the beginning.
So, but I still want to share how I got to. I mean, I don't know if we're in the middle. We're like in the 25%.
It's okay. We're towards the beginning, but still, it isn't fresh. It's
That's
working
right.
working with a project. And I see you have the GitHub Copilot app here.
So I use the GitHub Copilot app to basically get me from like idea to like create a plan.
Okay.
You can use anything you want. You can use the CLI. You can use SpecKit, which is amazing. I'm a big fan of SpecKit. You can use the chat, the Copilot chat on .com. You can create a repo and just assign the idea to your coding agent and then let it rip.
I don't think I realized you could make a repo from GitHub.com. Like with
Like
the
to start the
agents.
yes, there is a like
Oh.
now even when you're just creating a new repo, like actually there is a at the bottom you see an option that tells you like what's this for, and then Copilot
I
actually
have noticed that. Like depending on your plan, it'll let
Yes.
you start a repo with a
Yes,
prompt,
yes,
which
yes.
is cool.
So I basically asked the Copilot app, and for those of you who are new to the Copilot app, this is bananas. Like I love this app so much. I think this is gonna become the CLI has been my main driver for like the past couple of months, but I think I'm slowly kind of becoming very
I like
obsessed
having
with
a
it.
user interface where like the GitHub Copilot CLI does actually power the engine behind.
It is the engine
behind the
behind
app,
it. Yes,
But it's so nice to have things organized for you instead of just the plain text prompt. It's nice to navigate. Let me actually give you all a tour of the app really quick before we
Please,
dive
please,
in,
please,
because
please.
there's so many things.
Please.
So first of all, if you go to the home screen, that is home. You can kind of see this up next area. Look at this game.
I can.
You
It's-
can. Oh, I didn't realize you could drag Mona up there. You
Oh
could
wait,
use
no.
arrow keys.
But it's definitely an arrow key
Yeah.
situation. But this is what you do when you're waiting for the agent to cook.
Yeah. Have you gotten to the merge things? You try to jump onto one of them. Oh
I'm not a gamer. My score of 1, undefeated. Oh my god.
no! No, it's great because if you can hit like the merge icon, it shoots you up a bunch of levels. But yeah, that's just like a cute little thing that you can do. But anyway, so this allows you to kick off a session wherever you want. You can choose what skills you want, which branches you want. If you want to do it in any particular repo, it's great. And so from there, you can also see in the left sidebar, there's a thing called My Work. And My Work is just an overview of all the projects that you have in the app. And so that's where you have your issues, your PRs, you can filter, you can search. If you scroll all the way to the top, Andrea, you can show like there's a search thing somewhere. But honestly,
I just did an update like 2 minutes ago. So
okay, so things moved. That's fine. Cool.
cool.
But anyway, there's ways to filter and stuff. Under automations, that's really nice.
I love
because
this. This is one of my favorite things you can do in this app.
It's so nice. I've had to like redo some of mine. I could see you have a fresh start, but it's so cool where like you could say, hey, give me like all of the top issues in this project that I need to work on.
Yeah.
Or something that I've been doing is like across my projects, give me a poem about the issues that I have. And it's kind of just a nice way to customize things where like, yes, it's silly. A poem is a silly example, but I really like getting overviews of things in non-conventional ways.
Yes.
And I think that's a particularly nice thing because when you have a user interface like this, you can make it your own. And that is really, really nice.
Part of what you demoed today at the keynote, and if you didn't watch the keynote, I highly recommend that you do, because this canvas that you demo was in the Copilot app. And for folks who not play with the app, like this concept of canvases is incredible.
It's so cool.
I love it.
It's so cool. It's very, very new. It is coming soon. Yeah, it might be live now. If it's not live yet, it's live soon.
Yeah, it's coming
anyway,
soon.
So there isn't even a menu for it because it's just a thing that exists. Where there's a / command called create canvas, where when you do that, you can then say make a canvas that does whatever. And so what a canvas is, for those who don't know, because that is a very nebulous word, it's a space for you to do what you want to communicate with your agents. And so the example that I gave earlier in my talk was, what if your agent could see? What if it had the ability to use a webcam to talk to you? And so I made a little gesture thing where I could do a thumbs up or a thumbs down as it was going through my repos and my pull requests. It's silly, but it's fun. But there's so many other cool things that the team has built. One engineer actually built Doom into a canvas, like the video
That is
game.
fantastic.
Yeah,
I love
and
that.
he used that to triage issues, and he completely built it in there. And there's Figma canvases where you could move around shapes and designs and stuff, and have that then send messages to your agent. You could say, there was a good Kanban board one where they had a bunch of issues in the Kanban board, and as you said, dragged the cards over, it would not only update the agents and it would work on the projects, then the agents would update the Kanban board. And so it's like a bi-directional conversation where you can have whatever user interface you want interface with agents.
It's phenomenal. I think that like the possibilities in the future, like what's gonna come to canvases, is incredible.
It's great.
I took a spin through it, and I think, let's see if it actually like resume the session, because there was like there were for a couple of things. I think. So I have a couple of skills, or not skills, of automations. They're not here, but there are a couple of automations that I run on another project that's actually a Microsoft project, but it's not out publicly yet. But it does sort of this autonomous research to figure out how it can improve itself. And it runs on like, it's like a cron job. It runs every night. So
cool.
And so it gives you like, okay, these are my suggestions. And it was dumping that into a file folder. And then I had to like physically go open the folder,
I see.
Try and read through it. A lot of it is like grounded on like research. So, like that's like really dense and really, so I'm like, oh, create me a canvas that actually gives me an opportunity to see them all display. And I don't know if I have it on this, but then I can click on the ones that I want to save, the ones that I want to implement. And then like, it's this beautiful now UI. Like, I love it. That's like, Canvas are the future, friends. Canvas are the future.
What was really cool in one of the projects that I was working on was I didn't understand the repo very well, just because it was new to me. I had to figure out, okay, where does everything live? And so I asked it to create an architecture diagram canvas, where I was able to like use it to drill into different folders and just kind of click around in like a like mermaid diagram type thing.
Let's do that for this.
Let's try it.
Yeah, let's do that for this, because so I created this plan, right?
Right.
So basically what I mentioned earlier, I want a check-in app, but not for me to check in, for you to check in. And I wanted to use basically Azure, everything that I can use for free. It gave me a lot of suggestions at first, right? But it kind of created like sort of this build plan for it, which this is at this point is a conversation, right? Like I used the chat. I didn't pin it to a repo or anything yet. And it tells me, okay, these are sort of the API routes that you're going to need. This is going to be the authentication flow for it. I want it to be like a real-time wall. So if it works, fingers crossed, the demo goddess is on our side. You'll actually be able to see yourself. And so it was like, okay, yeah, I'll spin this up for you. And then it gave me a suggestion, but I wanted to actually use Cosmos DB.
Cool.
So this is where it's so important that you remember that it's always a conversation. I think sometimes we're like, kind of like, no, you do what I say you do.
Yeah, no, but you can have that back and forth.
Yes.
And
yes. So it updated this plan, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's kind of makes sense. And it scaffolded the thing, and like, this is what it looks like right now. And it's very basic. I want to say I was using 5.5, maybe was auto, but I was using it on auto select mode. So auto select mode decided that was the model that was the most appropriate to help me with this build. And so it's funny because you start kind of understanding, like when you see the designs, you kind of figure out what model made it. Yeah. You're like, listen, I'm a terrible designer, so none of that would have looked like that if I tried to do this by hand. But this is where it's at right now. So I could do the same research from either the CLI, from VS Code, from the Copilot chat on .com. And I can do that research using either the ARTAS model selector or using any of the local models. And this is something that I wanted to make sure I share because I think a lot of us forget that we have a plethora of models that we can choose from Foundry. We can just deploy these models, and then now we have an opportunity with the CLI. You can bring your own key. That means you can access these local models and use the CLI. Same thing with VS Code and JetBrains. So
right. And when you use bring your own key and you have local models and stuff, you don't have to worry about keeping track of your tokens all the time.
Exactly.
Because I know out there that is a concern right now. That's a thing that we're all thinking about, figuring out how to manage costs, manage budgets, manage how you spend your tokens.
100%.
And it would be nice to not have to worry about that. And that's the greatness of local models and bring your own key.
100%. So, and honestly, like the way that most of like this instance and like some of the deployments that I have for like the services that are deployed right now, like I literally just told the agent to do it, and the agent did a really good job. Nice. So it's like it integrates really nicely, like it does it for you. So
are you using a local model in your Copilot app?
So I have a local model that, and I can demo it here actually. Like let's see if it's. So I have a local model that is deployed to Foundry.
Okay.
And it's for an image generating model. So it's using, I think it's GPT-2 image. It takes a little bit to load up.
That's okay. We can, you know what's
we'll
great?
Come back to it.
We can fully just hide the screen and say, hey, something is loading.
Okay, yay! We can do that.
But anyway,
but basically, you can set it up to where you create your local models. So like, for example, and you can go back to it, like, this was an earlier prompt that I just did like Copilot image basically as and then it had the prompt on it. It had like the little, let's see, maybe it was in a different session, so it's not going to pop up, but I can just tell it, okay, Copilot image, and then tell it to generate like whatever it is that I'm trying to do. Like, so like I can tell it like, okay, generate a image of a fishbowl with people in it. And I might mess up the flag there. And why am I typing like this is not 2026 and I don't have, okay, so with people in it.
Okay.
With Pepsis, I don't have, with people in it. I wonder what come up if we let it go with it.
Let's just see what happens.
So we're going to let it go.
Yeah, we're going to let it go. And I see there's some questions on what are we actually doing. Hey, everybody.
Let's go to what we're doing.
We are working on some cool projects, and we're here at Microsoft Build. We are currently in a fishbowl right now. There's people surrounding us at this conference right in the middle of it. We're talking about what happened at the conference, but then also just what's going on with the updates to GitHub Copilot, Copilot app, Foundry models, all of these different things.
Okay, perfect. So let's look at, we can, in 1 second, I'm gonna go back. We can go back to sharing my screen now.
Let's go, ready.
And then, so we go back to sharing my screen.
Image?
So people in a fishbowl. I mean, this is kind of what I feel like now.
And that was on a local model.
That was on, so that was using my deploy model in Foundry.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because it was an image generated model. So I have it set up where I have an alias to it. That's what you saw, Copilot image.
That's amazing.
And so like this was the prompt, generate an image of a football with 6, I think it read that as 6 people. And then because I was using like voice to text, they just say something wacky.
That's so funny.
But I mean, it did it.
It did it.
It did it, right? And it's using my resource that is deployed to Foundry. And I have it wired up on my CLI so I can use it for whatever.
That is amazing.
So that's flexibility you can use. Like I think like Copilot CLI is the only harness that allows you to bring any models that you have. And like this is an example of like doing image generation from the CLI, which why not?
Yeah, you can. That's so cool.
So,
and I always sound like such a major shill when I say it, but GitHub is all about developer choice.
I love that. It is true, though.
It's true because the fact that you can do that, like I know you prefer the CLI, and you can just do that, and like if someone prefers a user interface, if someone wants to do it from their phone,
exactly,
you just can.
Exactly,
and that is so nice.
So what you were mentioning earlier about it having like doing this mermaid diagram for the session, I feel like let's kick off a session.
Let's try it
and let's do that.
So do /create canvas.
Let me is this one okay? Should I swap?
Yeah. Try doing. You want to try doing like one of the new models?
Let's
there's like
find-
the Gemini
let's-
models.
Well, I don't know.
GPT-5.5
Let's do
is
GPT.
great.
Honestly,
That's a great one.
GPT-5.5 is.
It's fast.
I like
too.
'em.
I like it.
I like it. It's my friend.
Yeah.
It's my friend. All right. So
So /create canvas.
okay, let's see. Create canvas. Okay.
And then we just say what we want.
So
So-
I like a mermaid
Yeah, a mermaid diagram
diagram
of this repository.
of this repository.
that allows me to, or how about a mermaid diagram canvas that allows me to drill into my project and see how the folders are structured.
I like it.
Yeah, or an architecture diagram.
It allows me to run into my project too. Okay, well, it kind of.
Oh, I just realized you were voice to text.
Oh, you know it.
Clearly.
You know, like for a mermaid diagram.
Yeah.
All right, that kind of allows me to drill into this repo. Honestly, like typing in lives is like scary.
I don't. I always make so many more typos when people are watching me.
That's why I prefer to use voice to text, and then I can just tell it, and then
Yeah.
it can just do it. So we'll see if it's gonna.
Also, someone just asked, "Can I use GitHub Copilot with Open Router?" And yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Hope that's helpful.
That's part of
Okay.
that developer choice that we love.
Yeah.
So, okay, now it's setting
Okay.
up, it's reading the extension authoring guide. So it's reading that skill, that /skill to
Right.
create the canvas. And then,
Also, something that's cool about canvases that I learned yesterday is, let's just say you make a canvas that you really like and you want to share it with me. You could say, save this to a gist. And then I can take that gist URL that you sent it to me, like a
Yeah.
GitHub gist, and I could say, make a canvas from this.
oh, that's really
and it'll
fun.
just do it.
Oh,
It's
I love
great.
that.
Yeah. It's a cool way of being able to share it quickly. And I know people are planning on adding more canvases like Awesome Copilot and other directories, but it's so nice to just have an easy way to share things quickly.
I love that. I love that. Okay, so it looks like, okay, I found an app, so it knows what it is.
so
It's
that
got
it's getting
Azure
to know your project, it
functions.
looks like.
Okay, so it's going through like scanning the package.json, trying to figure out what it is. Okay,
Yeah,
and then I'm gonna make this mermaid
It's
node
figuring
first.
things out.
All
Do
right.
you typically, when you kick off a prompt, do you follow along in the chat very closely, or do you just kind of let it go? And
I think it really depends. It depends on what I'm doing. Like typically on a normal, like I'm working on this project, I would not be sitting here staring at it. I would not. I would have gone and I'll be doing something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have waited for it, especially because this is like, okay, I want like a diagram of this
All of us,
project.
all of that,
Exactly.
yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I would have, and really you can actually start another session within the same. So like we could
Right.
technically
Well,
come over
and-
here and start working on something
And I'd
else.
love to talk about that. And
Yes,
also, Owen
let's do that.
Codes, hi, we see you. So something that is cool about the way it works is Git work trees.
Yes.
And Git work trees is a concept that like has existed in Git, but now we're actually taking advantage of it. Where what you could do is whenever you kick off a new session, you don't have to worry about stashing or switching branches
Which
or
is
doing any of like the extra pulling or something. It
Yes.
just creates a brand new work tree and you go. And then they don't step on each other as you have work going on in parallel. And then you could just say, for example, let's just say you merged in one of your PRs. You could say, oh, make sure you pull main with this next one. And it'll just do it. It's so nice.
I mean, I know there's a lot of purists out there. Like if you love to manage your work trees by
I
hand,
know, believe me, I'm
but
I'm slowly converting because I'm one of those.
but I mean, why work harder? Honestly, like it's not a good use of your time. I don't think. Like so, I
Right.
feel like this is a good use of our time. So okay, this is loading. I mean, it's doing a thing. Let me.
Could
I
you
want-
show how fast it is to add a new repository to your app? Because I love that.
Oh, for sure. So like, okay, here is registering the canvas
Oh,
exactly.
great.
But I can start a session here, which is basically like bring in whatever it is that I want to work on, either from a local folder or repository, right?
Yeah.
From a GitHub repository. So I can just dump an URL as well.
What's great too
Love
is like
it.
it doesn't have to be just your repos. Like if you wanted to pull like my repo Pocket Cal that I showed on the stage today, you just could.
Yes.
And it does all the cloning, all the pulling, all of that. And so you just don't have to worry about it. It's so nice.
So look at
Okay,
our
let's
little.
look at this little canvas.
So it did this little diagram. Okay. Well, that's the code for it. And interesting. It makes some interesting design choices.
Yeah, this GPT 5.5 is not the best designer.
I feel like this would have been a better job for another model. And listen, this is part of also like when you're working, you understand exactly,
Yeah.
I bet you if I've had it on auto mode, it probably would have done a better job at selecting the model, which is there's so much intelligence in the way that the auto model selector feature was created. If you haven't tried that, please try that because it's really, really great. But okay, it kind of gives me sort of what it is. It's a little bit hard to see. I mean, it does the job, right? Like mainly we just wanted to like see it. And it's saying, okay, it couldn't start the front end because the dependencies are not installed.
Okay,
and
it's doing all of that.
But listen, I didn't have to go and do npm install nothing. It was like, well, now we need to install them. Yeah. And now we need to rerun it.
Doing all of that. And what's cool, once again, because this is a canvas, yes, it shows you all these things about your repo. But what you could do is you could make it really interactive if you wanted to. So you could say like, oh, based on this file and this file, add those to the chat. I want you to use these as context to kick off a session specifically around these files or something like that. And again, that's where that conversation starts to happen, where it's a different way to interface with an agent besides chat.
I love it. Okay, this is really cool. So it did the thing. It did the thing. But now let's get out of, maybe we'll start a new session because I wanted to, let's start a new session in the same project, right? And let me switch my model to GPT 5.5 because it's big. And then we're going to, basically at the state of the app, where the app is up, and I'll hit a quick tab switch so you can see where it's at. Right now, where it's at, we have authentication done, right? Like, is that being handled already by Azure? Thank you, Azure. You're like coded for this because everything integrates with GitHub so nicely. So it's very nice. If you're looking to add OAuth to your applications that you're building, that is a great way to do it. So it's doing that. But right now,
you zoom in a tiny bit.
Yes, but there is no way really for me to like check in or do anything. Like right now, it's still so
very basic.
So we need to figure out how to do that, and we're gonna just ask the app to like the GitHub Copilot app to ask that. All right, so. Okay, it looks like we need to finish creating this. So now let's figure out what API endpoints we need to add in order to retrieve the actual information and to allow people to check into this application. So let's talk through a plan to do that.
Wow, look at that.
Shout out to Handy That Computer. Amazing open source project. Actually, doesn't this have a voice feature now too?
I was going to say voice just came out like yesterday.
Okay.
It's very new. But anyway, if you haven't seen that, first of all, Handy.Computer is an open source transcription app. It's local. It's awesome. But also, yes, in the GitHub Copilot app, they added a local whisper voice mode where I think you can add it in your settings, but it's if you already have it working with Handy.
I don't know. There you go. Yeah, well, we'll use Handy for this. But okay, so now it's thinking I'm gonna take a look at the app structure and I'm gonna figure out what we need to do in order to actually make this a thing that does a thing. And this is working inside the Copilot app, right? But I can open this anywhere else.
That's so nice. I love the integrated terminal.
Yeah.
So many times, again, especially because it's work trees. So sometimes you're working in a very specific realm of the world.
Yes.
Having like a dedicated terminal just to that work tree is so nice to just maintain the state of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're thinking this is something that you're gonna dig in a little bit closer, you want to look at every line of code, you want to see all your files, you can also pop it open. I think the only VS Code instance I have installed on this machine is Insiders. But if you had code, like it will pop up there too.
It's great.
So like whatever editor or like your terminal, if you use Ghosty, whatever.
Have you seen the run dialog too up there? The one that's next to it?
For you, let's see.
Nice. So it automatically pulls from like your package JSON and commands and stuff. And so you don't have to do npm run dev or anything. You just click the button. It's so nice.
I love this so much because that is, and especially when you're working on things like this, that you want to immediately see it. I don't want to go out of here, open a browser and figure out if it actually did the thing that I wanted to do.
It all works in there. And then you can configure the scripts too, where let's just say it's like, oh, I need to run this, but also run, I don't know, a Docker command at the same time or something. It'll just work. You can configure the scripts and have as many buttons as you want in that drop down.
I love that. So listen, I'm on a trust but verify.
Okay.
era.
Great.
So we're gonna take a quick look through the plan. I mean, it doesn't sound like it's way off. Like I think that it's actually does. Yes, Cosmos DB is for persistence. Yes, they said there's a check-in. Yeah, okay. I mean, I think should we just trust?
So far, this is looking decent. And you know what? We're vibe coding an app at a conference. Let's just ship it.
What should I say? Go for it, boom.
Yeah. Type go for it, boom. I think it'll like that.
We'll see what it does now, and then we'll
Just
run it
respond,
and
boom, boom.
boom, boom. And so we'll see what it does now. But honestly, being able to go from like, okay, we created this plan to actually the app scaffolded to actually, I want to continue into development and not having to go 5 different places,
Right.
bounce from place to place.
It's all just there.
It's all here. It's all here.
And that's so cool that it's pulling in the Azure stuff, the little logos and icons on the side. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, this is good. Okay, so now it's like, all right, I have the endpoints that I need. I'm going to add the 2 function files
Sure.
and wire the React UI to consume them. Okay.
That's amazing.
And again, this like it was the original prompt you saw what I used for like I want you to build me this thing. I could have been a lot more like I gave it some preferences, right?
Sure.
But I could have been a lot more specific.
Yeah.
Um,
That's great though.
but it's a good starting point. But if this is and also shout out to the Spec Kit folks because that's something that Spec Kit could have done like a much more superior
Yeah.
job.
Well, and that's the thing. Like you kind of have to figure out what context do you want to give. How do you want to
Yes.
organize that context? There's so many things there. Something that I really like to use is that quick chats feature on the side too. Where like as this is running, quick chats is just under the sessions button where it's above all the repos.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there where that is truly just chatting that's not attached to a repo. So it doesn't have to create a new work tree.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how I started to do the plan for this. And then they did ask me like, okay, are we making this
Yeah.
thing?
Do you want to make it into a repo?
Do you want to exactly?
What are we doing here? And
Yes.
I love doing it for like making really detailed specs. Where
Oh.
I'll say like, let's talk through an idea. Let's brainstorm on this. We go back and forth and stuff. And I'm like, okay, I want you to make a spec for every single feature we've talked about.
Mhm.
And then I can go through each of those and like vet it. And then what's nice is like the rubber duck feature where a different model can vet your project and you can
Yes. Can you explain what the rubber duck model is? Because
Yes.
y'all like turn
I
this
love
on.
it. Okay.
Use this.
So the rubber duck feature is a really nice one where if Copilot figures out and is like, hey, this is a particularly complex feature, it'll ask a different AI model family about the plan that it's generating.
Yes.
And so because all model families have biases in some way or another, don't we all?
We have our
We-
biases.
We
like-
do. It reflects the people that built it very well. And so if let's just say you're making this plan in GPT 5.5, you can request a rubber duck from Claude Sonnet 4.6 or from Gemini 3.1 or something like that, and it'll just work.
Yes.
And that's great. That's actually something where in your personal settings, you can have like custom instructions or personal instructions for everything. I just have in my personal instructions, always request a rubber duck review
Yes.
right there. Yeah.
I need to add that to mine actually. I have a very I don't know, y'all. I don't know when I was
Write
writing.
code the way God would. Boring, obvious, and easy to read.
So far it's working for me. Like, this is my but listen, it's your instructions, so you do not do whatever you
I
want.
respect it. I love it. That's so funny.
Okay,
Honestly,
process.
my custom instructions are kind of like I say, I kind of give it context saying you're actually a developer advocate.
Oh, I like that.
Because I want it to respond to me in a friendly, like teaching way.
Peer to peer. Don't
Yeah.
talk to me like
Yeah, peer to peer
yeah.
friendly way. And so I'm
don't
just
bro
like,
me, bro.
yeah, I literally say like, as you respond to me, respond to things clearly, give me documentation as often as possible, give me a tweetable tagline. Even though I never tweet out what it says, it's kind of cute because then I
It
get
is.
like a tagline like, oh, this is generally what they just said. And so
Yeah.
you can get like a good quick TLDR on things.
I love
but
that. So okay,
yeah.
so what can I
Anyway.
tell? What can I tell my instructions here? So I always use rubber duck
Oh, say use rubber duck and tell me which model you used for the rubber duck.
and tell me which. Y'all, I can't type. This is why I use points all the
Yeah.
time. Which model you use for the rubber duck?
Yeah.
Do I need to tell it like it's a slash command or nothing? No, it'll figure it out.
It'll just figure it out.
Okay,
And
sweet.
it's nice, yeah, because then it'll just start doing it by default.
Yeah.
And it's really good because then once the rubber duck starts happening, your plans just get better.
which are
Because once again, it's
that's
just
amazing.
being
That sort of
fed across
adversarial, like pitting the models kind of against each other. But the bias is hard for us humans. Like, so
Yeah.
it makes sense. It makes sense. Can I quickly give a shout out to Cameron Foxley, because what about
So
the
many
themes
themes.
for this beautiful application?
Yeah.
Our design team totally cooked with this. Look at this.
There's so many.
Phenomenal.
Also, I admit I've been using the light mode, and so I haven't even seen all the dark mode themes. That's
Oh,
great.
the dark modes ones are amazing. There is like so many. There is so many.
Wow.
And this is new. I don't remember seeing that you could actually
You
select
can pick your font.
you can pick the font that you want for your
that's
embedded
fun.
terminal. That is
Nice.
fun. What do we like?
You know, I love
Do we
the
like
different monospace ones. I really love the Mona fonts.
Yeah, I wonder if those are here. Yes,
See-
they are.
Nice.
Mona Sans Mono.
Yeah, where's the Mona space? That's what it is.
Mona Space. Well,
Oh, I see it.
here.
There's-
Mona
yeah,
Space
right there.
Neon.
That's a good font.
I like it.
I
I like
love
how
the
we're
Mona
also
Space.
like personalizing the Copilot app.
Yeah,
Every word.
slowly but surely. We're just like, yeah, session's running.
And
you might
also,
as
I
well.
want to do that. Okay, let's go back and see what you did.
Okay.
So what you did, you added, check-in endpoint, perfect, to load the last 50 wall entries from Cosmos.
Wow.
Amazing. Then you added this check-in API post to validate, authenticate, and observe the signing GitHub users check-in. A front-end form for signing users. So I guess
Great.
you're going to have an option to write
So
what you want to
can go
write.
log in.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then updated at, and then it's saying like the validation passed, npm run. Okay.
Great.
I mean,
Let's
the
run
plan
it.
is complete. Do we want to create
no,
a PR?
I think beyond the plan being incomplete, click the changes thing right there.
Let's see this.
And you can actually
look at
see
the
the
diff.
diff. It's great.
Yes.
So what's
don't
nice
like
about this
as
tabbed area,
well.
you can see the changes, you can also see the actual plan, and you can run things in the terminal.
Look at that. So this is what I was doing, and then I got here, and then I did that.
Yes, sometimes that is very verbose, and sometimes it's not.
And so I guess I could run it from here if I wanted to.
Right. Or you could click the run button, and
Or I can
should
click the
just
run
work.
button, and it should run.
let's see.
And so
There you go.
now
Okay,
we
sign in
have a
with
wall.
GitHub.
I don't know if it's gonna let me, because I don't think this is a true browser.
I don't either. Let's
I
find
think
out.
this is not. Yeah, this is not a true browser. So
Okay.
this it's not like
It's
on
like a
on VS
preview.
Code where it's full Chromium and you can actually like open that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is just like a preview. So do we YOLO this and tell it to push to main and let it rebuild?
Let's just push it and
Yeah,
figure it
let's
out.
push to main. Bad engineering practices always open up.
Yes. Once again, this is not what we would
Push them
normally
in.
do for real products.
YOLO. We're YOLOing.
Yeah.
Oh, another YOLO thing we haven't shown actually, like the modes, because you can switch the modes.
Oh,
So we got interactive where we were having this conversation, right? We're going
yeah,
back and
step by
forth.
step.
I want you to do this, you do that. If I wanted to go straight up planning from like the very beginning, I had the idea, let's talk it out. Or my recent
Autopilot.
favorite, when YOLO all
If you're
the
just
way.
doing it,
Yes.
it's great.
Like I don't hate autopilot.
I know it depends on what I'm
It's
working
not
on.
gotten me in trouble yet.
That's yeah.
Would.
But depending on what you're working on, sometimes if I'm just like, I just need the outcome, I don't care how it's built. It's like a small tool for me, proof of concept or something.
Yeah.
Just go.
Go
It's
for it.
great.
Do the
Yeah.
thing. Do the thing. Okay,
Okay.
well, I think
So
this
now
is
we're
probably
waiting for things-
building.
I was going to say, I bet it's deploying right.
Yeah, like it's probably
now.
doing.
We'll
it's-
get your nice green button. Or
it's
are you
doing the
logged in?
thing. I think I am logged in, but I can go back and like this is the repos. Oh no, this is the app actually.
Does
Where
it
is
let
the
you?
repo?
Does it let you log out from the app?
It should
Let's find out.
technically. We'll see. There we go.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah.
So I want to sign in with GitHub to check in.
Okay.
And so it says I'm logged in, but I don't think our form is popping up yet.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it. Let me see. Let's go back to the app here real quick. It says you pushed that. Why are you lying to me?
It's okay. That's how you know it's live. So let's verify again what happened. So what if we looked at the diff to see what the form?
Let's go back and see what it did. I mean, but the form, like the preview showed us the form.
right.
But it didn't actually. I wonder if it actually.
it already pushed your.
It already
changes, so
pushed the
it's not
changes.
showing-
So I wonder if
this-
it's rebuilding right now.
It might be rebuilding.
Like it might be rebuilding. Let me pop up the repo real quick. Could you take my screen out? Because I don't know
Yes,
what repos
like,
are gonna pop up.
we
when-
don't. It's always good to.
I
know
got
when you
lots of.
shouldn't
I
share
got
a
lots of
screen.
repos.
your
There is
background.
repos upon
No.
repos. I thought I made a shortcut for it, but I made it actually for the app.
Oh, okay.
So you can
Cool.
see, you don't have to see all my trash repos here.
Do not look at the repos behind the curtain.
Yeah,
people.
no. Okay, so it's saying that, yeah, no, it looks like, it says like it build and deploy.
Can I share your screen again?
Let me quickly,
She's verifying things. There's
I'm
keys involved. We're just gonna wait here.
I wonder if this
But-
is some aggressive caching, which our friend Edge is good at that. Let's see if
Let's
that
see
could
what
be it.
happens.
That could be
Okay,
it. Oh, wait,
I'm
no.
going to slowly switch back to her screen with the magical button.
What
See what happens.
is working?
It's working. Made by GPS.
Where is she?
She's, she
It's
just signed
working.
into our app.
Where is she?
Probably just behind it. That's amazing though. Wait, that means I
Okay.
can sign in. Can I do
Yes,
it from
do
my
it,
phone?
do it. So go gh.io/hi.
You just got high?
Like, no, but that's my, yeah, like I did. It's mine now.
I was going to say that means you stole that URL from. That's amazing.
It's all
Okay,
mine
I'm
now.
going to sign in.
Let's
I'm
see.
signing in
Let's
from my
see.
phone.
Let's see.
And we'll
Let's
see
see.
if it lets me.
Let's see if it lets you.
Okay.
Imagine it hallucinated our colleague Wang.
Yeah, let's see. Okay. I'm granting access.
Grant
And-
access.
Oh,
Trust.
okay. And
Trust.
so I have to say hi to the stream. I'm going to.
Well, just let's see what.
I am in San Francisco.
Okay. I love
Okay.
this, and if it works, I'm gonna. All of y'all, do it. We're gonna crash it real quick. This is not being tested. There's been no. There's
Okay.
clearly been no test on it. Let's see.
Okay. Now.
Whoa! What's up,
Wow.
stream?
Yeah, yeah.
What's
yeah.
up, stream?
It worked. It worked. Wait, can I change? My,
I think you can edit it, but if not, listen, that's something we can tell the Copilot app to go do, buddy. Like now, I want to be able to edit so that the form should be,
okay, wait. Can you refresh the page? Did it work?
to be
really
kind of
quick? I just
dynamic.
tried to edit.
Let's see. Howdy! It worked. It
Yeah,
worked. It worked.
Yeah,
Amazing.
that's so cool. And yeah, so
I'm
there's like a check-in
excited.
form. I'm gonna switch to my machine over here so you can see over here. Okay.
Show. Yeah.
So there's like a little form here. Excuse the, I should show a screenshot or something, but this is the form for her app. It live worked right
This
there.
is funsies. Okay. So, I mean, it did the thing. Now, finally, it caught up actually like the aggressive catching. So
It
everyone
did
can do it. Everybody can do it.
Wow.
I feel like it's doing the thing that I wanted it to do, right?
We're done.
It's letting me like what? It's a wrap. Can we make it look more like build?
That's a good idea.
I feel like it's very
It is very AI designed.
yeah. Let's grab what's the Microsoft oh, I know this.
It's build.microsoft.com.
Okay, so I'm gonna say we can just ask for a
Can you just ask based on a website?
I think so. I think
Really?
I think I've done it before. Let's say
Okay.
I'm gonna say go to and what is it?
Builds.microsoft.com.
Build.microsoft.com.
You misspelled Microsoft, but it probably gets it.
Microsoft. All right, go
Okay.
to buildmicrosoft.com and apply the colors from there.
Colors and themes.
Colors and themes
And let's
From
see.
there. to this app.
Okay.
Cool.
Wow.
And we let it rip.
Okay, and this is just an opinion question.
Yes.
Would you rather do that in this exact same session or in a new session? Like, when do you prefer starting fresh versus continuing?
I love this. I think, and that's a good question about context management.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, it is. Honestly, I think it depends on how long the session has been up to this point.
Yeah, sure.
Technically, I feel like, oh, look, friends,
Oh, did it just open?
it
that?
just did that.
That's cool.
It has popped up in a window because it's like, what? I need to see
Getting
it.
The website.
So this is
live.
the power of Playwright. It just screenshotted. Did you notice that?
No.
Yes, that little
That's
flash was the
cool.
Playwright MCP server doing a little splashy splash.
No way.
So now it's like, okay, wait a minute, hang on. I know what this is. This is, I love the Playwright MCP. Shout out to the Playwright MCP folks.
at
They're doing God's work out there. All right. So I was like, it's mostly black and white with Microsoft yellow, blue accents. So now
Okay.
it's going to go make it look like that.
Wow, this is so cool.
I love that.
I have never done something like that before.
I love that. I've used that before on a CLI on my own. So I have this sort of landing page with all my links.
Sure.
And I can't remember whose site it was that I saw. Oh, it's actually the Rio Terminal maintainer, Rafa. And
Okay.
he has this amazing cursor follow animation. So that when you're like, and I saw it and I was
remember
like,
you implemented that.
I was like, I want my little landing page to have that. So I literally pointed the CLI
Can you show it?
to like,
Because
yeah, let's
we're-
look at it
we're-
while it's doing
We're
it.
letting a session go. We might as
So
well try it.
like, this is my little landing page where I have,
AG11.
but this is like, I need therapy and this is my therapy,
Wow.
right?
That's cool.
So
really
he
cool.
has one very similar to this. It's not the same kind of like trailing thing or like a star because he's
Yeah.
more serious than me, but it's sort of the same concept. But I was
No, but
like,
that's so cool.
I was like, I
though.
don't know how to begin to do that. So I'm just gonna point to a site that I know where that is implemented beautifully in a way that I like it, and then let
And then
Copilot go figure it
iterate from
out,
there.
and Copilot figure it out for me. So
That is so cool.
it's cool beans. Let's go back to our little app and see where we are. Okay, so now it's saying like, yes, I did the thing.
Oh, okay. We have a diff. It looks like it changed a bunch of Tailwind
So
classes.
it changed a bunch of classes.
It looks like it hard-coded colors, which we could tell it not to do, but it's probably fine for a proof of concept.
I mean, and this is where we're still needed.
Yeah.
And this is where
Right.
this is why we will always have jobs, my friends. Because for someone that is like, you actually understand it, you wanna
Right.
You wanna have good
You
practices there.
have commentary. Yeah.
yeah. So what
Feel
do we
good
do?
to
We push
understand
it? Do we YOLO
fundamentals.
it?
Yeah, why not?
Push it to main, boom. We're gonna YOLO it again. And let it
Okay.
rip. Again, don't try this at home. Always
Or
create
do.
PRs.
Eh.
Or do. Okay, so now it's committing the changes against the PR. Another thing we could have done actually is drop a picture. The same thing that the Playwright MCP did, right? So if there is
Sure.
something like if you have an inspo, remember that one project that we made live on a Robert Duck Thursday? By the way, subscribe to our YouTube channel, the GitHub YouTube channel. So you can see,
YouTube.com/GitHub, y'all.
do it. Because like we did a session once and you were like, oh, I wanted to create like this palette, the color thing.
picker thing. Yeah.
Yes. And so like you could literally just drop a picture too and say, okay, like inspired
wanted
by
to do
these
this and that.
colors.
Have you seen Pick and Polish?
No.
Okay, so run something in the local browser here. It could be this app. It could be any app.
Okay, let's see. How can I get it to where
Run dev, and we'll
Let's-
get a local.
let's get it. Okay, so it's running. And in the meanwhile,
You can click the ... to open up or the plus sign. I'm sorry, the plus sign to open up a browser.
okay, so
And
open
it
up
can
a
open
browser.
the browser for whatever URL. And so we could do like this URL, for example.
Okay, let's
Is it?
but it said,
Oh, no,
because it
it'd
needs
be
to
the
be a local.
Yeah, do local host, whatever the local host.
What
is.
was it?
Yeah, I forget what it was.
That's something I just saw that you can now, I feel like you can
Oh, wait,
now
that one.
hardcore.
Oh, okay, perfect. Why?
It's done it.
Nice. That's it. So
Yay.
see that pick and polish button?
Okay.
If you click that, then hover your mouse over the website. You could say, let's just say you want to change that heading right
Okay.
there. Click it. It adds that exact div to the chat.
So
And then you can
now
say, I want you to fix
it knows
this.
that this is the span class
Right.
exactly what I
And
wanted
so
to
speaking
do,
of context management, it does less searching and you say, this is the exact thing I want you to edit. Go.
which is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, that's something that's in VS Code, and the VS Code pioneered that. I want to say last year. It might have been the year before. Time is hard, but anyway, they added
Yes.
that to this app, and it's so great. And there's also the dark mode and light mode buttons. There's so many things that you could do. Where I think this app is just hard coded, but
Yeah.
let's just say you were testing that, you could click those buttons and it would just go across.
I
It's
love
so great.
that. I was actually using an open source project to do that. I can't remember
really?
the name, but yeah, like, but
Nice.
literally that's what it did. Like it just
Change
ported
dark
that
mode and light
into
mode.
your, no, it ported like
Oh,
the
it it
particular
did the pick and
element
polish. I
into
see.
the chat so that
Yeah.
then Copilot like knew where to go.
Yeah.
But I don't even have to
But
do
now
that
it's built
anymore.
in. It's so nice.
I love this so much. This is cool, y'all. Let's go see. I mean, I think it's gonna look exactly like that
Yeah,
because
it
that's
probably
literally
will, but
that's
still,
the thing.
That's great that it.
That's the thing
did
that
it.
it did.
Wow.
Okay, and so now it's like loading some of the check-ins. Who's this?
Someone
What's
said
up?
super
At
cool from
310
Austin,
CB 47.
Texas.
Look at this little.
You know what? I'm going to share that GH.io/hi with our
Yes.
team.
Everybody say hi to
Just
us.
do that really quick.
Say hi to us. And I think we're like starting to wind down the stream so we can like answer
we have,
questions.
Yeah, we have a little bit of time. So
Yes.
y'all, if you have questions,
We can answer your questions. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. I'm gonna show our YouTube channel right
please
now
do. Yeah.
because honestly, I feel like a lot of people I still sometimes we go live and I see folks that are like, YouTube have a channel. Like, but we do, and there is like a ton of really amazing content that's there for you
It's-
to learn how to use our features.
So many of our teams, you will see our faces, but
Yeah,
so
I'm
many of our
sorry.
teammates too
I
are.
apologize for myself. Cassidy's face is quite lovely.
No, your face is lovely too. But anyway, but you'll see GitHub for Beginners, for example, which
Series is so good.
GitHub Copilot CLI for Beginners. So good.
Yes.
Just all of these just to get you all of the fundamentals that you need. But we also have our show called The Download.
The news, y'all. Who can keep up with everything that's shipping
the
every week?
things.
Nobody, and you don't have to.
And so, yeah,
You don't have to.
the download it comes out every other week where it's the latest developer news and highlights. The most recent one.
Exactly.
Andrea, you
I
a great
did
job.
it, and we had news about Bill. My favorite sessions that I was looking. Yours is one of them. We had news about Bun, and the Rust
Oh,
saga
right.
continues.
Yes.
Yes.
How they that
So they're not. It's not GitHub news
it's
or
tech-
Microsoft news.
open source news, developer highlights.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you should 100% join that because it's fun. And then this one I love, which is the checkout. And
Yeah.
this is, I want everyone to give this a read. I'm going to grab the link and I'm going to slack it to you. I think, I can't do that from here, but go to the channel and let this. You should watch
head out
this.
to youtube.com/GitHub.
Yes, please. Yes,
You will
please.
see it.
I want folks to take a look at the auto
The
mode.
checkout is really great because not only the most recent video that Andrea is showing you, but it's always just what are the latest things coming to GitHub.
So
from
like
people who work at GitHub.
So it's like literally like this is the PM from the auto model selector team. And like I was extremely skeptical of auto model select because I am naturally a skeptical person.
Hello, everybody. We are back. Sorry for the technical difficulties of the last session, but I'm glad they made it pretty much to the end of their project. But now we are here with Mads Kristensen, who's going to be doing some awesome Visual Studio Copilot goodness. Mads, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hello, everybody. Hello, Katie. Thank you for having me on the show.
Of course. Thanks for making
Yeah.
the time.
I'm very pleased to be here and representing Visual Studio, the team.
Mhm. Yep.
And
Raise the roof.
yes, I'm a product manager on the Visual Studio team, and so I'm very always very interested in talking about Visual Studio and showing Visual Studio.
Totally. And this is now going to the Visual Studio YouTube as well. So hopefully we'll get some good questions and comments. That's kind of my job in all of this, is to relay all of that to Mads as we're going through and coding up some cool stuff. So please send all that stuff in. I'll make
Yes.
sure Mads hears it.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah.
questions? Any questions related to any Visual Studio stuff? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Does
I
it
think
have?
so.
It doesn't have to be about what I'm showing. It could be anything.
I mean, we'll see
fine
as
with
they
me.
come in. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine with me. And then we'll just send them your way and
Okay.
we'll make it work. But
Yeah.
I know, Mads, you had a couple of ideas. Where should we start with all of this?
So I think we should just start with a place that is dear to my heart, which is Visual Studio extensions,
Okay.
because I can't not write Visual Studio extensions all the time. It's
Oh.
like just I don't know what it is. It's like
I've heard because at one point Mads and I were on the same team, and I remember during our weekly meeting check-ins, he was always working on some extension.
Yeah.
So
and I wrote extensions to make it easier to write extensions for Visual Studio as well.
yeah, that's pretty
It's very
in
meta.
the matrix.
Yeah. But one of them is like one that's really good for when you're having an agent to help you write extensions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so let's take a look at that. So let me open the extension manager here. I already have it installed, but it's called .github plus MCP.
Okay.
It really is a horrible name.
There's a lot going on, and then the description is quite light.
Yeah. It started with the name GitHub Node.
Okay.
That was the original name. And then slowly it just morphed into this.
Yep.
So yeah. But what it does give us is that if I go up to the extension menu up here, it gives me an agent marketplace.
Oh.
Now check this out. So it comes with a bunch of built-in marketplaces. And so if you've ever played around with like the notion of like Claude plugin marketplaces, that this is what that is.
Okay.
So I can point at any GitHub repo that identifies itself as a marketplace,
Yeah.
which is basically that it has a marketplace.json file in a specific folder, or it uses the .well-known URL
Okay.
format. So I can point it at any URL that has a .well-known folder, and it will auto-discover a bunch of things that has to do with agents.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I have one here called the VS Agent plugins. VS, of course, it being Visual Studio, and it is a bunch of skills that instructs Copilot on how to write extensions for Visual Studio.
Okay.
Yeah, and it supports. There's kind of 3 ways of writing extensions, just because
Yeah. Give
why
me the
have one when
intro.
you can have
Yeah.
3?
Yeah.
So there's the old way of doing it, kind of what we call the VS SDK.
Mm.
Then there's kind of a modern way of dealing with the VS SDK called the Community Toolkit.
Okay.
And then there's the brand new Visual Studio extensibility way of writing. And these skills take care of all 3. So no
Oh.
matter which 3 you choose, these skills will help you do the right thing. So I already installed them. You can see they're right here. These are my list of installed skills.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole bunch here.
Is this intended for someone who kind of already knows what they're doing with writing VS extensions, or is it pretty friendly, I guess?
It's pretty friendly.
Okay.
Yeah. But with everything AI, I feel like the more you know, the more skills you have yourself, the more and the better you are at directing the agent to do the right thing.
Yeah.
So I don't think the extensions are any different than any other, from a skills perspective, than any other type of development scenario that you might have.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I really think that the more skilled you are as a developer, the better you can make use of agents. I see that again and again, and so this is the same.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that if you've never done it before, you're going to have a great time.
Yeah.
Like, right. So it might take you a little longer because you don't know the right words to ask for, the right names of things. But these skills are going to make it a little bit easier
Okay.
on Copilot to do the right thing.
Gotcha.
So this is where I would suggest everybody start.
Mhm.
If you've never written an extension before, or even if you have, go install these VS Agent plugins here.
I
yeah,
like
so
the little image you got for it too.
that's just my GitHub
Yeah.
profile picture.
know.
I actually had to upload a new one without a background, so it's transparent PNG
Oh,
to
nice.
make it look really snazzy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the beginning. And let me just go back here. So you might have noticed that my Visual Studio looks different than most other people's Visual Studio.
hmm
And so one of the things that are different is that at the bottom of the screen here on the status bar, I have a bunch of animals, right?
Oh,
That
yeah.
they kind of hang out with me here.
There's a monkey, a cat, and a bird. Is that what I'm seeing?
It's
And they're sending hearts to each other.
it's a dog. Yeah, if they meet
What's
each
a
other,
dog?
yeah, they can play ball. Like I think if you double click one, they will play ball. And
I like their little reactions too.
if the build fails, they will be sad, and if the build succeeds, they will cheer for you.
That's awesome.
And but it's called VS Pets, so you can install VS Pets. So I have here. We can come back to this one. This is a new start page concept I'm working on.
Oh,
But let's open VS Pets. You can see here it has a Copilot icon. That means that there are actual Copilot sessions in this particular repo already.
oh wow.
Yeah, you see there's a couple here. It shows up here, out here. I just didn't close them out, I guess.
Yeah. Yep.
So I have an issue here. If I right click one of these animals here, let's just try it out. So I can remove one. So let's remove the dog here, for instance, and the bird. Let's add a new one. You see, I have quite a selection,
Oh yeah.
like a rubber
You got a
duck.
Clippy in there too.
There's a Clippy. He's really hard to draw.
Oh.
So he looks a
You
little
did
angry.
a good job, but he does look a little angry.
Yeah.
I think it's the eyebrows.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Something like that is kind of weird. So yeah, so you can add. I like the fish. So let's do a random. Let's do a goldfish.
I like it.
But check this out. See, now that I hover, see, there's something wrong here.
Oh.
See, the theming of that button is wrong.
Yeah.
So I thought we should fix that.
Let's do it.
Okay. So let's just come in here and create a new session. So see, I have this new agent preview. Everybody will have this new agent preview soon. And it's basically Visual Studio now running on the GitHub Copilot CLI SDK.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
okay.
Yep.
How does that work?
Well, instead of Visual Studio being its own backend talking to the GitHub Copilot API, it's now sitting on top of the GitHub Copilot CLI SDK. It's really a long word or name.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe they will rename that someday. But what's really nice about that is that the Copilot CLI, VS Code, Visual Studio, everyone that sits on top of that gets the features at the same time, and you can expect a similar behavior between all the different products that we have that use that SDK. So it's really going to allow us to do much better experiences across our product lines.
Yeah. More unified,
Yeah.
easier to expect.
And if it's just one thing, we can put more resources into just that one, like optimizing all sorts of things, and everybody will get the benefits. So
Yeah.
there's
Nice.
a lot of things. Wow, this is good. We got autopilot, the YOLO mode here, which I like to use. I like to use that one or bypass. So Visual Studio has the notion of a bypass mode.
What is
have you
that?
seen that?
No, I haven't.
So bypass is pretty much like what was that all like autopilot, except if there are things you have said never to do, it will honor that.
Okay.
Right. So it's like it has some guardrails
Yeah.
that you don't really have in the autopilot.
And where do you set those guardrails? Is that in
It's like if you've ever said no to, like, never, if it asks you for permission to do stuff
yeah.
and you've at some point said never do this,
Okay.
it will honor
Just
that.
in like your chat history.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
But also like if you're an IT admin and you're controlling a fleet of machines out there, you have some say over that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got you.
So let's just type something in here. So fix the theming of the, what was it? Was it the cancel?
Yes, the cancel button. When you're
In
creating
the
a new
add
pet. Yeah.
New pet dialog. Okay. And what are we using here, model? Opus 4.8. Yeah, why not? Let's just do that.
Wow.
Okay. So so this is kind of my workflow. I go in, I come in, I do these quick fixes, and usually they're because of people have reported a bug, but it might be also I just have an idea, whatever. But check this out. So on my start page here, you can see I have a bunch of issues that I can look at, and this is across all my repos. And it's from GitHub, and there's also support for I think Bitbucket and ADO, like DevOps.
Yeah.
And so I can see all my like incoming issues, and so I know exactly what to work on.
Oh, that's nice.
And it's really nice to have that in kind of a dashboard right here.
Yeah. And it's all within Visual Studio, which is awesome. Because I was going to ask, do you ever use the CLI or, the newer GitHub app? But it sounds like you have everything you need right here.
I like Visual Studio.
Okay.
I like to stay in Visual Studio as much as I can.
Yeah.
See, it's kind of done here now. It's running a build. What's really nice about being in Visual Studio when you're working with Copilot is that it knows how to use Visual Studio's commands.
Yeah.
So it will run the build in Visual Studio instead of doing it on the command line. And Visual Studio already has like MS Build that's warmed up. It has Roslyn and it has all those things. So it's much faster actually to perform a build in Visual Studio than it is to do cold from the command line.
Okay.
The same with the unit test. It will use the Test Explorer to run unit tests. You can see what's going on. So I prefer to stay in Visual Studio. And that, that's not to say I never use the CLI or VS Code for that matter. For certain things I do. But in my daily workflow, this is kind of my happy place.
Nice.
This was actually so fast. I was going to spin off another session here, and I just create new ones, keep and continue. In here. And I work on different things. I think we should add a pet.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, what are we missing? We have so many.
We have so many, right? So let's see here. It's got a bear, got a bird, bunny.
Oh, T-Rex, turtle.
Lion. We don't have a lion or a tiger.
That'd be good. That's a classic.
Which one do you want?
Let's do tiger.
Add a tiger pet to the.
So Copilot's doing all the art for that as well.
Yeah. You know what?
Oh my gosh.
I'm not the good at designing or animating WPF, but Copilot has no issue with it.
Yeah, there we go.
So that's pretty nice. Yeah, so I keep my lists here and I go back. I'll have multiple things running at all given times. I'll create new ones and I'll do planning while others are running. In this case, it already finished with the theming. I didn't actually read because we were talking, so I didn't read what it said about the theming, but let's see if it fixed it.
Yeah, we'll see on the first go. I mean, you had Opus, so I'm feeling pretty confident.
So when I just hit Control F5 or F5 in Visual Studio, and that opens up a new Visual Studio. And if you look up here in the corner, it says EXP. Okay. That's called the experimental instance. So if you're an extension author, you have a special thing called the experimental instance of Visual Studio.
Oh.
And that's what we're using here.
Where do you go to get that?
Well, you have it. Everybody has it.
Oh.
Visual Studio has this notion it can create multiple registry hives. So you have a clean registry hive for the experimental instance. So what happens is that when you hit Control F5, it deploys your extension into that experimental instance.
Oh, wow.
And then it launches the experimental instance.
I see.
So here we are. So I got a bird going here, add a pet. Okay, let's see.
And those three seem to just launch by default. You have those pets in your
No, it's because I've used the experimental instance before. Okay. It will remember your settings between the, every time you open it. And look here, it fixed it. So now,
oh wow,
and it's good. It has a different background, so I think that's actually the default.
Yeah, super clean.
That this theme has the difference between your cancel button and your OK button.
Perfect.
So that's wonderful.
Easy peasy.
And I can just close down this experimental instance. We go back.
We'll check on our tiger.
Yeah, it's still working. So it's doing all sorts of things here. Wiring up the pet manager. And I always just check my changes in here in the Git window here. It's as basic as that. I feel like a lot of times you hear people have all these big workflows. I need new branches and work trees, and I want to do all this type of stuff. And while that's all cool and all, I like to kind of just go ahead and do it very, very simply because most of the time I have Copilot do bug fix level things, or they might just change a few files here and there.
Yeah.
And so I like to do it this way. But, Visual Studio, as of next week, will have support for work trees.
Oh, really?
So that's kind of neat.
Oh, that's super neat.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, to your point, if you have like a very distinct task or bug that you just want to get done, you don't necessarily need to spin up a whole
Yeah.
process around it.
I like to keep it simple.
Yeah. And how do you think about, I saw you're using Opus. How do you think about which model you're using for these tasks?
You know, I like to play around with models just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Often I actually have it on auto. So I can set it on auto up here, which it will determine what is the best model for that moment. And I never know what I get, but it's always fine.
Yeah.
I actually find that what matters more than the model is how I prompt it. I lean toward the little faster models often, like 5.3 Codex. I even like the Opus Haiku or the Claude Haiku. They just seem a little faster, a little snappier. And if I prompt them such that, and I have the skills installed, and I prompt them in a way that is like hard for it to misunderstand what I'm asking it to do,
Yeah.
I feel like it performs really well. And then I prefer speed over maybe deeper thinking.
Yeah. Makes
So-
sense.
All right, so we see what the
Let's
tiger
do
looks like.
it. I'm
So this is
excited.
just so fast, right?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I was gonna say we're gonna have to create some more pets or something.
I really like, so one of the reasons I prefer to use Visual Studio for all this is because my inner loop is fast. I sit here, I work with different chat windows, and I launch a new instance of Visual Studio or Control F5. I launch my app, my website, whatever I'm building,
Yeah.
and I can verify very quickly that things look the way they should, and I can move on, go back and continue the prompting, for instance.
And you're never taken out of your flow. Like this whole time, we've basically been able to just stick in Visual Studio and get done what we need to get done.
Yep.
Oh, no way. It's so cute.
Here's the tiger.
I like the way its legs move.
He looks like I guess it is a cat, but it looks like a
Yeah, a little cat.
Let's check him out. So he should be walking in from one of the sides.
Oh my gosh.
You can take him.
Oh, and they have little names too.
Yeah, they got names. This is Saber. Oh, that's a good
Saber.
name.
That's a good tiger name.
Yeah. So now they
Saber.
have like you can, if you click on them, they will smile or something, you know.
That's so cute.
Double click and they will throw a ball, and then one of the other animals will start chasing that ball. You know, so they can, and they will throw the ball on their own sometimes. you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I kind of like to just keep them around. They're kind of nice.
Yeah, they just add a little bit of like joy, I feel like, to the day.
Yeah, I mean, this was inspired, of course, by the VS Code pets. Right?
Yeah.
But I like that they take up the whole
I
screen.
like them on the bottom there.
Yeah, like the
that's
whole
nice.
width of the screen. And at home, I have a very wide monitor,
Oh,
so they really
you're
walk.
getting a workout for them.
You can put in like 10 or 20 pets if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This reminds me of like Tamagotchis.
Oh my
Those little
God.
guys. Did you ever have those?
No, but I remember them.
You had to like feed them, and then
Yep.
they would run away if you didn't feed them.
I
and
did
stuff.
think about like you have to feed them.
Yeah,
and
like a
stuff.
little something.
Yeah.
I grew up in the era of that and a Nintendo DS. And
Yeah.
so I had Nintendogs. So I was all about taking care of my digital creatures.
That's awesome. So that's, you know, when you think about like building features for Visual Studio, we literally just did that right here.
Yeah.
Visual Studio seemed like it's such a big thing and such a scary thing almost to even get started with extending it. But really it's very, very simple workflow once you get going.
Yeah.
So if you've ever had the the idea of, hey, it would be cool if I could add a button that did something cool or whatever, hey, just do it, jump in. And what I really like about Copilot here is that it comes in and it can do all the scaffolding for you. So if you asked it for a tool window or, hey, create a button, and tell it where you want the button,
Yeah.
it will put it right there and you can see how it did. So next time you know. So it'll help you teach how to do this.
Yeah.
Because it can be hard to get started if you don't.
Yeah.
But with Copilot,
It
it's
kind of
easy.
can like tutor you in a sense if you are newer to the process.
Yeah.
Well, what do we do next?
Well, I think we should just check this in. So what did we do? Added a tiger, right?
Yep.
And fixed a theming issue. And here, so this is me, right? I just go, okay, let's just go straight and just push it to
yeah.
main.
Just
Boom,
get
done.
it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, so if you're doing work trees, that's going to be supported very soon. If you do Git submodules, that will be fully supported here next week as well.
Wow. Okay.
So we have a lot of features coming out. Tomorrow I have a session. We're going to talk about roadmap, what we're going to ship specifically around Copilot for
Okay.
VS. That's the name of the session. It's called Copilot in Visual Studio.
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to talk about all the other stuff, but we really have a bunch of things. And so the work tree and the sub module are two huge customer asks. So I'm
Yeah.
very happy about that.
What time is that at?
4 o'clock
Okay.
Pacific time.
Because I'm guessing folks online can also see that as well. Is
Yeah,
that
it's going to
perfect?
be live streamed. It's going to be on the keynote stage.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, we
right.
got a lot of people that want to see that. So they put it
Yeah.
on the big stage.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So that's actually my workflow. Some people say, hey, that's irresponsible. You didn't do a PR or whatever. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Whatever.
What would Mads do? That's what I tell myself.
So that's how it goes. All right. So I got a lot of different projects here.
Yeah, should we do one of these guys?
Yeah, I think we should just go ahead. I saw we had some weird stuff. Here's blue steel. Oh,
Blue
actually-
steel. Like the
people have like
the Zoolander.
the Zoolander. Yeah. Well, it's because we used to have a thing called the blue theme.
Yeah.
Remember, Visual Studio always
Yeah,
had
yeah.
the blue theme, right? And
Yeah.
then we did the new Visual Studio 2026 with this brand new UI refresh, and it doesn't have the blue theme because of reasons. And we've now added some tokens back into Visual Studio that allows theme authors to take advantage of those.
Oh.
And so I got a theme here called Blue Steel.
Oh, sweet.
And see here, you get like it looks kind of like you see the yellow bar up here, right? You get
Yeah.
this looks very similar, if not exactly, but it's very similar.
Yeah.
So it adds a little bit more contrast back to Visual Studio. So Blue Steel, it has a bunch of themes.
Did you see Zoolander 2? We need to add Magnum. That's the
Oh,
new move.
Yes, right. So yeah, I'm a big fan of themes here. Cool Slate is one of my favorites.
Sean, we can see your messages. Code with Sean just asked if
Yeah.
we can read them. So if you have questions, Sean, let us know.
Oh, cool. Okay.
All right.
So I was looking through. Yeah, see, I got a bunch of things here in my comments VS. So what is the comments VS? Well, it's right here. Let's open
Let's see.
Oh, yeah, I clicked it. So comments VS is an extension that automatically collapses code comments.
Okay.
It does a bunch of things. So comment studio rendering compact. Boom. Did you see what happened to the code comments?
Yep. Yep.
Instead of having those XML big things, we can just show them right here. It makes it much easier for me to look at, right?
Yeah. Less distracting for sure.
Yeah. And if I go in here, I can just edit them as normal. And I'm just gonna write some gibberish here. Bum, 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 bum. And see here how it's automatically reflowing.
Yeah.
Next on the next line here. This is absolutely gibberish that I'm writing, but it just continues going here. So that's really nice. And I think the issue was with one of those things.
Let's fix it.
Let's fix it here. Does not place nice with da da da. So let's pretend that I go and read all the things. It's number 27, or sorry, 77. I would just come in here and say fix issue 77. Okay.
Oh, that's enough context for it to just
So
get
now,
going.
yeah. So 77. It looks like this. So it has screenshots. It has some things that was opened here. And that's all I do. I would just come in here. Sometimes if I feel like the issue is, it could be maybe a little bit complex, or there could be multiple ways of thinking about the fix, right? So you might report a problem, but there could be multiple different solutions. So it depends on like how you read the comment, which solution you think is the best. Sometimes people ask for a specific solution, but that's not the best solution. Right?
Yeah.
And so in that case, I will say, hey, can you investigate issue 77? And let's brainstorm a solution.
Yeah.
And then it will come back to me with sometimes they will ask me questions. Hey, I think we should, do you want to, here are the 3 things I think I recommend we do option A. And then it asks me, do you want to go ahead with option A? Do you want to do option B plus B1 or something, right? Or a combination of things. And or do you want to do something that you decide? And then sometimes, no, I want to do it this way. That's kind of different. Or go look at this website over here that has some description on something, right? And so you keep iterating and you're kind of in planning mode. But at no point did I go in and use the planning mode, which is also in here.
Okay. It just kind of knows to do that.
Yeah, you don't have to be in planning mode for it to be in planning mode.
Yeah.
It's not technically planning mode. It's more like it knows not to go ahead and start implementing anything.
Yeah.
Because the way you framed the prompt was such that you say, hey, let's brainstorm. With what is the output of that? Well, it's a conversation, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I actually personally never really use the official plan mode. I do this
because you can get it anyway.
I can kind of get it anyway.
That makes sense. I kind of like the separation of being like, I am in plan mode. It makes me feel more, nothing will go wrong. We are in plan mode, but I totally understand you could achieve a similar result.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I like to do. This is the timeline view. You can see all the different things you got open. That's just really nice. Delete what you got going. You can see everything you got. I got these. I just have one thing right now that's running, which is fun.
Nice.
So this is like, I come in the morning, I go do my thing. That was it. How long did that take? 2 minutes?
Yeah, not long.
Right.
Maybe even less.
Right. And so while that was running, so here's another one, like 78. So while that was running, actually what I should have done is that I keep clicking that thing. Is that I should have come in here and say, investigate 78 and let's see if you can come up with a fix.
Yeah.
An idea for a fix. So what I really don't want is I don't want when I have a small code base like this, I don't want to have 2 agents running, manipulating the same files, because then, all hell breaks loose. You don't want that, because then, it thinks it's about ready to be done, but then it verifies that, oh no, the code changed. Let me change it back. And now you have competing agents, right?
But you could have them in different branches, right?
So that's where that type of stuff comes in.
Yeah.
But what I like to do instead is that I like to have, if I know that they're not going to touch each other's the same file, I'm fine. Just start as many agents as I want.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I would just go in and have the running agents, and then I would start other agents in like a planning mode.
Yeah.
So that because they don't write to any files while they're doing that.
Yeah.
But then when I'm ready, I can say, okay, now go implement it.
Okay.
And that way I can have multiple agents going. Some of them implement, some of them planning, some of them are doing research.
Yeah.
And I can stay in Visual Studio and I can do the whole thing.
Okay. Why do you choose to not do different branches? It's just easier, or what do you? Okay.
Yeah. It's
yes.
I mean, I got 400 repos on GitHub, and now that I have access to Copilot, I probably keep about 100 of them actively maintained.
Wow.
So I really don't want. So I go between a bunch of different repos all the time, like probably 10 a day.
Wow.
Right, where I fix things and add new features and such. And so I don't want to be burdened by extra overhead.
Yeah.
That's really what it is.
Makes sense.
So now I have to do branching and topic branches. Now I have to deal with merge conflicts, maybe potentially. And I'm not a world champion Git person, and I don't really want to be.
Yeah.
Because I don't really need to be.
Yeah. That makes sense.
As long as that doesn't change, I'm fine just doing, doing the simple thing.
I mean, that's the thing. I feel like a lot of these tools, people are always asking me for best practices and things like that. And, that is one thing, but I also think the real value comes from adapting it to your own workflow and making sure it works for you instead of trying to adhere to a very particular way to do things.
I agree.
Yeah. Sean suggests typing something similar to suggest a fix for this number and explain why the suggestion would work. Yes. I think that's great.
Right on par with exactly. Yeah. That's the whole brainstorm idea where you're like, I need you to tell me how you would fix it.
Yeah.
And why you came up with that idea. And then I can always steer you from that point on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I know some people who do similar things where I guess it's all kind of in that planning vein where they're like, suggest multiple different avenues I could take with this and tell me why I should do one versus the other.
Yeah.
So
See, I was too quick here. I just committed a change and I forgot to test it. And I also forgot to say that it fixed issue 77. So that's just how it goes sometimes.
Oops.
Well, that's all in the
Fast
spirit.
and loose.
It's just in the spirit of the fast and loose, trigger happy, cowboy code.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yep.
that's just how it goes, and I'm okay with it. There is a thing that I could show you that I'm kind of
Yeah. Show me something cool.
so I'm a bit of a home automation nerd.
okay.
I like put sensors around my
Smart
house.
home. Yep.
Yeah. And I got a bunch of stuff. And so I realized that I could start writing all these hardware drivers myself.
Oh.
Because the community wrote a bunch of, and they're really good, a bunch of drivers for all sorts of sensors and stuff. And I use a system called Habitat, but whether you use Home Assistant or Smart Things or whatever
Yeah.
you use, a Homey or something, there's the concept of drivers, and a lot of them are written by the community and they're open source. And I just came to realize that a lot of them are not complete.
Mm.
So what's really nice about agents or Copilot is that I can say, hey, go look at this driver that's out here, and then go look at the hardware specification for that device and see, are they complete? Does the driver expose all the things that the hardware actually supports?
Yeah.
And it turns out a lot of cases they don't.
Wow.
And I never knew, and I started looking at that. And
Wait,
then,
tell me a little bit more, just because I'm not a smart home person. Like, what kinds of things are these? Like, what tasks are these accomplishing for you?
well, let's say you have a motion sensor
Mhm.
in your bathroom. So you walk into your bathroom at night, you want the light to come on automatically,
Okay.
so that it sees the motion and knows, oh, it's nighttime. I should turn the lights on at a low dim.
I wish my hotel room did that. I scared myself so bad this morning. I was like,
Yeah, I've been in a hotel that had a smart bathroom,
okay.
but it didn't make a difference whether it was night or day.
Yeah, that's how
or
this
dark.
one
Is it dark in the room or not?
Mhm.
Right. And so you walk in like at 3 a.m. or something like that, and then full power on the light.
Floodlight.
Yeah, it's absolutely awful.
Okay, cool. Okay,
Yeah.
and these drivers, what's the role of those in how this motion sensor works?
Right. So let's say the motion sensor has like a setting for sensitivity.
Mhm.
Like you don't want to be too sensitive, so your cat will trigger it. Let's
Yeah.
say, but you want it to be sensitive enough that it's pretty instant, reacting pretty instant to
Yeah.
when it sees you, right?
Okay.
So let's just say that sensitivity property, which is a numeric value, it could be like a sensitive from 1 through 10. Right? How sensitive is it? Wasn't exposed to the driver. That means that I cannot, as the user of that device, set the sensitivity.
I see. Okay.
So that property has to be exposed through the driver.
Okay.
And that will then show up in my my app or my web portal or whatever, however my home automation system exposes those things.
Yeah.
Now the problem is that those drivers are written in a language called Groovy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you are familiar with Groovy, right?
Groovy.
Yeah. So Groovy. So I got both apps and drivers. So let's just here's one. It turns out that I can, and it's Java based.
Okay.
So I've never done Java, and I
Groovy.
definitely never done Groovy.
I was gonna say I've never heard of Groovy.
So first of all, Visual Studio will show you syntax highlighting for Groovy out of the gate, because they have ships with the text-made bundle for Groovy, which is
All
awesome.
right.
So it looks kind of neat. But there's no way, of course, that I can write Groovy. Nor do I want to. But Copilot comes in. So I can now do things that I would never be able to do before. And the fact that I can go and just talk to Copilot writes this exclusively. I do not write a single anything here.
Yeah.
It's all Copilot. I don't know the language.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. And so
Sweet.
what I really I'm so excited for this because it allows me to do things. I can write apps now for my smart home. I can interface with things that there were no drivers for before. I could never do. I have like a fireplace that's LED,
Oh.
and it's there, and it's it's Wi-Fi, and there's an app, but I don't like to do that type of stuff. So I could now interface with it. Copilot figured out how to basically break into it almost and replicate what the app does. There's no official API for any of this. It was able to look at the traffic, run some Python scripts in the background to see what the traffic looked like, and had
Whoa.
me turn on buttons on the remote control, turn on and off, and it would measure what happened.
Wow.
And it just wrote a driver on that. It's like, that is amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Could you show us some of that, or
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Right. So here's the fireplace. So here it even does my change log.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and it's like it's Tuya, which is a company that does something, but it's not really Tuya. It's actually a completely different manufacturer, but it uses the same protocol. But anyway, so this is a huge file, right? It's like
Yeah.
2,000 something lines of Groovy. And so this is pretty awesome. Pretty
Oh, I
awesome.
do have a question for you from someone on YouTube here before we keep going.
No.
They're saying, with all the new AI integrations, how do you see the role of traditional local development tools evolving in the next couple of years?
Oh.
Chuckle.
It's like, well, it's like it wouldn't it be nice to know the answer?
I know. That's the question we're all asking.
Yeah. I think so. I can tell you how we look at it from the Visual Studio perspective.
Yeah.
So there are different tasks that we do as developers, right? There are things where we are maintaining code bases that are critical to our survival.
Mhm. Yep.
Right? This is the products that we sell as a company. Those are mission critical, and we care about maintaining them over time, so over years to come. So it matters what the formatting is. Are they easy to read and maintain? Are the coding standards met? There's all sorts of quality gates that might be security, PII, privacy stuff, and all sorts of tenets that you think about, that you go through. And those are the situations where code is an asset.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have other apps that are like, okay, internal tools or small things or proof of concepts or, product manager POCs or something like that.
Yeah.
Those are, they don't have to live very long. There's not really any quality gauge that you have to go through. Some of them might even be personal or hobby projects. And in those cases, code can be seen as an artifact. So it's a side effect of your prompting, right?
Yeah.
But you don't care about formatting. You're actually not going to look at the code yourself.
Yeah.
So Visual Studio, we're taking a very strong, not bet, but we think that there's a huge value in code that's an asset and maintaining that, and have all the tools you need around code that's an asset, code that you have to maintain.
Yeah.
So stuff like testing, stuff like debugging, running profilers, are all super important, and like good code quality checker tools and code formatting and quick fixes and those things that are deterministic in nature. So the thing about like a AI is that it's not really deterministic at all, right? It's very probabilistic.
Yes.
It's hard to say.
I know.
And so the thing about that is I can tell it from now till eternity to respect my editor config file. But at the end of the day, it will decide whether it wants to honor my wish and do that.
Yeah.
And so the thing about those activities that are around maintaining and ensuring high quality, that's where we're really going to lean in. And there's a lot of value in a fantastic debugger. We arguably have the best debugger on the market, and we're continuing to evolve that. It's going to get better and better and better. And that's still the main thing. And it doesn't matter if you write the code or an agent writes the code. If you're going to review it,
yeah,
you don't want to spend like a lot of the time talking about like coding standards and formatting and stuff, right? You want to talk about like, does it do the right thing? Is it high quality and so on? And so I don't think that changes really. What changes is probably more like how we write the code, but we still have to verify it. We still have to test it. Testing is another really good example where we have to have a really strong test harness now, because if you're going to unleash a bunch of agents, you have to have those guardrails in place to make sure you don't break anything,
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
And so those are the things where an IDE is really strong. And those are the things that we're going to index on and we're going to invest very heavily in. So you might see less like editor productivity enhancements over time than you've been used to from Visual Studio's point of view. And you might see more investment in stuff like reviewing code, testing code, building and verifying, debugging, profiling, those kind of more heavy duty things.
Yeah.
And skills here is really important because the better you are at any of these activities, the better you will be at controlling the agents that are helping you debug and profile and so on. And so so I think there's a correlation between your skills and how much you're going to get out of the agents in this new world. And the tool will lean into that.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to do something else, if you're fine with like, vibe coding or proof of concept or, code as an artifact, stuff like a CLI or maybe even VS Code for a bunch of this stuff is like a great option. Personally, I use Visual Studio for most of everything. The only case I use the main case I use the CLI for is when I use the squad to write specs for the engineering team. So it helps me basically do research and do really thorough competitive analysis and all sorts of research around the feature ideas that I have. So it helps me refine things and it can run for a long time.
Yeah.
And the built output of that is a markdown file, right? It's not, so that's not really a Visual Studio thing.
Totally.
But that's kind of my approach. For everything else, I use Visual Studio.
Yeah.
And I think that's not going to change. Visual Studio is still very, very strong. Our user base is growing. It's not shrinking like some people might think because VS Code gets a lot of attention from a lot of people, right? But if you're a professional developer, if you're C# or C++ and you're on Windows, Visual Studio is the premier place to be. And that's not changing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
I hope that was a very long,
very
event.
thorough. Yeah. I was like, wow, we're getting into it.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was it?
Yeah. That's the last question we've had.
Okay. All right. So that's
all right. Where were we? What are we looking at?
well, we're looking at my drivers here.
Your drivers. I forgot.
So I'm not home, so I don't have a connection to my Habitat here, but I do have my
Habitat.
My Habitat is my home. It's not my name; it's the product name.
I love it.
Yeah.
Whoever's name it is, I'm into it.
Yeah. Shout out to Habitat. It's a fantastic system. So I can connect to it here, and then what is really cool is that I get from whenever I write these Groovy files, I have a one-click publish into my Habitat. So I wrote an extension for writing Habitat for deploying Habitat drivers and apps.
Oh my gosh. Nice. So what is this particular one we're looking at? Is this the sensor you were talking about or?
Yeah, this is the fireplace. You see here, what color flame should it be, right?
Oh.
Yeah, here, flame color.
Set a vibe.
Yeah, exactly.
And then dim level, yep.
And so it
speed.
This is just so much research that goes into this. And so I'm not able to do any of this on my own. So it's simply impossible for me.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the biggest values here, I guess. It's kind of giving you the ability to be polyglot in a way. You can use languages you don't know super, super well.
Right. I was going to show you here. Let's see if it will connect. It might not want to connect. But this is just typical me. So I had to do some Azure work. And then because I'm a geek, I'm like, oh yeah, I could just log into the portal and work on Azure. But I thought, well, why can't I just write an extension so I can do all my Azure work from within Visual Studio?
That's the Mad's go-to is how can I create an extension to do this thing?
Yeah, and of course now it won't load, so that's unfortunate. Like it won't connect from here, so that's too bad.
We do have another question. Then I feel like we should look at some stuff after, but first, someone is asking, what's the most exciting project or tool announced at Build this year that the team is personally looking forward to using? I'm going to give that to you because you're doing some sessions as well.
I want the new hardware.
Oh yeah,
I'm so excited for that.
Yeah.
and run models locally. So Visual Studio, we're going to be able to run models locally now, starting very soon.
Oh, sweet.
You can run any cloud model, any local model, on-prem, whatever.
Yeah.
Which is a huge deal if you are on. If you are in a company that has like security concerns about using cloud models or whatever,
Yeah.
you can host your own, or you can, maybe you have another trusted cloud provider that you prefer or whatever. You can now do that. You don't need a GitHub Copilot login anymore or anything like that.
Do you hear that concern a lot from customers?
Yeah, because the thing about Visual Studio is that it's very heavy in the enterprise. It's a pro tool, right? So it's a bunch of the professionals. So a lot of those are like insurance companies, banks, and they are very particular, and they take security extremely.
I'm happy about that.
Yeah,
I'm glad they're worried about that.
They're very sensitive to all that type of stuff, and so for them, it's an absolute no-go to use, Copilot or Claude or whatever today, because they can't let any information leave their workstations. And so that's why they're not using those tools. But they would love to. And it's not because they can't afford it or anything like that. It's just simply that they have security concerns, which are valid, and it's fine. I totally get it. And so they will now be able to do what we've been doing for a long time.
Wow.
And so I'm very, very excited for that, just because it feels like we can open up this new wonderful world of AI to more people.
Yeah.
That really want to use it, right? So that excites me. So that's one. The whole Copilot CLI SDK is another one that we're really looking forward to. App modernization. So if you have an old legacy .NET app you're maintaining, and maybe no one is left on the team that knows how to maintain that, web forms on .NET 3.5 or something, you have like something old internal tool or whatever. We've made so much progress on the app modernization. We can now convert an old web forms app with, even with like custom controls and components and stuff, and we can convert that to Blazor now.
Wow.
It's
That's
absolutely
huge.
amazing.
Yeah.
That is huge. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff there, and put it, convert it into like an Aspire friendly thing so you can deploy it, and like there's just so much goodness there that can bring all that old stuff that you're sitting on up to the latest and greatest. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna have some Aspire here tomorrow as well. So if anyone's interested in that particular bit, we have David Fowler and Maddie Montequilla coming, or Montequilla. I don't know how she pronounces it.
I'm not gonna attempt to pronounce that.
They're gonna be here tomorrow, so stay tuned.
The profiler thing is really interesting too. So we've been able to turn the profiler in Visual Studio and the profiler agent onto our own stuff, including some Azure services, and Roslyn, the compiler for .NET itself, to speed up and make those processes faster.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so it's now we're starting to spread that out throughout Microsoft. So the power of the Visual Studio Profiler is so insane that we are now able to take Azure App Services and reducing their cost of running their services just by optimizing the right things, and it's so amazing.
Yeah. Do we have any good like blog posts about that?
Oh yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
It's coming.
We have a demo tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Nick is doing that as part of my session, or it's our session. So check that out at 4 tomorrow.
Yeah. Someone's saying it's still annoying to work on framework apps in VS Code.
Yeah.
VS Code.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's we have the C# Dev Kit, which is kind of closing the gap. So if you're on Mac or Linux, for instance, we don't have an option for Visual Studio.
Yeah.
And so we have the C# Dev Kit for VS Code. And so, but it's not Visual Studio.
Yeah.
It still lives in the paradigm of VS Code.
Yeah.
And so it
you need
can
your
never
extensions and
you have the command palette. You don't have the big, Windows visual experiences and so on. So it'll never be the same, and neither do we want it to be. And it can't, frankly. So yeah, you're gonna get the better experience on Visual Studio, and that's not gonna change. Like that is C++ and C# in Visual Studio on Windows, the best experience.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
All right, Mads, we have 10 minutes left. Should we try to do one last hurrah here?
Should we do one last hurrah?
What do you have in that list?
Oh yeah, I got you.
Or we could go off the cuff. Up to you.
We can. Let's build a new extension.
In 10 minutes.
So I want to do this. So I want to build a V6 project. So that's an extension. Let's build a V6 project.
Let's do it.
What should we call it? Should we call it Build 2026?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just create a new. So this is how I usually go about it. I could just tell Visual Studio to go create an extension project, but I like to be a little bit more prescriptive where I start. This is the template I want you to use.
Yeah.
And so if I start it in a certain way, then I'm more confident that it's going to end up more the way I want it, right?
Yeah.
Again, that's what I was been saying the whole time. Like the better you are at prompting, the faster you're going to get the result, and the less the model that you use matter.
Yeah. Do you
Right.
mean as opposed to just telling Copilot, build me this project?
Yeah. So we could say, add a button to the tools top level menu that shows a prompt saying hello world. That's it. Now what's really interesting here is I don't know anything about extensions, let's say.
Well, too late. Exposed.
Yeah. But I just come in here and look what it says. It's using a skill called adding commands.
Okay.
Right? It's getting projects and solutions. It's now going and using tools that are specific to Visual Studio. Like if you were using if you're using the CLI, it wouldn't have the notion of a solution explorer, right? So it would have to go out and look at all the files and read them and make sense of it.
Yeah.
It's much faster just to ask Visual Studio, hey, you already have something loaded. Can give me the information?
What's going on? Yeah.
And so it goes in and it creates the command class. It does all sorts of things. Now it starts building it. Oh, there was a bug. It's going to figure that out.
Do you just leave it to figure it out on its own?
Well, sometimes I go in here and I know sometimes what it is, and then I'll help it out. Now it's building again. It's probably going to work. Yep. So that was quick. And so what did it do? It added a hello world button.
All right.
All right. So now if I run this, it should say you'll find tools, hello world. So this is, who knows if this is going to work. Right? Who knows?
We'll see. We'll see.
But this is the first step, right? Often you start with a button because that's going to be your entry point.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah. Or you can start with a tool window.
Yeah.
And that window, you're going to put in some WPF or whatnot.
All right.
So tools. Oh, where are you? Tools.
Hello world.
Hello world. Boom.
Hello world.
So that is the simplest getting started with an extension I can think of.
Yeah.
Right? It
just ask
simply
it.
doesn't get any simpler than this. And now I can go in and study this thing. Okay, what is the XML here? What does that mean? I got a V6 manifest. Okay. I can change the name.
You could ask Copilot to walk you through that too. Just be
Yeah.
like, what am I looking at here?
Yeah, you can just ask it. Did you know that you can ask Copilot who it is?
What does it say?
Who are you? But depends on what version of Visual Studio you've got.
Oh.
This one says
And which model?
it's
Yep.
Claude Opus 4.8. I'm the GitHub Copilot CLI, a terminal-based coding
Oh.
assistant. Well, hang on now. It is not the CLI. It's in Visual Studio.
Yeah.
Except it is. It's the CLI SDK.
Oh.
Yep. So that's what everybody can get access to here next week. And so that's kind of exciting.
Super exciting. It seems like next week is the week for Visual Studio.
It's, we were talking about this, and it's funny. Like it wasn't like we thought, let's converge all of the cool stuff to happen at build.
Yeah.
Let's just artificially align our product efforts with that artificial date.
Yeah.
That's not what happened. It just happened to be that the stars aligned and we have a lot of really big things coming up.
Yeah.
Starting next week and then over the summer too. Like it's going to drip in,
Yeah.
but a bunch of it is coming out in the insiders next week. So that's what I want
Okay.
people to take away. Go try the insiders.
Yep.
Just do it today. And
Yeah,
then
might as well.
next week you hit the update button and you're going to
It's
see
there.
more stuff. Yeah.
That's perfect because you can tease it now and then
Yeah.
Do it. Do it later.
You know, one of my favorite things.
What?
That was the question from earlier.
Huh?
Color emojis.
Color emojis?
Yeah. Visual Studio did not have color emojis.
Oh, and that's coming?
Yeah, because you know what? You know who didn't have color emojis? It was actually not Visual Studio. Look at that.
Oh.
It's WPF. WPF is getting color emojis.
Oh, wow.
Yay.
I'm into that.
So that's coming out tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Not tomorrow, next
Yeah.
week. And
Insiders?
no, the stable channel.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
I think it's an insider class. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice. We do have one more question if we want to close it out with that.
Okay.
Let me check it. So, this person is asking some really good questions. With modern development moving towards more distributed and modular architectures, how are you approaching the balance between local tool performance and resource-heavy AI features? That's a big one.
How is that different in a different architectural context?
Balance between local tool performance and resource-heavy AI features.
Okay, hang on.
I guess it's just like, how would you choose between a built-in versus?
It's always a trade-off, right? So performance versus like deep thinking, let's say, or accuracy. So there are certain things where performance is really key, and that is in stuff like auto-completion, like the ghost text.
Yep.
It has to be super fast. And so, yeah, that can't be the big, heavy models. It just simply cannot. They're not fast enough. They might produce better results. But in this case, performance is a quality on its own that simply can't be there if it's long, if it takes too long.
Yeah.
I feel like generating commit message is like in between. It has to be fast, but it doesn't have to be lightning fast. But it has to be pretty darn fast. Then you have the execution when you know how to prompt and you know how you want the solution to be. You don't need a lot of thinking. You need a lot of execution. That has to be somewhat fast, but it doesn't have to be super. Like it can be slower than the commit message thing, right? But then you have the research, and that's where you really want to go deep. And so often you use the big models for that, like the Opus line, right? Or I guess Mythos when it comes out.
Yeah. When? Yeah.
So I feel like that's how I think about it. Like it depends on, and the better I get at prompting and preparing, the faster a model I can choose. We talked about this already a little bit, right? I don't know if architecture like microservice architecture, or was that what that was that he mentioned?
Not in particular.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if architecture is going to change anything here, but if you're talking about like, hey, I want to architect a new system or design something more complex, then you want a deeper thinking model up front, right? For the planning phase. That's how I do it. I think that works out really, really well.
Yeah.
But I really value speed because I want to be in Visual Studio, and I want to be, even though I have it on autopilot, I'm very active and I steer it. So even though we don't have steering like you have in some other, like I hit the stop button and then I tell it, oh no, here's some extra information I want you to know. And then I hit start again.
Yeah.
And it's effectively what steering is. And so that works great. So I will do that. I'll interrupt it as we go along. I'll have multiple chats going at the same time. I build and I verify and I test. I'm very hands-on. And so speed to me is very, very valuable. But planning and getting the right result up front is like crucial.
Yeah.
So yeah, that can take a little longer and I'm happy with that.
Yeah. It's a bit of a balance for sure.
Yeah.
Well, we're just about at time. So any closing words, parting thoughts?
Oh,
plugs?
Any plugs? A question we get a lot is, hey, I'm not super into AI. Is there going to be anything for me going forward? It seems like all the change logs of all my favorite developer tools are all about AI. There's nothing that's non-AI anymore. Don't worry, because it is a balance, and it's sometimes you use AI or you use AI for certain things, but not for others. And we know that there's a lot of people, pretty much everybody using Visual Studio, they will still want to use Visual Studio to do the coding, to do a lot of manual work. And we are very, very, we fully understand that that's part of people's workflow. And that is something we're 100% supporting going forward and investing in. So from Visual Studio's perspective, the way we think of AI is that it helps you go that extra mile, or it will help you teach you things, or it'll help you do things you couldn't do. But the underlying mechanism has to be there even if you don't. So for instance, profiler or debugging, we're going to make sure we have the best profile and the best debugging going forward if you want to do that manually. That means that if you want to do AI on top of that, it's going to maybe be even better if you prefer, but you can do the exact same things yourself. So if you're proficient in all those things, we have the tools for you and we're going to keep evolving them. And that's also going to make your AI experience better at the same time, right? So we can both things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Mads, thank you so much. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, so please join us. We're going to be kicking it off with myself hosting Kayla Cinnamon, who is in the keynote this morning. So we're super excited to see you then. And until then, have a good one. Bye.